بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على رسول الكريم أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
How are you doing, brothers? You all right?
Alhamdulillah ala kulli hal.
Alhamdulillah. And assalamu alaikum to the viewers as well. Good to have you all back. So this stream today is on Hinduism. It's been a while since we have done specific on Hinduism. So inshallah today we'll be observing, we'll be tackling a topic which many Hindus will probably feel uncomfortable with, because it's about Ram, it's about Sita, and these are their Bhagwans or their gods. Avatars of gods for most people. But they call him Bhagwan, which is basically, a title given to God. So it's not some ordinary person. They are willing to, have the slogans like Jai Shri Ram. They force people to say this. In India, as many people might have seen the clips, so this is something which is he's considered like an ideal man amongst the Hindu mythology, and this is something that I think is extremely important for the Hindus, not to basically disown him. Doesn't matter what he does, because he's their Bhagwan, he's their God. So we want to see exactly what the scriptures say. So rather than us trying to say this is what Ram is, or this is not what he is, or this is what Sita is to him, and so on, and other stories with Ravana, who is supposed to be this demon king who kidnaps Sita, Ram's wife, and takes her to Lanka, another place outside India. We're just going to briefly touch upon each one of them and see if he stands up to this ideal man kind of myth created around him. But before all that, we want to see if he really existed even. Did he exist in history? Are there any artifacts? Are there any clues regarding his existence? Maybe, Brother Samir, because he's a former Hindu, he can perhaps shed some light as to how the Hindus see from their perspective Ram and the entire history, and how far can we go back and maybe, shed some light on any evidences they actually claim they have. So let's hear it from Brother Samir, inshallah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulullah wa ala alihi ashabihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Before we go to that, I just wanted to briefly touch upon the festival itself, right?
Yeah,
Diwali. Yeah, it symbolizes the victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. People during these period decorate their homes and with lamps and exchange sweets, and they pray to goddess Lakshmi for wealth and prosperity. That's one day before the actual event. And many parts of India, it makes the importance of the return of Lord Ram to Ayodhya after the 14 years of exile, and which also consisted of the battle of the Ramayana, the epic, the battle with Ravan.
Yeah.
So, and this is actually the celebration, that his victorious return and all that, right?
When is Diwali? Is it? It's on Monday, right? That's when they will be celebrating.
I think Sunday or Monday. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So one day before that they do this, this puja and stuff like that. So, and after that they have this. But the issue is, we'll come to that later, anyways. But the concept is that he is considered as the ultimate man. The Maryada Purushottam. That's what it is called. Like he's the most
ideal man.
Ideal man. The best of character, the best of it. But the deeds that he has done, many times the treachery during the battle, the lies during the battle, or even after, he's supposed to be avatar of a god. So of course he's supposed to be knowledgeable, or at least act godly in some manners, where he succumbs to the rumors of people around, where they accuse his wife Sita during her exile, when Ravan actually kidnapped her and kept her with him. The rumors was that she had an affair with him, or she had, and he succumbs to that, and he exiles her. He exiles her after that, even though she was pregnant.
Well, he does the Agni Pariksha before that.
Before that, even though not, yeah, she even did the Agni Pariksha. She even
which is a fire test for
fire test, and she passed with brilliant colors. In spite of that, he exiles her, and that's what he exiled the wife to the forest, where she gives birth to the twins. She was in isolation and in pain, and he was not there with her. Even though, if they consider or regard him as a god incarnate, how could he doubt her and exile his innocent wife, a woman who was
how
already...
do they reconcile that? I'm just so confused, because if he's supposed to be a really good man, divinity of justice, and obviously knowledge that should come with that, then how do you end up in? How do they reconcile that? I don't understand.
Yeah, so we hope the Hindus will join us and answer that particular question. We are hoping
she was already humiliated. She was tested, and pregnant on top of that. And in spite of all that, is that is that a noble act? What he did to her? So
no, I mean, this is the thing. If you think of in Islam, for example, even the prophets wouldn't be anything like that, and they're nothing like as good and just as God is. So I'm really struggling with this concept of him being.
Well, you don't have to even be religious to
creature.
To consider your wife as an important part of your life, and not to exile her while she's pregnant. You don't need to be religious. You just need to have common sense and some empathy and dignity and love for your wife, but let's see what the Hindus say to these questions, because we ourselves are hoping that they will give us some.
I just wanted to mention one thing here. I just wanted to mention just one thing. If they see him as an incarnation or an avatar of a god, of Vishnu, and if God becomes human and he shares human weaknesses, doubts, like he doubted his wife, anger, and kind of attachment, all that he had towards his people or whatever, then he is no longer perfect and unchanging as true divinity should be. That means he doesn't have those characteristics, and they still consider him divine.
One thing that really sort of confuses me here is, if, as you say, he's supposed to be some manifestation of Vishnu, wasn't it Vishnu and the earth goddess that's supposed to give rise to this or whatever it is, the demon?
You're cutting off.
Oh, yeah, your audio just broke off here.
Wasn't it supposed to be, if he comes from Vishnu, but wasn't Vishnu's union with an earth goddess supposed to be origin of this evil demon that he fought for the whole reason for Diwali?
You mean the Ravan? Yeah, I mean, Ravan is supposed to be some sort of a great grandson of Brahma. So he's one of the Hindu trinities, progeny, basically.
But isn't Narakasura the one born from the union of Vishnu and the earth goddess?
Probably. I mean, I myself have not read.
There are so many different versions.
Yeah, exactly.
For example, yes, there are different versions of this whole thing. Let me give you an example. For example,
I tried to help all my researchers. I just went to sort of double check something I'd heard, and that was the storyline.
Like northern part of India. For the northern part of India, on Diwali, they burn, during they believe that they have Dasera, right? For example, they burn effigies of
Ravan,
right? And in southern part, like where I'm from Goa, and over there they emphasize more on Narakasura.
Okay.
So during Diwali, they burn his effigies.
Mm.
Okay, so they different places, different locations have their own versions and stories and everything.
Yeah, they got their own personal deities as well in
Correct.
different regions of India.
Correct.
Okay, so there isn't even agreement on the basics of that story.
Yeah, true.
Well, let's put it this
Wow.
way: there's no agreement on who the supreme god is. So everything else is like like secondary, you know, compared to that. To me, that is the primary thing. If you are someone who's into theology and you struggle with who God really is, then I think that itself, it's the first hurdle that you have failed, you know.
Yeah, I think they've got the most difficult set of choices when it comes to the 3 questions for the grave, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The first one they fail. Man Rabbuka. Okay.
Yeah, who is your god? And they just try and fill
Yeah,
it up.
exactly. Yeah. So even today, if you ask them, you'll get different answers from different sects within Hinduism.
Like if you're from Bengal, they'll say Durga. If you're from UP or somewhere, that's how they'll say Ram. Down south, they'll like in Karnataka and all that, Krishna is a big thing. You know, you go to Kerala, they'll say Ayyappa is their god. You know, and you go to Tamil Nadu, they'll say Muruga is my god. You know, so different places have different parts of India has their own supreme, gods that they consider as their deity. So,
Subhanallah.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, even the Ramayana, you know, the story about Ram, Sita, Lakshman, Ravan, everything. They say that there are 300 different versions of it. So if you go places like Bali, you know, in Indonesia, or you go to other places like Thailand, or you know, where they have a form of Ramayana, so they'll have different. Yeah, the characters change, their roles change. In some, Sita would be actually the sister of Ram and Lakshman. In others, she's obviously the wife of Ram. And in some, Ravan would be the good guy, you know. So 300 different versions. So it all leads down to nothing but storytelling. And these stories do change as it goes through different regions here, as we can see. I mean, within India itself, they do change. So
in India, we have like the main one, the Valmiki version. Then you have the Tulsidas,
the whitewash version of it.
Whitewash version. Then you have there's a it's called Kamba Ramayan. There are different kinds of Ramayans are there, different versions.
Absolutely. I'm just wary of the time in India that I think it's quite late, approaching midnight. So maybe I'll put up the Q&A link there. Hopefully only the Hindus will join initially, and the Muslims will have patience. Inshallah, we'll let you guys in later on as well. But because the topic today relates to the Hindus, we are hoping that they answer questions rather than us, just talking internally. The whole idea of these live streams, especially on Hinduism, is so that we engage with the Hindus directly rather than speaking amongst ourselves, where they'll say, oh, this is something you guys made up. Well, come and join us. Now is your turn. Now is your chance to prove us wrong, or basically add on to what we said and say, okay, this is a mistake you've made. It's this particular version in our scriptures, and do provide the references, because we know every time they come here, they bring a lot of opinions. I mean, we can be here till the cows come home, and you'll still be giving your opinions. So it's best to bring references from your own scriptures. That would be the ideal thing to do, especially if you're discussing Hinduism. Then we hope that you use your scriptures rather than just giving your opinions. So inshallah, Brother Samir, I think we stopped you. Please carry on while I put the link.
No, I think we're okay. I think we should invite them.
Yeah. I'll put the link in the meantime. If you want to share something, please do so.
No, I just want to remind everybody that since it's darkness over like evil, light over darkness, they are just not physical, they are moral and spiritual realities we know. And as they mentioned, like story of Ram and Sita shows us that humans, even heroes which they may admire, they can falter. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most merciful, He is the only one who does not falter in any way. So we should seek the light that would never, that never dies, like the light of Tawheed, the Quran, and the amazing guidance given to us by our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the light that they seek in Diwali is so perfectly found in the guidance of our Deen. Turn your hearts towards the one who has created this entire universe, and who created the light, itself, which they celebrate. And then they will never walk in darkness ever again.
Yeah, min az-zulumati ila nur. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. So I put the link up already in the live chat. If any Hindus are out there, you wish to speak to us, you're more than welcome to join by clicking the link. So we don't know if this guy is a Hindu. Let's take him on.
Hello.
Hi. Is that Saikat? How you say your name?
Yes, yes, my name is Saikat.
Saikat. You're a Hindu?
Yes, I'm a Sanatani or Hindu.
Okay. Where are you calling from?
I'm from India.
Okay. Is there like a pet near you?
What?
I can hear someone breathing in the background. Is that some, I don't know, is it like a
yes,
pet or something?
nice.
Is that your dog?
No. It's my breathing.
Oh, it's your breathing. Okay, are you right?
I have cold.
Oh, you got a cold.
It's an audio artifact, I think, that sounds like a panting dog.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So no problem. You're calling from India?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of what's your sampradaya? What do you follow?
I'm not following special sampradaya. I respect all gods of Sanatan.
Okay. So is there any specific god that you favor?
Yes, I like Lord Krishna.
Okay. What about Ram?
Also Ram. Because they all are avatar of Vishnu, Lord Vishnu.
Okay. So tell us about the character of Ram that you know from Ramayana or wherever you read from. How would you describe him?
You know, we call Ram as Maryada Purushottam Ram.
Yeah, I do. What does that mean to you?
Because you learn from him how a man how a man behave
How
in
men
this
are
world.
supposed to behave. Okay. So he's like your role model, is he?
Yes.
Okay.
He fought with a demon for his own wife.
For his wife.
Yes.
Okay. So do you consider Ram as just a human, or do you consider him as something more than that?
I'm consider him as a god.
Okay, what
In
do you
human
mean
form.
by the term God? Because I know in Hinduism this term has so many interchangeable meanings. So for you,
Yes.
when you say Ram is God, what exactly do you mean?
Ram is god because he is avatar of Lord Vishnu, and he defeated many demons and rakshasas.
Okay, so you said that he rescued his wife Sita, who was abducted by this demon Ravan, yeah?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. If you are a god, how is someone kidnapping your wife?
That was a destiny, means you can't change the destiny.
No, but
If you are God, then you also don't change, you can't also change the destiny.
okay. So what's the difference between a human and Ram then? An average human and Ram, what's the difference? Because they both have to follow their destiny.
Yes. Sometimes God also need to follow these rules.
Okay. So how long did Ravan abduct Sita for? Do you know?
Mm,
How long was she
I
a
don't
captive?
know. I don't know the exact time.
Okay, it was
I
roughly
think
1 year.
1 year. 1 year.
It was,
Yes, yes.
yeah, it was like 11 months or something like that. 12, I don't know exactly, but
Yes.
let's say roughly 1 year. Now,
Yes.
let me ask you this: if he's God, why does it take him a year to save his wife?
Because he is in a human form. He need the time for rescue for searching his wife with Vanara Sena.
With what?
Vanar Sena, you
What's
know
that?
about Van means Hanuman and Sugriva and the all Vanar Sena.
Oh, you mean the monkey army?
Yes, 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 monkey
Okay. So what
type.
so you're saying he's not only taking a lot of time to rescue his wife, but he actually needs the help of other creation. His own Are they his own creation? Are they, I don't know. Do you consider them to be the creations of God, Ram, or some other deity?
Uh, you can call them Ram's Lord Ram's creator because Lord Ram and Vishnu are just same, but their form are different. Just
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, it's so far it seems like he's no different to an average human, or let's say an average leader among human.
yes,
Because
he
he takes time to rescue, he needs assistance, he has to go searching for his wife, which an average mortal would do anyway.
he just shown us humans how to behave like a human, best human in this world.
Okay,
Just
so
that.
as a
So,
best human, I mean, we are coming to that as well. I don't know how familiar you are with what happened to Sita after she was rescued from Lanka. Are you familiar with the story?
I think you want to say that Lord Ram take Agni Parisha from Sita Mata, and
Yeah,
he uh,
that's one of them.
he
It's one
he
of them.
means he मतलब he left Sita Mata.
Why?
Uh, I don't know about this.
Okay, let me ask you. Forget about Maryada Purushottam.
Yes,
Would
yes.
an average human being leave their wife after he has been away from her, and after he rescued her, he went through all that trouble? Would he just leave her after all that trouble?
Hold on, Hashim, and also let me ask Saikat here, leaving the wife after 1 year and all that, but after listening, or after the gossip, after he succumbed to the gossip of the people around. That's what I wanted to ask. Is it fair? He said he's the best example of
So let's.
a
I
man.
think that's going a bit, um, you know, further in the story. We'll come to that, inshallah. But
Yeah.
first, I want to know from him. So, is it Saikat? How you say his name?
Yes,
Saikat.
yes. My name is Soikot.
Are you,
You know Bengali Soikot?
I don't know. No, is it Saikat? Am I saying it right? I don't want to butcher your name.
Uh, Sometimes you don't know Bengali, sir?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Okay,
Brother
okay,
Mansoor
sorry.
knows Bengali. I don't. Yes.
Yes, my name is actually Soikot, and you can call me Soikot. Yes, don't
Okay.
worry, don't matter, no problem.
Yeah. Okay. I just don't want to mispronounce it.
Yes, yes, yes,
All right. So I'll show you one story. You tell me what you think of it. Okay. So this is from a story from Ramayana. Let me just bring it up. Just one sec. Before I started. Okay. Do you want to mute your microphone, Saikat? So I can
yes,
just
yes.
play this. Okay.
People have mixed thoughts about an incident that happens right at the end, actually, which is the Agni Pariksha. So this is right at the end, the war is over. Ram cannot go into any city as per the rules of his exile, and so he cannot go to meet Sita, who is inside Lanka. He asks Vibhishan to go and get her. He tells Vibhishan, Upasthapaya macharam, go and get her quickly. But then strangely, he also says, Shirasnatam, Divya Bharana Bhushitam, after she's had her bath and put on her jewelry. That's his ask of Sita. Sita is surprised. When Vibhishan tells her that, she says, Asnatva drashtum ichhami. The bath can wait. I want to see him. Vibhishan advises that they should follow what Ram has said. So Sita gets ready. She's brought to the battlefield in a palki, palanquin. And Ram instructs them to stop the palki and that Sita should walk up to him. Again, a strange request. The Vanaras and Rakshasas are curiously looking what's happening, and the guards are pushing them back. And Ram tells the guards, no, let them wait. Let them watch. So when Sita gets off the palki, with this crowd watching, she's embarrassed. I mean, she didn't want to be a part of the spectacle after, all that she has gone through. She walks towards Ram, and their eyes meet, and their faces light up. After months of longing, they have finally seen each other. But then, surprisingly, Ram tells her, "Oh lady, may you be well. You should know that I did not fight the war for you. Ravan had insulted me by abducting you, and I fought for the glory of my Ikshvaku dynasty. And now there is a doubt about your character. Prapta charitra sandeha." He said, "Surely Ravan would have been attracted to you. You're so beautiful. And what sort of a man will take back a woman who has been to someone else's house? So you're free to go. You're free to go and live with whomever you wish to. You can pick Bharat, Lakshman, or Shatrughna, or even Sugriv or Vibhishan."
This is there in the Valmiki novel?
Yes. Yeah. So it means nothing to me. Just like you are shocked to hear that. Sita was also shocked. She said, "I did not come here by choice. Ravan forcibly brought me. What is my fault in all this?" She said, "Yadi teham navidnyata hatate nasmi shashvatam." If you still don't understand me, I might as well be dead. She said, "I don't want to live with this baseless controversy about my character." She turned towards Lakshman and said, "Lakshman, light a fire, and I will step into it." She also makes this interesting comment. She's quite strong with her words. She tells Ram, "If that's how you felt, you should have told me when Hanuman came to meet me. I would have killed myself then itself. You would have saved yourself the trouble of fighting this war. Why put your life at risk and your friend's life at risk?"
Right. So
brutal. It makes Grimm's fairy tales seem like much less dark than they are.
Yeah. What are your first thoughts, Brother I.Hakim?
Shocked.
So this is this episode happens basically straight after Ram has rescued her with his army of monkeys and demons and other men as well. And this is, by the way, the location where this particular dialogue takes place is actually still in Lanka. So they haven't come back to Ayodhya in India yet. So that's why she said that he brought me here forcibly. That means Ravan, the demon king, brought me here forcibly. It wasn't my fault. So yeah, I mean, the words of Ram, it's something which will make you, think, is this really the ideal man that we heard about?
Well, this is why I likened it to Grimm's fairy tales, because fairy tales come from different nations and they express or encode various different moral values and ideas. But in at least European fairy tales, let's say, Grimm's is a great example, Ram would not be the hero character in that style of storytelling. That's a very dark thing in that story. She, if anyone, would have been the heroine character, and everyone else been sort of on the dark side. So I don't understand how this relates to showing good character of Ram or serves as a moral storytelling, unless Ram was supposed to be the dark one.
And don't forget, he's God for the Hindus. They built an entire Ram temple not too long ago after destroying the Babri Masjid, of course. Yeah. And Sita is supposed to be a goddess. She's also an incarnation of a goddess. So they both are divine characters. And I think it was right for Sita to say that she's been humiliated and this is not the treatment that she expected from her own husband, let alone anyone else.
Yeah, I'm really curious, Saikat. I'm sorry, I can't say your name very well. Or Saikot. I'm really curious how you feel with regards to which are supposed to be the moral examples in that story.
Yeah. Sorry, was the audio echoing? I just realized some people are commenting. I don't know. Did you guys hear the
Hello.
audio okay from that video I just played?
I heard it okay.
Okay. All right. Alhamdulillah.
Voice is good or echoing?
So, Saikat, what do you think of that story narrated by these two Hindu gentlemen? Or basically, one was narrating, the other was listening. Yeah.
Yes. I think everything happens for some reason. For some reason,
Mhm.
and he's God. He know about all the things. This is also his that he also God also want this. I think they both are God. Sita Mata is also reincarnation of Lord. Devi Lakshmi, and Vishnuji's incarnation is Ram.
Yeah, you told us that already. But the question I'm asking you is, why did Ram misbehave in such a way with Sita after rescuing her?
What's the moral, the positive moral in this story? Like, how do you see that story and say, yes, these are positive moral lessons, or archetypes that we're seeing?
Okay, Lord Ram does do this for some reason, because in in world, and in also this world, if a woman is captured by a man, other man, uh, and keep her for 1 year,
Mhm.
the society think bad about that woman. That's why Ram took the Agni Pariksha and uh, leave him to Rishi Muni, I think, at the jungle.
Yeah,
I
but that's
don't know much.
you know what? Did you hear what Ram said to Sita?
No, the audio is
He basically said
echoing.
that the reason I fought the war, I rescued you, was to restore my glory. Not it wasn't done for you. And then he goes on to say that you are now free to go with any other men and the demons that he mentioned as well. Would you offer your own wife to somebody else, even as a joke?
Yes, in Sanatan Dharma, we give freedom of we give freedom to our wife also. So then he's he did not wrong anything.
Hold on, hold on. You give freedom to your wife to go with any other man.
Mm,
Huh?
not
How
me.
old are you?
I am 20 years old.
You're 20 years old. Obviously, you're not married, yeah?
Yes, I got married. I
Okay.
am a college student
Have
actually.
you seen anyone in your family offering their wives to somebody else?
No.
Exactly. So why would you expect Ram to do that? He's an ideal man, much better than
J-
anyone in your family or anybody's family in Hindus, because he's supposed to be like this role model, which you stated earlier that you have to follow. What kind of example is he setting by offering his own wife to men and demons?
I don't know about this story, so I
This is in Valmiki Ramayana.
yes, I don't read the whole Ramayana. I just watch Ramayana from serials. That's why I don't know about this.
So
Sorry.
You're brutally honest, at least. I appreciate that.
can I ask you? So one of the apparent morals that I seem to observe in that story is that honor of yourself, where that's determined by the society, whether or not they're right or wrong, whether they're making up nasty stories or it's true. Honor is about what the society thinks of you, and doing something to, however brutal, to restore that honor is more important and deeper, if you like, than any relationship and love you have with that person that's involved, with that family member. Is that an intended moral from this? Do you get the same moral or not?
In this case, I think Ram did something wrong, in my opinion. But he's a god. He also know what he did. He is right because he is God. If we do this, this is wrong because we are normal human. He is God. He did good because he is God.
I appreciate that, but I didn't ask for like an evaluation of good and bad. I'm just trying to understand the intended moral lesson. Like, these stories are supposed to teach moral standards.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a role model, remember?
Yeah.
Yes.
So if he's a role model, you
leaving
can't
aside,
expect him
yeah,
to
so leaving aside your assessment of right or wrong, or well, maybe he knows something, so we submit to him. Leaving that aside, what is this moral lesson? Because again, there's for me, there's like what your family thinks of you, and you wanting to do right by your family, and it being more important, and what your family thinks of you is something I can resonate with from moral stories in my Western upbringing, let's say, give or take. And certainly you can resonate with, again, with Islamic stories when I converted. But I see the opposite here. It seems to be that whatever the people think of you, even if their basis for it is nasty and wrong, it's more important to satisfy that than it is your family, and particularly your wife that you seem to love, and she loves you before this incident. Is that the moral, or have I completely missed something there?
Did you get that, Shaikat?
This is, sir. This is. I think this is wrong. If a god also do this.
You haven't read the Ramayana, have you?
No, I don't read.
Don't say they are wrong if you haven't read it yourself. Okay. First
Because
read it. You need to
a
read it yourself,
human.
then come to the conclusion whether somebody's wrong.
Okay.
Or not.
And I also want to tell that in Islam, I hear about
Yeah. By
that.
the way, listen. Hold on. Before you go to Islam, today the topic is about Hinduism. We're discussing Hinduism. If you don't know, just say I don't know. I'll accept that, no problem. Okay. But I suggest you read your scriptures before you say they're wrong. This is the right thing. Okay. It's in sorry, it's what's the reference? I'll give you the reference. It's actually Yudh Kand. This is the Book of War, chapter 115. Okay.
Okay, I will read it.
In Valmiki Ramayana, book number 6, Yudh Kand, book chapter 115.
Okay.
So yeah, don't just say somebody's wrong. Okay. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Can we talk about Lord Krishna?
Maybe some other time. Why? You like Krishna better than Ram?
Yes.
I'm sure Krishna's got a lot of flaws as well. Maybe we can discuss that next time.
Okay, I also know about the secret. What you want to tell me?
No, it's not just one. There's loads. There's loads.
I also want to debunk your all questions.
You couldn't debunk your own Hinduism. How can you be an expert in? You think you're an expert in Islam?
I am not very expert. I know very little about
your own
Hinduism.
religion. You know that. You barely know your own religion. Have you read any Hindu scripture at all? Or you just watch?
I don't.
You just watch videos and movies, and you learn from that.
Yes, I watch the movies and videos. I learned that.
I thought so. Yeah. Next time, pick a book. Have you read Bhagavad Gita?
No.
Okay, maybe you should read that before you start talking about it. Okay.
Next week is the Q&A. It's more open, and maybe if you come with a question which aims to understand rather than attack Islam, we would have a very interesting conversation about that. So try and think of a good question between now and then.
Yeah, so we do have every alternate week, every other Thursday, we have like an open Q&A where you can ask us about Islam or any other topic that suits you, and maybe you can discuss Krishna as well then. So yeah,
Okay.
I mean, when we have an open Q&A, do join us. We have it every Thursday, some topic or the other, but many times we do have like an open Q&A where anybody can ask any particular questions. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Shaukat. You take care. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Bye. Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you. I'd love for him to come with a question which allows to compare the morality of Muhammad salam with Krishna, and also the fact that we have a clear separation between human and divine.
Yeah. Right. We got a Ram Bhakt here. Let's see if he can help us. Hi, Gautam.
Hi, Hashim. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
We hear you. Much better audio than the last.
Okay, these headphones are good. It's not mine. They're working right.
Okay. I'm assuming you're calling from India, yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you heard that story about Sita and her treatment, or rather mistreatment by Ram. What do you make of that?
I don't find any problem in that.
Okay, so you don't find any problem with a husband telling his wife, go with any man or demons? Yeah, you don't mean anything to me anymore.
Okay, do you know about the story of Ramayana? Do you know?
No. Let's focus on this question first. Because this is.
I'm just saying, if I'm answering it, I want to know if you know about the rest of the story,
So
that I
this
can
particular
reference things
episode
for the answer
that we just saw was actually from Ramayana, from Yudh Kand, okay, chapter 115.
I get it. So
Okay.
I'll be giving references to the story in my answer. That's why I was saying, if you know the story.
Yeah,
so
I know the story roughly with regards to Ram. His wife gets kidnapped when he goes hunting with his brother Lakshman.
His wife get kidnapped. Then he goes on a
before that he get exiled from his kingdom
journey. Yes, it's a long story. So I'm saying his wife gets kidnapped, and she has been kidnapped for 1 year, and he hasn't been with her for around 1 year. And he meets her, and now he's asking her that I wasn't present with you. So if you have found any other husband for yourself, you're free to go with him. Otherwise, that's what he was saying. So
no, he didn't say if you have found any husband. Hold on. He did not say if you have found any husband, because obviously she was in captivity. Okay, Ravan's captivity, and she wasn't going around looking for husbands.
No,
so let's get that right first. Number two, Ram
of course,
says,
but what's wrong in him? What's wrong if he gives her the option?
Also, you would give your wife the option to go with any other man?
If she has been kidnapped for 1 year and I haven't been in contact with her, I meet her again, I would like to know if she is still ready to me mentally.
No, you would give her the option.
He didn't ask the question.
Then, let's say she's in captivity for a year. You finally rescue her. Okay, that is the first thing you're going to tell her.
Not the first thing.
What is the first thing you'll do if you meet your wife after 1 year, after she's been in captivity?
I'll meet her. I'll ask her if she was good or not. But look, these stories,
Ram did none of
human
that.
beings.
No, Ram did none of that.
I'll explain.
He straight away said to her,
yes, these are
that I have done this for my own glory.
Please let me explain. Ram and Sita, they're not humans like us.
They're not humans.
They're not humans like. I mean.
Wait. What do you mean? So are you saying Ram is some form of a different being? He's not a human being. Is that what you're saying?
He is the great God coming in as a human being.
So he's an avatar of God. Is that what you're saying?
He's the human avatar, you can say.
Right. So why did you say he's not human?
Because he's not just human. He has a divine part to him.
Yeah.
He's
Okay. So
not
say like
average
that rather
human.
than
He's
saying
not
he's not
average
just
human.
he's not a human.
He's
I
not
know he's not.
average human. So
Yeah, he's not
Sita
an
and
average.
Ram are not average humans. So you expecting them to behave like us is
Okay.
not
Let
correct.
me let me ask you something. You said they are not average human. How long ago did Ram exist? Roughly. I don't want the exact date and month. Okay.
I'll be very honest with you. I'll not like to make up stories. These are epics. These are stories made, and there are versions of it in Thailand, Indonesia, or around Southeast Asia, maybe in Japan. It is a widely known story. It's not exclusive to Hinduism.
Did Ram
If you go to
exist in
story,
history at all?
it can be debated. Maybe he was, maybe
So
he
wait,
was
wait.
not. But
So hold
epics,
on. You
his
were very
epics
certain
do
that he
exist
was.
around the world. His epics
uh,
exist around the world.
you
A
were
specific part
extremely
of the world,
certain that he
eastern part of
was
the world.
a divine human, and now you're saying you doubt even his
Yes.
existence. You made a quick
No.
U-turn. Have you noticed
No, no,
that?
no, no, no. No, that's the part. We are not discussing history. We are discussing philosophy. Hinduism is a philosophy. It does not write down
More
history.
like a mythology. I don't think
It's like
even
it's an
philosophically.
no, no, no. Philosophy, ideology, mythology, it's all part of Hinduism. You can't separate bits of it.
Okay, so
But
mythology means
you can't separate them from the scriptures, though, right? Otherwise, you're making up
Yes, those
something different,
pictures
right?
just I'll explain to you. Hinduism, there is a fundamental difference between your faith and my faith.
of
My
course there
faith
is.
believes in picking things from already existing cultures, whatever, and then making stories, making art from it. And we choose and pick from it. There is no defined book in Hinduism that we have to believe. There is no defined avatar. There's no defined God which we have to believe. We pick and choose from, and we make our own ideology. We are free to do that.
Can
Okay,
I
where
make
did you
sure
get
I
that?
understand pick and choose properly? Because normally, if someone says that, it's like an
How
accusation
do you how
of
how do you make up your
disingenuousness, right?
ideology? How do you make up your ideology? You pick
Well,
and
this
choose from
is
things you find in the world.
well,
No.
How did you
this is
do it?
exactly
Are you
the thing.
are you finding intelligence and logic exclusively from Islam? I
Yeah,
hope you're
No,
seeing logic
hang
from
on,
yeah.
Gautam. If you
every angle.
Gautam,
Gautam, you're all
you
over the
can't
place. You
shotgun
need to
questions.
stick to one topic at a time.
We are not
You can't
discussing Islam here today.
you can't shotgun
No,
questions.
I'm
Okay, that's not.
okay.
If you're
Okay.
going to ask a question, you need to allow it to be answered.
Yeah.
You
I
can't,
was
you know.
just expressing myself. I was not asking you questions. You can
No, but
continue.
you asked a series of questions. That's not expressing
I
yourself.
just ranted. I ranted.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe you should
yeah.
stop ranting
So
and
you're
have a
so
dialogue, okay?
yeah. Saying
I
that you
I
pick
I
and
I
It's
I,
much
choose
I
more
got
your
productive if
emotional.
you have
I
a
got
dialogue.
emotional. Like you want me to apologize, I will apologize.
No. It's not like
no,
that. We want to have a productive dialogue rather than ranting over each other.
yeah,
I did, and I apologized.
Okay, no problem.
okay.
Let's carry on.
So there's this thing, as you say. So from your perspective, it's quite legitimate to pick and choose from various different sources, be they cultural
Yes,
items, be they scriptures, and
yes.
so on. Now,
That's
for
the
me,
only
no, I
logical thing
Yeah,
to
you
pick.
sorry,
need to
just
let him finish, Gautam,
can you-
and then you can respond. So listen, you need to listen because Islam Hakim is going to make a few points and he's hoping that you would respond to that after that he's asked you those
Okay, okay.
questions.
Please,
Okay?
please,
yeah.
please, please, please
So,
continue.
for you, as you stated, it's quite legitimate to pick and choose things from various sources and cultures to come with your own sort of philosophy on the world. I do understand that because I grew up with the same thing in the West. But for me, I think that you cannot be claiming that something is true while also saying it's a pick and choose from sort of convenience or personal preference. So, does it matter to you whether or not things are true, or is that not the point for you?
Specifically, if you're talking about these myths, if these stories, I'll say these are stories and they have been taken from other cultures, and there's nothing wrong in taking mythologies and building ideologies out of them. There's nothing wrong in it. So, as a story, as a myth, I don't have any problem with it. If you say I think it happened actually scientifically, I'm not going to say that.
No, I'm not asking about scientifically. It's just you're talking about ideology, but obviously the point of an ideology is to do with how you live as a real human being in the real existing world with other human beings who really exist, right? So at some point, this ideology has to make hard contact with truth, with what's true and what's not. So this is what I'm kind of trying to get at. If things being true doesn't matter to you in how you build your ideology, then how does that work, or at what point does truth start to matter to you?
I'll explain it to you. Okay, you asked a very fair question, and I respect you for that. So now I come back to Ram and what I found good in it. Okay, which really matters to me. The story of Ram essentially says, okay, he is the avatar of God as a perfect ideal human being. Ideal, not even the ideal human being, ideal human male, as a man, what a man should do. And he gives in the story, the main points are he did everything for his father. Okay, he for his father's word, he sacrificed everything. He did nothing to his mother, even though she betrayed. And then these are things that that a male human should take care of. So these are personal things like I have to keep my words at the highest. I have to take care of my father, I should not harm any of my brothers. I should not have any grudges to any of my brothers, and then I should do like sacrifice everything for my wife. And when I found her, I gave her option to go anywhere she wants to, and there was nothing wrong in all that he did. And these are personal
I'm
things
really
that we do in a real life, and these are ideals which are told through the story of Ram, and there is nothing wrong in it.
I'm really confused because you said he sacrificed everything for his wife, but I thought he very clearly told her, "I did none of this for you. It was all for my honor."
Yeah, and he disowned her.
That's true. That's true.
So you see
I'll
how
tell you.
your
No.
ideology starts to.
No. You're taking these words wrong. This is not
This
what
is
he
from
meant.
Valmiki Ramayana. What do you mean?
Can I
Yeah, I'll
hold on a
explain.
second? Can I give the exact words, please? The exact
And
words
I'll
in
give explanation.
yes, sure, okay. In Valmiki Ramayana, in in the Yuddha Khanda, book 6, Sarga 115, Ram says, "You have lived in the house of another man for a long time. It is not proper for me to take you back as my wife. I have rescued you only to clear my name and my honor, not because I desire you." Then he continued. He says, "You are free to go wherever you please, to Lakshman, to Bharata, to Shatrughan, or to any other man you wish." This were his exact words.
And what are your problems with it? Can you
Oh,
specify your exact
Well,
problems with it?
Gautam, remember you said as part of your sort of moral ideology, you were saying, and do anything for your wife. That was something you're drawing as a good moral. But then we're
Okay.
examining the story and we're saying, but that's not something that, again, this word truth or is consistent with, shall we say,
Right.
that story. So there's a
Right.
disconnect between what seems morally right to you and what you take from the story. And it
Right.
goes back
Right.
then to this question of
No.
picking and choosing. And
Now
is
let
it
me
that you
answer.
can,
Please let me answer. You are completely misunderstanding the
maybe
whole
you don't
story.
know because you don't know what my question
I'll
was.
tell
I
you.
didn't finish it.
No, I'll tell you the story. What the story was. He said that I could have look if he wanted Sita just to bring back Sita, he could have done that easily. Hanuman went there. He could have just brought her home. He didn't do it. The whole purpose was to bring him glory to give to because he was a prince, exiled prince, and then some other king took his wife. So it was his duty as a prince to take revenge on Ravan and destroy him. And
So
that's
why
why
did
he
he
If
said,
take
I
one
did
whole
not
year
do
for
it
that?
for you. I
if
did
it's
not
for
do
glory,
this war for you. If I
but if it's
wanted
for
you, I would have
glory,
got you. He was very powerful. He could have got her. Even
if it's for
Hanuman could have got
glory,
her.
if it's for glory, why did you say it was doing anything for his wife?
No, he was referring to the war, everything he did, killing Raman. If he wanted her back, he could have done it easily. He's saying all that I
Why
did,
did he
all the
not
war
then?
I did, it was not for you. It was not to avenge
Why,
anything
if
for
it
you.
was so
I'm
easy,
not
why
so.
did he take an entire year and a whole army of monkeys and other beings?
That's his Leela. That's his story.
What do you
That's how
mean
he did.
Leela? Wait. What do you mean Leela? You said it was very easy for him.
Leela, Leela means his story. That's his story.
No, Leela means an
That he
illusion.
took him 1 year.
Leela
He
means
he
an
did it as a
illusion.
human.
Gautam,
He made
listen,
alliances.
listen, Gautam,
He
listen,
made he made
listen. What is the
architecture. He
point
went.
of this? What is the point of a Leela if he goes through this
Yes,
entire episode
that's
of
the Leela. The
of
episode is the
exile? No,
Leela.
no, hold on. Do you know Leela means an illusion? Do you know that?
No,
What is it? What is a Leela for you?
Leela is not an illusion.
So what
Who
is it?
told you Leela is an illusion?
Why don't you tell me
First
what is
thing to
Leela
that.
according to you?
Leela is a story, a pun by God.
It's what?
It's a pun or a story by God. It's his
So you're
Leela. It's
saying
what
he
he
was
did
having fun.
for no reason.
Wait. You're
Yeah.
saying this God, Ram, is having fun for one entire year, risking the lives
Yes.
of other beings, including monkeys and demons and bears and you
Yes.
name it, All this was for the
Yes.
fun of Ram and at the expense of Sita, yeah?
Yes. Not at the expense of she's a
Of course,
deity
you said he
herself.
could have
She's
done it
not
easily. He could have saved
she's
her.
part of it.
She was
She's
part
part
of
of
it.
it.
Okay, so what did
Yes,
Ram
she's
gain
part
by
of it.
this? What did Ram gain by this play of his?
He showed what an ideal man should do.
By disowning Sita after rescuing her.
No, by giving her a choice.
No, it wasn't. Wait. So would you as an ideal man, if you were, give a
Of
choice to
course
your
I will.
wife after you
Of course
rescued
I
her
will.
to go with
Yes,
any
of
men
course I
or
will.
demons you wish? Yeah, really?
I'll
Where do you guys
ask
get your
her if
logic, man?
she.
Seriously, where do you get your logic?
Yes, the logic is she's not with me for 1 year. She hasn't been my wife for one
Which means
year.
you doubt her,
And
right?
now I don't doubt her. I
Well,
give her
you
the
said
right
she
to
was
choose
not with
another
me.
man in my
What does that
absence.
mean? She was not with me
She
means
she
what?
did not she did not she did not know I was surely going to come. If she I mean she did, but he just
Why
I
you
ideally
wait?
what a
Why
man
you're
should
putting it
do.
on her? The question is to you. Do you doubt your wife
What?
after an absence of 1 year?
I will not doubt her. I will just ask her if she's not
So if
still
you don't
my
doubt
wife,
her,
she
why
can
put
go.
her through the fire test?
But
The Agni
Gautam, you
Pariksha.
but
Why?
you
No,
keep
according to the story,
misrepresenting.
she went herself. You just said it right
She
now.
went
She
herself.
did it herself.
No,
Okay, wait.
Just
Gautam,
told
you
you read to
keep
me just
misrepresenting
now.
this really diabolically because he
Yeah,
does not offer her a choice. He
exactly.
I
tells
do.
her she's nothing to him.
Yeah.
It's not
No,
saying, "Hey,
no,
how
no,
do you
no.
feel, honey?" No, it's not.
You just read it.
You're
I explained it to
misrepresenting it
you.
really
I don't
I
badly.
think you have read
explained
the
it to you.
Ramayana. You haven't read the Ramayana. Ramayana
I have.
clearly says that Ram informed Sita that the dishonor meted out to him
Okay.
and the
Okay,
wrong done
Hashim.
to her. Listen, stop talking over
Okay,
me when
Hashim. Just
when I'm reading
I'm
your
not talking to
scripture.
you.
Have some
I'm
respect for
just
your
ending
scripture, Gautam.
ending this whole thing. I'm
Gautam,
ending
have
this
some
whole
respect
thing
for your
with
scripture. I'm reading your scripture because you keep saying he
please
gave her
leave
the
me while
choice. You keep
yes.
misrepresenting Ram in the Valmiki Ramayana. I'm reading it for you.
Just
Brother Samir is already
please
read it to
read
you
it.
once. Let me refresh your
Yes,
memory once
please
again.
read it again.
Okay.
Please read it again.
Ram informed Sita that the dishonor meted out to him and the wrong done to her by Ravan has been wiped off by his victory over the enemy with with the assistance of Hanuman, Sugriva, and Vibhishan. However,
And what's wrong in that?
regarding, hold on, this is the important bit. Pay attention now. However, regarding suspicion on the character of Sita, Ram disowns her and asks her to shelter elsewhere. Disowns her means what? Give her a choice.
No,
Eh?
it's total
Can you please read it to
misrepresentation.
me? Read it to me. I
I
what
read it to
how
you.
you
Once again,
phrased
I'll
it.
read it. However,
Read it,
regarding
read it,
suspicion, listen,
read
listen
it.
carefully. However, regarding suspicion on the character of Sita, Ram disowns her. So Ram suspected her, yes?
Okay.
And that's why he disowns her and tells her to seek shelter elsewhere. And then Ram
Okay.
tells
And what
her,
does that tell you?
I haven't finished yet. Even tells Sita to seek other men and demons in marriage. He says, O Sita, Otherwise, set your mind either on Shatrughan, which is his brother basically, or Sugriva, a demon, or Vibhashan, another demon, according to your own comfort. So he's offering his own brother in marriage to her. He's offering demons to her. And on what? The basis was suspicion. The disowning of Sita was based on suspicion. Let's see what you have to say now. Go on.
I don't trust this translation.
Okay, which do you read Sanskrit?
Yes, I do.
You do? Okay. You got the Valmiki Ramayana on you?
I don't. If you can show it to me, I'll just read it to you.
No, read it. You got access to internet, right? Open Valmiki Ramayana on the website.
I don't. I'm not on a laptop. I'm on a mobile. So
yeah, even mobile you can
very,
swap
very
between the
difficult.
different pages, isn't it?
I don't want to go into the
So which translation do you actually read? Which one do you trust?
Okay. Hashim, okay. Let's just say I lost to you. Okay.
It's not about losing. It's about the
Ram was a bad person. Let's just say
it's not about winning or losing. It's about accepting and acknowledging what your scripture says.
Hashim, I'm trying to say something which is higher than this story. Please try to understand.
Higher than Ramayana?
I'm just saying, what is Ramayana, which you are discussing with me? What is it?
It's a story book.
How do you define it? What is it?
To me, look, as a Muslim, to me,
is it something
this book
Hindus believe in? What do you?
Yeah, I think the Hindus.
It's the story basis upon which various different varieties of Hindu ideology are built.
No, that's completely wrong. Who told you that?
Well, the scriptures of Hindu beliefs being the basis of the Hindu beliefs is quite well known. It's not told to me by one person.
Ramayana, you said Ramayana makes up Hindu ideology. How
no,
did
I
you
didn't.
come to that
No,
conclusion?
I
Who
said
told
it's
you that?
one of the scriptures. There's
not at all.
bunch
not even in the top 5 or 10, I think.
But
everyone rates them
mythology,
differently.
Right?
Gautam, everyone rates them differently.
For you, this is a mythology, right?
No, I don't.
You mentioned it so many times.
Will rank it even
it's
in
part of the definition, Gautam, and I wish I didn't have to speak so concisely, and you gave me more time to speak because you only find fault, Gautam. You only give me a few words, and then when I have to speak in summary, you pick holes in my summary. Obviously, these mythologies, along with the other scriptures, define the characters in which the Hindu mythology is couched. They define the story and the characteristics of these people.
There is a different story in Thailand. There's a different story in Indonesia. So
yes,
these are not. This is not one story. This is just an idea of a perfect human being. God's coming in as perfect human being, and people make up the myths.
It's not from real history. That's what you're saying, yeah? This is not from.
That's what I'm saying. That's what myths are.
Okay.
That's what.
So now you're saying it's a myth, yeah?
Of course it is. That's the
earlier when I asked you consider as a mythology, you denied it. Now you're back to saying it's a myth.
I never denied. I denied it's a mythology. Did I ever say that?
I think you probably misunderstood my question. That's exactly what I asked you. But anyway, if you consider this to be mythology, hold on.
It is a mythology.
If you consider Valmiki Ramayana to be mythology, then you're amongst the minority in the Hindus.
Who told you that? What's your data for that?
Okay, what's your sampradaya? Let's start with that. Do you know your sampradaya?
What do you mean by a sampradaya?
Exactly my point. You don't even know the most basic thing about Hinduism.
No, who told you? Who told you?
Okay, so answer the question. What's your sampradaya? Let's see if you know it.
Just tell me.
No, I'm not going to tell you what a sampradaya is. If you knew the basics, if you knew Sanskrit, then you should know what sampradaya is. What is your sampradaya?
No, I know the meaning of sampradaya, but what sampradaya is? Sampradaya means.
What is the meaning of sampradaya according to you?
Community.
Sampradaya
means community.
Community. Yes. Okay, what is? Wait. So you're telling me that a community, there are many communities in Hindus. So which community do you belong to then?
I belong to. I don't want to get into my personal details, but why does that really?
You see what I mean? You're even reluctant to say which sampradaya you're.
No,
it means you are not a proud Hindu.
Region.
Most likely you're one of
those.
I'm from
a hilly region in India. I'm from
I think you're most likely one of those. What do you say?
a state called
minorities.
Uttarakhand. That's what I am from.
One of those minorities who's not proud to be a Hindu. That's why you call your gods as myth.
No, who? It's a
What's
mythological.
I'm wondering who told you Sampradaya means community.
Yeah.
I mean,
this guy claims
should
to know
write
Sanskrit. He doesn't know the most basic things.
The meaning of
go on
Sampradaya,
Wikipedia and tell them that their article is completely, totally wrong, and everyone who contributed to it has no idea. But you
just
know.
read out the meaning of Sampradaya. What's the meaning of Sampradaya, please?
Okay,
Tradition, spiritual lineage, or sect, a religious system.
Brother Islam Hakim, before we even give him the definition, can you list 4 or 5 Sampradayas within Hinduism, Gautam? Let's see if he knows the basics.
What are the Sampradayas? I really don't know that.
Exactly my point.
Someone
who is ignorant of the most basic thing. Gautam, hold on. Stop talking over me. If you have already confessed that you are ignorant of the Sampradayas within Hinduism, then just acknowledge that you don't know the most basic fundamental thing about Hinduism before you claim you know Sanskrit.
No,
I'm pretty sure you don't even know Sanskrit. You most likely read the transliteration of that.
No, just the Sampradaya means community. I don't belong to any Sampradaya.
Okay, name me the major Sampradayas within Hinduism.
I don't know any.
Okay, so you don't know the basics of Hinduism, that means, yeah? Shall I refresh your memory what they are? Shall I refresh your memory?
Who told you this is the basic? Who told you this is the basic of Hinduism?
The gurus of Hinduism.
It would be like asking a Muslim if there is such a thing as Shias and Sunnis, or if there's different madhabs and being unable to name them.
Hinduism, for example, like Shaivism, Vaishnavism, Shaktism, these are the Sampradayas. And you look here, you not a Hindu. I think you're just one of those trolls who probably hangs around in the comment section. You had the guts today to come on the live stream and just expose yourself about the ignorance that you actually ignorance you have about the most basic fundamental things within Hinduism.
Anyway, you're very good at talking over people and not very good at listening, and that might explain why you're in the situation of lack of knowledge.
You know, earlier you said you could believe anything in Hinduism. Am I right? You said you can believe anything you want.
Because you guys are stupid. That's
oh, really? Okay. So if we are stupid, why am I teaching you what Sampradaya is?
No. Mind your language. I mean, that's not appropriate.
It's just look, Brother Samir. He can call us names because that just shows where he really comes from.
Stupid is bad language.
We have speaking to
Gautam,
you in a very decent.
बहुत जल्दी.
Yeah, we are speaking in a very decent manner.
Hashim, Hindi Urdu में मत आ.
क्यों? No. English में तेरी फट गई, अभी हिंदी उर्दू में भी फटेगी. Okay?
फटेगी.
Yes. By the way, this guy said that you can believe anything in Hinduism. Did he not say that at the beginning?
Oh,
ask him for his source. Gautam, what's your source for that?
Hashim.
You can believe anything. No. Answer the question. You said in Hinduism, you can believe any ideology, anything you want. So answer the question.
Your ideology is the level of apes compared to us.
You are speaking
now you're taking it personally because you've been exposed. By the way, you're the one with the picture of an ape in
you're stooping too low. This is not appropriate. I mean,
this is what happens when the Hindus lose the argument. They come to personal attacks.
I have not lied.
What?
Gautam, do you realize that you're trying to speak on behalf of Hindus, but you don't even know the basic groups and types, the basics of the stories? You also, by the way, Gautam, if you can still hear this, essentially slagged off all the rest of the Hindus because you said they're all believing made up nonsense. Well, a lot of them would kill you for that. So, I think we've been a lot more respectful of the belief systems than you have, Gautam. And I think you should thank us for that and be more respectful to your own as well as to us in future.
When push comes to shove, academic knowledge.
Yeah.
Are there any people with real academic knowledge there?
That's the thing, nowadays when we have like serious streams on Hinduism, very few Hindus would come. The ones who come are most likely young people like the first guy or a troll like the second guy. Hopefully Messick here, I'm assuming he's a Hindu, would put some sense into this discussion, hopefully. Messick, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, very well, thanks. Where are you calling from?
Canada.
Okay, good. I don't know. You've been listening to the discussion so far.
Yes, I have.
Okay. What do you think of the previous guy who says that this entire story about Ram and everything is just a mythology?
I don't believe that.
Okay.
I
Would you
disagree
consider
with
him
him.
to be amongst the minorities in Hindus, or is this like the mainstream?
That's not the mainstream.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely a minority.
Okay. So back to the question with regards to Ram's existence. When do you think he existed, roughly?
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue that with you
Why?
because it will be hard for me to back it up,
Okay. I mean, roughly,
and
give
I'm
me a
not
name.
prepared for
Roughly.
that. I'm not prepared for that, let's
It's not
say.
No,
about
we,
you
we,
being.
we don't have to argue. It's just you can
Yeah.
say I don't know, or you can say I think this
I,
10,000 year period, or you can say whatever. It's just
but then you'll tell me to, you'll say that it's not possible historically and all that, and I haven't prepared for that. Is the thing.
Okay. What do your sages say? What do your gurus say? When did he exist?
Oh, so he was like the towards the end of Treta Yuga, which was I think like a million. Treta Yuga lasts for a million years, and then Dwapar.
2 million.
I'm not sure. I don't even remember now.
Yeah. So roughly 2.1 million years ago. Okay. And that is the Treta Yuga. And
Like,
the Dwapar Yuga, which is basically when Krishna existed. So Treta Yuga is when Ram existed, allegedly, and Dwapar
towards the
Yuga,
end of Treta Yuga.
yes, which is so the Dwapar Yuga is roughly say 800,000 years ago. Now, do you think these are possible, realistically?
So I think these would have happened in. I'm like I said, I cannot back this up at the moment because I'm not prepared.
Mhm.
But I think these happened in a different dimension on the same plane
So not on
as I
Earth.
have researched on Earth, but in a different dimension. So we are living in what 4D, 3D reality right now, 4D reality right now, and then there are more dimensions to it.
And who
4D,
told you that?
5D, 6D, 7D.
Which guru told you they are in a different
It's
dimension?
not Guru. It's not. I
So this
didn't
is your
ask
own
that from a
theory?
Guru. Not from. I researched like a while back.
Yeah, but what's your source?
Uh, so this was in scriptures.
Hmm. Really? Where? Which?
I listened to a podcast. Some guy was mentioning a scripture. I haven't, like I said, not done much
Okay.
research on that.
You know,
can you help me
I'll
to
just,
understand briefly? You
yeah.
mentioned dimension and plane, and you were saying different dimensions, same plane. From a physics background, with my understanding of what dimension and plane is, this is pretty hard to wrap my head around what you mean. So can you at least clarify this
Even
concept
I
you have in
don't
your head?
know this. No, even I don't know this. Like I
Oh.
said, we can talk about,
I
the
don't think
Ramayana. We
any
can talk
I don't
about
think
all
any
these
major
things.
gurus of Hindu say it's a different dimension. So I
Well,
think
it's interesting because again, you're as Hashim was saying, this isn't normal language. In order to try and process this, you've sort of started off from a foundation of, oh, well, I think these things are happening in a different dimension or plane, and then you can't tell me what you mean by that. So if the foundation is something that you're unclear on, how
But
how
this
does
is
this
the
work?
dimension. I mean, this is foundation of, when it happened and what happened, all that. I'm talking about the story of Ramayana, and I can debate that for now.
okay.
Talk about
Let's
the
Okay,
let's go
fact.
back to the story, no problem.
okay.
So look, his existence, as far as I know, most Hindu scriptures are silent about it. Most Hindu sages and gurus give different versions of when he existed. Some say 2 million, some say like 5,000 years ago, some say different. So do you believe in that story of Ram Setu? By the way, do you remember that?
I know the story of Ram Setu, yes.
Okay. Do you actually believe a Ram Setu or a bridge connecting India and Lanka actually existed? A man-made, or rather monkey-made, uh, bridge existed?
I don't have much opinion on that.
Right. So what you said yes to the Ram Setu. What did you mean by that?
Ram Setu was the bridge created by the monkey army,
Hmm. And do you think that really happened?
according to the. Could have happened if the story is right.
Oh, no, no. But this is now again a circular reasoning. If the story is right, it must have happened.
So,
Yeah, it
so
must have
do
happened
what
then.
we're getting at here is: do you believe the stories are true? They're literally correct, or
Historic.
or do
Yes,
you or do you think they're sort of mythology? So you think they're correct? They actually
they're
happen?
correct, but I haven't done the research to, back it up historically, scientifically, blah blah blah.
Okay.
Right, I understand. So you believe they're all true as an article of faith, but that doesn't mean that you've done enough analysis to be able
Correct.
to argue. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, at least we're clear.
No, but
Okay.
you made
So
a statement.
yeah.
You made a statement. I think you typed it there. Most Hindus don't know this. Sita was never even kidnapped. This is what you meant. This
Right.
is what you typed.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
You
That
see
is
the
correct.
messages. If you see on the messages, that's what he has written. Islam is
Was that
he's
him?
typed here. He says most Hindus don't know this. Sita was never even kidnapped.
So do you accept some scriptures and deny other scriptures?
No, no. He's got a theory about Sita. Go on, Messick. Tell them.
Okay.
No,
Can you?
so if you read the Aranya account of Ramayana, it says Sita, the real Sita, was never kidnapped. When Ravana
Oh,
came to kidnap her, she was replaced by Maya Sita, and the real Sita was embraced by Agni, which is fire. And then
Okay.
later on, when the Sita has to go through the Agni Pariksha again, then the Maya Sita has to go through the Agni Pariksha, and the real Sita emerges out untouched by.
Okay. So did Ram know this?
Obviously, Ram knew everything. He's God.
So Ram actually knew everything, but he still went to rescue the Sita, which didn't actually belong in Lanka, right?
Right.
So why would he
And
go
I'll
to
tell you
Lanka
why.
then? If he knew that she's not there, why did he go there?
So Ravana wouldn't even have been existed if Ravana, like Ram, wanted to, because
No, that
it's all
doesn't
part of
answer
the
my
plan.
question. If Sita did not get abducted by Ravan, the question is, why did Ram build an army, the monkey army, build a bridge, went through all that trouble to go all the way to Lanka? But
So
he
you
knew
should
all
ask.
along that Sita was never in Lanka.
You should ask the question: if Ram is God, then why did he even
No,
let
no, no.
Ravana
Whether
to
he's God or
exist in the
human, the
first place?
question still remains. Why did he go through the trouble of
That's the
rescuing
reason.
Sita when Sita was not even kidnapped, according to you?
That's the
That's the
reason he's
question.
God, and this is what he's projecting to the world is called a Leela. It's an illusion for the
So
entire
basically,
world to
he's
see.
deceiving the
While,
world. He's deceiving the
yeah,
world. Yes, is that what he's saying? Okay, what did he achieve
deceiving.
by
Not you
deceiving the
wouldn't
world?
say. You wouldn't say it's deceiving.
what was
No,
his
it is
reason to do
deceiving.
this?
If he knew she's not kidnapped, and he goes and deceives not only all his army, because they didn't know, obviously,
Mhm.
did they?
So
Did the
this is
army
all
know
done to
that
teach a
Sita wasn't
lesson, right?
kidnapped?
This is all done to teach a lesson that good
No, no. Answer
always
the question before
comes
we come
over.
to the moral lessons or not. Did the army of Ram know Sita was not in Lanka?
I don't think the army knew that,
Okay, so he
but Ram
deceived
knew.
the army, right? He deceived the army because he said
Yes,
he's going to rescue her.
Did Hanuman knew that as well?
I don't think he did.
Okay, so he deceived Hanuman as well. Whom else did he deceive? Did Vibhishan know it?
Nope.
No. What about Sugriva?
I don't think anyone would,
Okay,
but
so he
Ram would
deceived
know this.
all of them
Ram
basically.
and
Is that what you're
Sita.
saying? That
Yes.
he's going to rescue Sita when he knew, but none of them knew. Now you
Correct.
tell me what is a moral lesson in this? But the deception, what is a
So
moral
when
lesson?
so it's not about morality. First of all, the whole story is for the general public, not for the devotees. The devotees, for all they are concerned. So all the entire army should be considered as a devotee. So Hanuman,
He
Sugriv,
deceived the
Vibhishan.
devotees. That's what you told me
Yes.
basically. Now, what is the moral lesson behind deceiving your own devotees? What is the moral
Because
lesson?
it's a loving exchange, he wants them to engage
I don't
in
think
his
deception is
service.
considered loving in any language.
I mean, it could be,
Really? Give me an example.
for example, like a dad wants to make his kids happy, and
Mhm.
he plays along with their mischiefs, let's say.
Where's the deception there?
The dad knows that the kid's trying to,
No. Where's the
like,
deception? Do you know what deception means?
I think. Tell me if I'm correct, Messick. Are you trying to say that, like, when a little girl is playing with dolls and imagines they're real, then the parent playing along, and that being an acceptable form of deception? Is that what you're saying?
to
No,
some degree, not exactly, but to
that's
some
just
degree.
imagination. It's not deception.
Well,
No,
this
but
is
that
yeah, this
You
is
play
really
along with the
interesting.
child. you act like a child, that doesn't
I
mean
said
you're
to some
deceiving the
degree.
child.
I said to
Deception,
some
wait,
degree.
putting people's lives in danger by deception is a completely different thing altogether. You cannot compare that thing with his or her child.
Nobody's
A
life
parent thing with
was
his or
in
her child.
danger here.
However, in this, like you said, everyone was putting their lives at stake because it's a war. Ramayana is a war. Do you agree?
It is, but the ones who got, even Ravana got moksha. Even the soldiers who died got moksha.
It's not
This
about
this
getting
was
moksha. It's not about getting moksha. It's
moksha
about,
is the ultimate goal in Hinduism. So
yeah. So you're saying
that's the.
a demon who's. By the way, why did Ravan get killed if he didn't kidnap her? If he didn't, if Ravan
But
did not kidnap Sita, why did he get killed
his intentions
by
were
Ram?
wrong. For
Huh?
all God cares, the intentions were wrong.
No, wait. Whose intentions were wrong? He never kidnapped her,
Ravana's.
but
He
he did not
kidnapped the
kidnap
Maya
her.
Sita. He thought he was kidnapping the real Sita, but he ended up kidnapping the illusion.
Okay, and
And
Ram
then
knew
therefore
this,
this
right?
shows
Ram knew
Ram
this,
knew
right?
this. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so Ram should know that this is a Leela that he himself created for Ravan to be deceived.
No, but his intentions were wrong. God checks us on our
Ram's
intentions,
intentions were
not our.
wrong because he's the one who created the
How
Leela.
was
To confuse everybody.
God can test us anytime, and
Dude,
we
hold
have to
on.
But as
be we
soon
have to
as
be rigorous in.
A few
Deceiving
questions. Message.
Ravan that he kidnapped her and then punishing him, that is the ultimate injustice.
Yeah.
But
A few
no, but his
questions. Message.
intentions were wrong. So
Message. Question number one. Hold on. Question number one. How old are you?
25.
25.
He's old enough. Yeah.
Okay. And where did you I don't know what to say, derive this theory or learn this theory or came to these conclusions? Where did you get this from?
Like what conclusions are you specifically?
All whatever you said,
The
it's not
theory
at
that it
all
wasn't
in
Sita,
sync.
it was a Sita Maya,
Yeah.
all this.
It's not
By
in
the way,
sync with
can you
the.
give us a reference for this source?
Yes, it's not in sync
Oh,
with the mainstream
Maya,
Hindu
Maya,
mythology.
yes,
No,
obviously,
the
because mainstream
Sita Maya took the place of the real Sita. What is the reference for that?
Aranya Kand. I don't
What?
have the exact, but I can Aranya Kand.
Okay, but you don't know where it is.
I can check for you.
Yeah, please do check. But in the meantime, I want to know at the end, why did Ram, after she's been saved from the Agni Pariksha, then still he basically exiles her to the forest at the end? I
Yeah,
think Brother
so
Samir
this has
can give you
many
some details
reasons.
on that.
This has many reasons. So
Okay.
firstly, one of them is once Sita and Ram were talking and they said, when we have kids, we would love to raise them in an ashram, Valmiki's ashram among sages and gurus, so they get a good lifestyle
No, but that wasn't the
instead of,
reason given
being.
by Ram, was it? What
But
was the
that,
reason given by Ram?
yeah, so that I am coming to that. I'm coming to that. So this was like all part of the plan. Ram even like if Ram wanted, Ravana even wouldn't have existed. Sita wouldn't have been kidnapped, or they wouldn't even need everything. So this is a part of the plan. Even Ram saying those things to Sita is a part of the plan. So
No,
Ram said
Messick.
those things to Sita to in like as a retribution to what she had said to Lakshman when Marich came to kidnap, when Marich came to distract Ram and Lakshman, so Ravana could kidnap Sita.
No.
Long
You
story.
did not understand the question I asked. I asked you, what was the reason given by Ram in Ramayana for disowning her?
Yeah, so Ram said you've been with Ravan for so long, and then I don't trust your purity, which is he's acting. He doesn't mean it, obviously.
He's acting.
Obviously.
Whom is he talking to? Is he talking to Sita Maya or the real Sita?
This was for the devotees. This is
No.
for
Whom was
us
he
and the
speaking to
devotees.
here? He's obviously speaking to Sita. But which one? The fake one or the
He
real
was
one?
he was speaking to obviously Chaya Sita,
Oh, wait a minute.
Maya
So you're
Sita.
saying after the Agni Pariksha, he's still speaking to the Maya Sita.
Yes.
This is
Why?
weird.
The real
No,
Sita
after the Agni
you said the
Pariksha.
real Sita came out of the
Oh, sorry.
of
The
fire.
after, sorry. See, the after the Agni Pariksha, I should have
He
been
got
speaking to
himself
the real
tangled
one.
up again.
Okay, Messick, let me explain. In Aranya Kand of the Valmiki Ramayana, the traditional the Sanskrit version does not, traditional Sanskrit version does not have the concept of Maya Sita. Okay, it is not mentioned in the original Valmiki text. The later, much later, the commentators introduced the version of Maya Sita, and this is like a concept, to protect Sita's chastity, explaining that she was never truly in Ravana's
It is basically damage control.
Yeah. And then they wanted to preserve her divine purity. Since Sita is considered a manifestation of Lakshmi, it was deemed inappropriate for her to be touched by Ravana. Number 3.
I mean, that's something you read off WhatsApp.
Hold on.
That's exactly where you read it.
It's not WhatsApp. It's not WhatsApp.
He's reading it off WhatsApp.
No,
I am
he's
not.
right.
I'm not.
That's the reason you're
So
unable
there
to
are
give
there are Hindu-phobic websites all over the internet. There are WhatsApp universities.
Masek, this is not from WhatsApp. I'm sorry. I'm telling you, this is not from WhatsApp. I can send you the link. And it's trying to show a divine wisdom in the entire thing, like Ram and Sita as incarnation of Vishnu and Lakshmi. They foresaw that event much earlier and allowed this Leela divine play to unfold. Okay, this is much later added by commentators. In the original version of Valmiki, it is not there.
Can you share the source? I mean, who would
you
write
haven't
that?
provided the source for this.
You tell us the source.
You're the one who got all this
from.
I think the onus is on you to provide the source or the reference for that.
Yeah,
so far,
Maya Sita is not in. Let's make it really simple. Maya Sita is not in the Ramayana, right?
Yes.
It's not in
Ramayana.
there.
Yes.
Ramayana. Sorry, I mispronounced. Yeah. So Maya Sita's not in there. So going back to the really simple question, you believe the scriptures are true, but sometimes you believe they're false, and there's some other scriptures. Because the one we're referring to, you say, no, that's wrong. Actually, she was a Maya Sita. So you're saying the scripture as it's written is wrong because it's the actual story is the one you gave, which is different from the story that we have access to from
Can I just quickly
Ramayana.
look up where it's mentioned?
Yeah, go ahead.
And then give me a couple of
If
minutes.
you can find the reference. In the meantime, I would like to invite, if there are any Hindus watching or listening,
can I come back?
Come forward. Say again.
Yeah.
No, you can stay
on. Back?
You can stay here and look for it. No problem.
Okay, thanks.
We just don't want to have a quiet stream while you spend time looking.
But did you understand what I mentioned earlier to you? That after Sita went through the Agni Pariksha.
Yeah, I can explain that as well.
No, you said the real Sita came out.
Right.
But Ram is having a discussion with this real Sita, not the Sita Maya.
Yes, I get that. I can explain the entire thing as
now you have to answer this question. Why did he disown her?
Yeah, so this is one of the reasons.
Which is?
Yeah, one of the reasons is in earlier part of the Ramayana, it is also mentioned there was a washerman who was spreading gossips and rumors about Sita being unchaste and impure and whatnot. So this washerman was actually a demon who did a lot of penance to Brahma, pleased him, and asked for a boon that in any case, if Shakti and Shaktiman get separated, I become immortal. If Shakti and Shaktiman are together, I become immortal. Shakti and Shaktiman in this case are Ram and Sita. If they become separated, there's a way to kill him.
So you're telling me Ram actually listened to the rumors of a demon?
No, you're not getting it.
And then disowned Sita. Is that what you're saying?
No.
That's how I understand.
That's not what I'm saying.
So explain to us, why did he disown?
Have to go slow.
I still want to know why Ram disowned Sita after the Agni Pariksha.
Yeah, so this is the reason. What a demon did a lot of penance, asked for a boon. What's the boon? If Ram and Sita come together, I will be immortal. So Ram and Sita have to be separated in order to kill this demon. This demon was killed later.
Okay, and where is that written? What you just said?
This is also in Ramayana.
Where? What's the reference?
The reference for this I haven't done.
You haven't provided a single reference so far. It is always
come back
trust
to
me,
you
bro.
with the.
We don't go with trust me, bro. We want exact reference, like the way we gave you. Ayodhya Kand. Yes.
But that's just a snippet
book
of the
number
book, right?
6.
You're just giving a snippet
chapter
of the
number
book.
115.
You haven't read
and this is what it says over there. The reason Ram gives is this. So should I believe a demon or should I believe Ram?
In the last section of Uttarakhand, last section of Valmiki's Ramayana Uttarakhand, she's given the public trial and a divine vindication. People in Ayodhya, they began to gossip. Okay, that's what the story of the washerman Dobi comes. A washerman was reported to have said, I am, to his wife, he said, I am not like Lord Ram who took back Sita after she lived in another man's house. I will not accept you if you spend even one night elsewhere. This statement, it spread throughout the kingdom and reached Ram's ears. Though he knew Sita was innocent, he felt pressured as a king to uphold his public image and the kingdom's moral expectations. That's when he said, a ruler must be above suspicion. Though I know she is pure, the people's words cannot be ignored. Then, in a heart-wrenching act, he ordered Lakshman to take Sita to the forest and to abandon her.
Yeah.
Okay. This is what it is in the last part.
Yeah, this also shows a king is above his lusty desires.
No. Wait. Before you say
this is one of the
lusty
reasons.
desires, there's nothing
reasons.
wrong in having lusty desires for your wife. That is perfectly normal. I'm assuming you're not married yet.
You're not God, bro. I mean, you can have
humans can have lusty desires. All Hindu gods have wives. Why do you think?
But they have wives for a reason. They can
okay, what was the reason Ram got married to Sita?
Sita is a manifestation of his energy.
No. Why did he get married to her? Why did he get married to her?
Marriage is a tradition created by humans.
Of course, no one's saying that marriage is not a tradition. The question is
created by humans. So
hang on, if it's created by humans, how did the gods do it in the stories?
But it is a moral tradition.
Did Ram have children
just
or not?
Cheat around. Obviously he did.
Okay, so did that happen with lust or without lust?
It could happen without lust.
Could it happen with lust?
It could happen with lust as well.
Gods can have lust then. Thank you.
Gods can choose to have lust. Gods can choose not to have lust. That you're not making your point, bro.
Why would he actually, disown his own wife? Number one, does Ram have any duty towards his wife, or he doesn't?
He does.
Okay, was his duty to abandon her and make the people or his own subjects happy?
They already decided we will raise our kids in an ashram.
No. I'm asking you.
That's what they did.
Does Ram have a duty to look after his pregnant wife or not?
Yes, he did.
Okay, did he look after her?
No.
Okay, so he's basically gone against his dharma, his duty of looking after his wife.
But he has a dharma of looking over the kingdom.
It doesn't matter if he has a dharma of being a king. If you are the
prime minister of this country,
if he has a dharma of being a king, that means he has a duty as a king, but he also has a duty as a husband.
But so your duty as a husband,
he breaks one dharma, one duty, to basically prioritize another one, which is becoming a king. In fact, he became a husband before he became a king, right?
He was already a king. He was exiled.
No, he was a prince. He wasn't a king.
But he was about to be. He was about to be crowned.
About to be doesn't make him a king. He's still a prince.
He took the exile upon himself
and not a king. Let's get that right.
He was about to be
That's
king.
the reason he was exiled for what, 14 years?
He took the exile upon himself.
Yes, and that coronation happens after 14 years.
Right.
Then he becomes a king. So first he got married to Sita. Then 14 years later, he becomes a king. So don't teach me Hinduism, especially Ramayana. When things go against you, his dharma as a husband has been broken. He's not this.
But your dharma as a king is supersedes.
He's not a Maryada Purushottam if he neglects his duty as a husband.
But he's taking care of the duty as a king, which is more important.
So he's a good king, we can say, but not Maryada Purushottam.
Why not?
Not an ideal man, not an ideal husband.
I mean, that's your opinion.
That's what you just said.
It's more than
you are the one who said he did not fulfill his right as a husband.
Messick, it's not just an opinion. A number of times in this, you've had to resort to saying, "Oh, but it's different with gods. It's different." But then he can't stand as an example for humans. You can't have it both ways. We need to either say he's not an example for humans, an example of the ideal human. He's a god from whom we take some morals or whatever. Or you
But
say,
isn't God the highest standard of everything, morality? And then can we not project God as the ideal being?
Where is the
well, no,
morality
this
in
is the
abandoning your
problem, Messick.
pregnant wife? Where is the
He's taking
morality in
care
that?
of the entire kingdom. That
No,
supersedes the
Messick,
morality of,
His wife is also his
Messick,
subject.
you're
Why
missing
does
the
he not take
point.
care of her?
he's not,
You're really missing.
wife is not a subject for
Of
him.
course she is. He's a
Of
king.
course he's not.
He's her king and her husband. Don't forget. She's his
No.
queen as well.
You said Maryada
his-
Purushottam means it's an ideal man. So in
And
every
wait a
sphere,
second. Sita
every
doesn't have
sphere
a
he's
problem with
supposed
this.
to be
Why
an
do
ideal
you?
man.
Sita doesn't have a
No.
problem with this. Why do you have
No,
a problem with
Sita
that?
does have a problem. That's why
Where
she
does
Did
it
have
say
a
that?
problem.
she was surprised that Ram would utter such words against her. And she cried actually.
What words? What
Oh,
words?
you don't know the words?
What words?
Oh,
That he
gee,
didn't care about her,
let me
and
give
that
you
he
the
didn't
words in
do any
Hindi
of this
because
for her.
maybe you will understand it better. Here it is. This is in Hindi for your sake, okay? So let me just bring it up for you. Hold on, actually. Is this the right one? You understand Hindi, right?
I'd prefer English.
Because we already saw this same kind of clip in English. So for those people maybe who prefer Hindi as an explanation, here we go. Oops, what's happened here? Let me just refresh that.
You have to click on details.
No.
No.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि ईश्वर के अवतार राम, तो जो रामायण में 4 प्रसंग ऐसे आते हैं जिनको हम किसी भी तरह जस्टिफाई नहीं कर सकते। शूर्पणखा की नाक काटना, बाली का धोखे से बाली की हत्या करना, सीता को गर्भवती अवस्था में वन में छुड़वा देना और तपस्या करते हुए शंभू की हत्या कर देना।
Okay, this was not the one I wanted to bring, but these are the 4 basically vices of,
Bro, that's a meme. I mean,
4 sins of Ram. One is he cuts off the nose of some woman. Who was that?
Man, your knowledge is coming from a reel, so I'm not sure if you're really.
Bro, you
educated or
said
not.
your knowledge comes from book. So far, you haven't provided a single reference.
You don't give me time. I can.
Okay,
I can
now
keep
is your
silent
time.
and
While
look
I'm
for.
And also,
while I'm
his
playing the
knowledge
clip,
does
go and
not
find
come
the
from
reference for the
reels.
first one where Sita Maya is there. Go on, find the
Yeah.
reference for that.
And I would thank you to not be so manipulative and disrespectful, trying to say, bro, your knowledge comes from reels, when he's obviously showing a particular reel. He's not, and he's given plenty of sources throughout from the books. He's read the books all over, better than
But
most of
that's
the
a
Hindus that
snippet
come
of a
on.
book. He hasn't read the
Better
entire
than
book,
most
I
of the
believe.
Hindus that come on a stream. Apparently better than you, and more extensively than you as well. So,
and the
have a
reel
little
was for your
humility.
benefit in Hindi. You know, that was the reason I bring the reel. I didn't say my source is a reel. My source is a reference from Valmiki Ramayana, which I gave precisely. You, my friend, haven't provided a single reference. Go and find the reference. Now is your chance.
The reel provides you, it gives you a better idea. It makes it to explain better for you.
And I told him why I'm playing the reel. I said I wanted him to listen to it in Hindi. That's the reason.
Because at the end of the day, these claims that are coming from you, Messick, are contradicting the scriptures in various different ways. But you're also contradicting yourself in very fundamental ways, and you're not able to address any of those. You're just sort of coming back with personal attacks.
Yeah. So while Messick is finding that particular reference, Brother Samir, do you want to just translate that previous reel that was played in Hindi, inshallah?
Yeah.
So there are the 4 sins of Ram that we
there
saw.
were 4 sins. Yeah, one is chopping off the Supranaka's nose, and there was the other. The main one is sending his pregnant wife to exile. The third is when he was what was his name? He was doing tapasya, and
so one was Bali.
Bali was through treachery. He killed Bali through treachery, through treacherous means. So that one, and the last one was the what's his name? I forget.
He kills a Shudra.
A Shudra who was doing penance. He was doing penance. He was in tapasya. And these are the 4 crimes of Ram. You can say
Ram sins.
Yeah, sins of Ram. Yeah. The man who was speaking, he himself is a Hindu actually, and he says that there is no justification for all these 4 acts of Ram. This is what he mentions.
Can I stay in the back studio while I search? Because it's,
You can stay there, no
disturbing
problem.
too.
No
You
one
can
is watching
come
you.
back.
Your video is off anyway.
Yeah, so I can come back and then give you the reference for that.
Okay, no problem.
It's okay.
Fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hopefully you'll come back, yeah?
I'm staying here. I'm in the back studio.
Okay, no problem. All right. So while that guy's gone, let's bring somebody else in. Anand Dwivedi. Dwivedi, is that right? Anand, can you hear us? Hello? Is he going to sleep? We can't hear you, Anand. You need to speak up. Okay. So Dwivedi is a surname for the higher caste, the Brahmins. I think
Dwivedi, Trivedi.
Yeah,
Dwivedi, Chaturvedi.
They were the
all the
keepers
four.
of two of the Vedas, I guess. That's what Dwivedi is.
That'd be very interesting to have a higher caste perspective. We don't tend to get those. We tend to get the lower caste.
Oh, we do, yeah. So if their name is like
usually when we ask them,
Sharma
they're
or
of the lower
Dwivedi or
caste,
something
so.
like that, you can tell.
Mm.
Yeah. Right, we got Rohit Kumar. Hi, Rohit.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum salam. How are you doing?
Yeah, so listening
It's
to
been
the
a
chat.
while since we heard from you. Everything okay?
Yeah, everything is okay. I used to watch the stream, but just don't want to participate. Just want to stay away from. Yeah. So one of the things that I think these guys are missing is if you see the whole story in perspective of Ramayana, in the later part when you see when the Love and Kush defeated the whole army of Ram actually, his two sons. Yeah, so they try to kind of project it as that everything was supposed to be like that. The Sita Sita Mata.
The problem is whenever they get stuck, for them the get out clause is Maya or Leela.
Yeah, it's
a get out clause. Like, this is the place of the gods. I mean, what are they playing at? Deception, deceiving an entire army, putting their lives at risk. Seriously, what are we learning from this?
And one of the things is like I think Sameer sir would be able to pick it up. Like, do you know, sir, what's the idiom means? Naak kat jana.
Yeah. Naak kat jana means
dishonor
it's like
somebody.
No.
Dishonor,
Dishonor, right?
So there is for example, Hashim, there is a statement, apni biradari mein naak kat gaya, kind of.
Yeah, it means dishonor, yeah. What do you think?
So this term was used for Shurfanka in the Ramayana. And some people are saying that this is not literally happened, it's a metaphorical sense.
Yeah.
The act of Lakshman towards the sister of Ravan.
Yeah.
It's not just all very straightforward, and they just make things up around it.
Yeah, but if it was just dishonoring, let's say, Ravan's sister, then Ravan actually comes and kidnaps Sita. That was his revenge, isn't it?
Yes.
Lakshman, the brother of Ram, cuts off the nose of what was the name? That
Shurfanka.
What's the name?
Shurfanka.
Okay, I can never remember her name. Anyway, I just call her Ravan's sister, and she goes and complains to Ravan about her ordeal, and that is the reason he comes and takes revenge by kidnapping Ram's wife Sita.
Yeah, that's the whole, like one of the stories is like this one. In the 300 stories, in the 300 variants they have, and that's the main thing. Like it's, and in New Delhi, it's
they say it's metaphor, but it's in the main version, the original version of Ramayana by Valmiki, it is clearly stated this part of the story that Lakshman literally chops her nose.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about many variants. Like in Odisha, there's another. In Odisha, it's different, and West Bengal, it's different. But in New Delhi, UP, Haryana, like this, the Valmiki one we used to follow. And so.
Right, we got Anand Dwivedi back. Hopefully his mic is fixed. Anand, can you hear us?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, now we can hear you.
You are audible.
Where are you calling from, Anand?
The second time. Last time it was with the Kumbh stuff.
Oh yeah. That was a
My
while
friend
back.
directed you. Sorry.
That was a while back, yeah.
Oh, I could remember because one of my Muslim friend is a great fan of you guys. So he directed. Yes, you are quite popular here.
He
So
recommended us. Yeah, nice of him.
today also he just. But
Okay.
I saw it's the topic about Diwali.
Yeah.
So is it about? I mean, you want to understand about Diwali, but I saw a few clips. They were
No.
just the
It's not
ex-Muslim
exactly.
version of some
So we are
Hindus.
discussing the history which led to Diwali. So this is like we can call it the dark past within Hinduism that
Okay.
eventually led to the festival of Diwali. But you know what? The lights and all these fireworks and all this hidden underbelly, which many people do not want to talk about. For example, they consider Ram and Sita to be god and goddess. Yeah. However, when we
Yeah.
look at their story in Ramayana, it doesn't add up
Right.
as someone who is a Maryada Purushottam. I'm assuming from your surname, you are from a Brahmin caste, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think the story in Valmiki Ramayana is accurate or the other versions are accurate?
Well, first let me tell about myself. I am a Brahmana, and nothing about that. Nothing wrong or that. I got my surname from my parent.
Yeah,
So
of
it's
course.
just like, you know that. Last time, some ugly creatures on they just were taking uh, my name and making joke of it about my surname, which they should have apologized.
Yes,
So
it's
this
not
we
right
got from
to
my.
mock somebody's
Yes.
name. Yeah,
Yes,
you're
on your
absolutely right.
channel, they were mocking my surname, that how many Vedas and all this. So,
Look,
yes, but if,
people in the
yeah,
comments will say anything, and we unfortunately do not
no,
have
no,
control over them.
people who were treated as intellectual on your life, they were taking that. So, anyway,
So
that is past. We
if
can
that was
bury
the
past.
case, then I would
You can
apologize
check
on
your
their behalf.
videos.
But
Yeah,
if they
that's,
were
I
panelists,
appreciate.
most of our panelists wouldn't do that unless they were coming as guests. So that's different. But anyway, let's get back
Your
to
guest
the.
is this. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sometimes we do have guests, yeah, and we don't have control over
You remember I even gave them back that one of the name was Ali. So I said, are you a relative of Prophet Muhammad? You are also taking your Ali surname from your past, right? If you could remember that.
I don't
So,
recall, but Ali is actually a first
yes,
name.
yes.
It's not
Anyway,
yeah.
yeah.
All right, so let's
So
get back to the
coming,
topic.
whether it
Yeah.
is the context about Diwali, because I follow the Dvaita philosophy, to be very honest.
Okay.
But at the same time, I appreciate if people living in the world have different level of mental thoughts, and human mind is controlled by mind, heart, emotions, everything. I do not believe in anything free will. So if somebody based on his background is believing in certain type of stories, tradition, custom, and in Bhakti Marg, if somebody is believing, it's fine. And I have read the book, I have in my house, and many of my family members respect Rama as God. But I believe personally, and it's nothing wrong if somebody is benefiting by his belief or faith system. Do you
So
find
you
anything
personally
wrong in
don't
that?
believe Ram is God, or is that the case?
I follow the Dvaita Vedanta. I think you are quite aware of that.
Yeah.
But still, I respect the way, the narrative, yes, but certain part of it, Ramayana, we call it Prachep in Sanskrit. Like in machine learning algorithms, we say if the numbers are going in a certain pattern, so mainly the Uttarkanda part, we call it Prachep. That means based on the linguistic symptoms or the way it has been written in the past, is it a mixture? But it's still okay, fine. But I was really panicked with the video which was shown by this gentleman. You can consider him just some ex-Muslim creating propaganda against Muslim
Sorry,
faith, and
which video are you talking about?
the Hindi video which you shared.
No, this guy is actually he's a well-known professor in Delhi University.
Rajkumar Bhatti.
Yeah, he's not.
I know. He's just an ex-Muslim version, whatever
he's
you
not an
can call
ex-Muslim.
him.
He's a Hindu still. He's
And
still a Hindu.
just like somebody is an ex-Muslim and goes and creates some bad name against prophets. You know many channels are doing this
So
just to
if
get
you,
viewership.
Yeah, it's a
he
false
is just
equivalence.
version of
No,
Hindu.
it's not a correct equivalence, though, is it? It's like somebody who is still a Hindu and is a respected professor at a university is not the same thing as someone
and he
who
provides
becomes
references. He's not just
ex-Muslim and then
someone who
makes up.
Okay, is he the professor of the same topic on which he is speaking? It's just like somebody is a doctor and going and telling something about chemistry.
Okay,
So,
so
gentlemen, with due respect, try to understand that. If you want me to counter his argument, I'm ready to face.
Anand, we are not professors, okay?
No, that German, he was saying, pause, Hakim. No, don't try to on me. If he's a professor of a different subject and he's speaking, sending his opinion on a different subject.
Anand, again, let me just clarify this. Anybody who's a professor, right, of any subject is at a certain level of being able to provide sources and give coherent positions and arguments. It's not to say that he's an authority. We're not saying he's an authority on every subject or he's an authority on this subject because of his professorship. It's just that this guy is saying things clearly.
Oh, come on. I can give you several Muslims who are still Muslims.
Stop.
Okay.
Anand, please behave. And crucially, is giving references. And that's why you should not have jumped in over me. Crucially, he is giving sources and references. So that is where the validation comes from. So if you want to similarly give sources and references and give structured, coherent arguments, then we can deal with that. What we can't deal with is people sort of making up claims and saying, "Oh, treat this guy like he's some random ranting ex-Muslim. Ignore him."
Okay, I got you. You want me to counter his argument?
Now, Anand, are you talking about those 4 examples?
Yeah.
Okay, you want, I can counter that, Samir, if you allow.
Before you do that, just want to say, Assalamu alaikum, brother Ali. Welcome to the stream.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you guys hear me?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So, Anand, let me ask you something. You being from the philosophy of Advaita Vedanta, do you consider Ram as a historic figure or a mythological figure?
Ram as a historical or mythological figure? I will pause to that question. At the moment, let us discuss this fourth.
No. Wait. Why would you not answer that question?
If I say, you gentlemen, with due respect to your faith, you have mentioned
no need for what about
okay. No. When you are asking somebody, you have to give a better counter answer.
Comparing it
if
to
somebody
Muslims,
is believing,
ex-Muslims is pointless. Just answer the question. According to you, as an Advaita Vedantic philosopher of following the philosophy, is Ram a historical figure or is he a mythological figure? The
best answer is, at the moment I say I don't know. I would not say whether he existed or he did not exist.
Okay.
Will you satisfied with that?
No problem. If you're saying you don't know, I'll accept that. Okay. In what era do you think he existed, if he did?
There are contradictions between the calculations because the people who do calculations, sometimes they say he was in Dwapar, but the method of calculating of yugas is contradictory in nature. We have discussed this also in past, Hashim.
Okay, so
that
when you
different
say,
variations,
I think the Indians were very good at mathematics, astrology. So for you to say that there were major differences in their calculations, talking about millions of years of differences, then that is not acceptable.
No, sometimes you see the interpretation and vocabulary is such that if you know Indians invented
you said
zero.
Calculations. You did not say interpretation. Big difference.
Interpretations,
in mathematics, calculation.
If you want love to hear your own voice, Hakim, that is different.
No. Calculations are not interpretations in maths.
No, calculation, but the logic. Interpreting somebody due to lost knowledge, like
so now
somebody.
You have changed your stance from calculation.
No, I have not changed. If you want to make your voice to be heard by your audience, that you are dominating, that is different. If you want to make it constructive, we can discuss.
No problem.
No, I'm not making a U-turn. I'm here to discuss.
I think we all heard it.
You asked me about
first
three topics you want to discuss.
Differences in the calculations. These were your words.
Yes, there are differences in the calculations.
Okay.
The reason being
interpretations. Do you agree, Anand?
Calculations are
not interpretations.
the way it is calculated. For example, if I ask, Indians invented pi and zero. If I ask you,
Oh dear.
how do you define
Okay,
pi?
so you're
No,
going
no,
to
no,
now
no,
use
Hashim.
philosophy to
Hold,
tell me
hold, hold, hold,
definitions
hold.
of
No, no,
interpretation.
no, no, no.
Seriously.
How will you define pi?
How will you
People
count?
are
How will
differentiating.
you count? With interpretation or by calculating? How will you count?
How will I count?
Yes.
I will count numerology by interpretation.
Okay, so
There are certain words in
you're counting your
Sanskrit, when
money,
they were
you're using
transferred.
interpretation. When you're counting your money, do you use interpretation or do you use maths?
I use math.
Thank you. So not interpretation. Don't try to play this psychology with me.
No. Come on.
Because
Don't
I
try.
can see you out far away. No
I am
problem.
clearly
Okay,
saying.
Let's back. You said you don't know in which era he was born. You said you
No,
don't know
he was
whether
born in.
wait a minute. You said
Wait,
you don't know
he was
whether he
born
was
in
a myth
Dwapar.
or whether he was
He was born in Treta. He
no
was
problem.
born in Treta.
Treta,
But
according to many people,
if you want to calculate which time did he exist, video it was 5,000, 6,000, 8,000 BC.
Give me a rough idea. When? Give me a rough idea.
Well, if I don't know, how can I give you a rough idea?
I don't want you to give me the exact
clearly
year.
Accepted.
I don't want you to give me the exact year, month, and day.
I want you to give me because there are contradictions.
3,000 years, 5,000 years, 2 million years. Give me a rough idea.
I think he was somewhere. The calculations say he could have existed somewhere 2000 BC.
Only 2000
not before.
BC. Only
somewhere, because there are. I clearly say I don't know because the logic by which the calculation needs to be done might be can be evolved later. There were several lost knowledges which were never discovered. At the moment, there is no.
According to most Hindu interpretation, he existed in the Treta Yuga, which was around 2 million years ago, not 2000 BC.
Well, I said it depended on Treta Yuga.
You can't have such a huge discrepancy.
Come on, Hashim, if you want to interrupt me,
and interpretation.
Okay, you carry on. Hashim,
okay.
Then.
So now that we have established there's no clear history, no clear dating, no clear about even his existence, let's get back to the
Hashim, hold.
Yeah.
Hashim. There are several things in everybody's religious scriptures. They do not have history or existence proof. So will you apply the same logic to all the religions?
I'll tell you what, I will speak about, I will actually speak about this particular topic. If you come in the Islam Q&A, listen to this. When we have an open Q&A and we can take any topic right now, if we go to another tangent, we'll be here for a long time.
I was just discussing before the conception whether it is applies.
I will use the same interpretation. I will use the same logic. I will use the same methodology in order for me to answer such questions when it comes to the Islamic paradigm. Is that okay for you?
Okay.
Yeah. But the specifics of those, we can wait till the open Q&A when we have it. If you come, I'll be more than willing to answer that question. Okay.
Okay. Now, let us come here.
Now let's get back to the moral issues that we were actually discussing. For example, do you believe that Sita, was it appropriate for Sita to go through an Agni Pariksha, a fire test, after her ordeal of being captivated by Ravan for a year, and then Ram rescuing her, and then even after passing the test, the Agni Pariksha, the fire test, he still disowns her and tells her, I have nothing to do with you, go with any man, my brother, or this demon.
No, this is you putting. Did he tell that go with other men, Hashim?
Yes.
Don't try to master the art of
demons. We gave references.
Can you show me the scripture?
Yes, I'll show you. No problem. In fact, the reason.
Hashim, don't try this on me. He did not say.
Listen,
and remember,
you don't even know what
read it directly from the text, and read it directly from the text.
We all read it from the text.
Okay, read it.
Have you read? By the way, have you read Ramayana yourself, Anand?
Yes, I have read. Don't worry, Hashim. There are 4-5 versions of Ramayana.
No,
at the moment I'm connected with mobile.
Which version do you believe in?
Let us come. I believe in Ramcharitmanas. Have you read that?
Okay, so you believe in the Tulsidas version.
Yes, Tulsidas.
Okay, do you know Valmiki Ramayana was way before that?
Way before that. But during several, passing on, there are several things called Prakshep. We called it Prakshep. We found it, the language and patterns, everything. It is a mixture. Because if
what are you trying to say? It is unreliable? Is that what you're saying?
See, if it is, you tell a story that Hashim was a gentleman, Hashim going for a cup of tea, all of a sudden you say that Hashim entered a temple and he started worshipping some idols, which is considered sin. I will say this is an added version. So this is how.
Look. No need to make jalebis. Just say it was according
No,
to
no, not jalebi. I'm clearly, when the pattern recognition is got, we call it
clear
prachep.
words. You do not consider Valmiki Ramayana to be reliable. Is that right?
I said some of the portions are prachep. We call in Sanskrit as prachep. That means a fair chances that during interpolation or time, time passes, everything was learned by memories. Something has been mixed up.
Okay, so it's corrupted.
We call it prachep. Prachep, we call it some mixture is there.
No need to play this Sanskrit game. Just say you consider it to be corrupted.
Sometimes you need
don't like
to choose some respectful word. No, I can also use some direct language. We can say prachep. That means some misinterpolation has happened. You can,
according to you, man.
Please.
Come on. That's exactly
you
what
can say misinterpretation. Please respect other person's feeling. Although I'm from Advaita.
So all this.
You are laughing at yourself.
No, I'm
if
not
you are calling a guest and
I'm
you are
actually laughing at you because most of the Hindus consider the Valmiki Ramayana to be more reliable.
You asked my opinion. I said Ramcharitmanas. You asked my opinion. Yeah. You asked my opinion. I said
about Valmiki. What's your opinion about him?
He must be the. He was okay. The opinion about Valmiki. Whenever he read, we went into lot of periods where the original texts were not stored. So while period that, even once we were the Gita Press, when it was doing some research, it found Valmiki versions of southern part of India was slightly different, northern part of India slightly different from the eastern part of India. So there is some difference there. When it comes like the Sambhuk Parv, I did not find it any other like Tulsi Ramayana or other Ramayana, but it is inserting here. So we call it prachep. Even the language which is written, the pattern, 11 and 13 pattern Sanskrit, which is in most of the Valmiki, it is not coinciding with the prachep part of. So we call it prachep, some mixture. We call it mixture. You say it is correct.
Unreliable. It's still originally Hashim said unreliable before he said corrupted, and you said no. And we went on this long roundabout for you to explain exactly unreliable.
Yeah.
So I said I believe in the Ramcharitmanas. It is much more linguistic poetry.
You're amongst the minority because most Hindus actually read the Valmiki Ramayana. They trust it more.
Yes, okay? But in the several forums,
just like of Advaita Vedanta, you're still a minority amongst the mainstream Hindus. Because most of the people that I spoke to who follow your philosophy of Advaita Vedanta consider all of these gods to be mythology. Okay? Are you aware of
that? I am aware of that.
Okay. Do you agree with them?
Everybody has their own opinion.
I'm asking
I said I don't know. See, if before
you don't know it's a mythology or not. Okay, no problem. So with regards to Valmiki Ramayana, for example, Ayodhya Kand. Okay. Now, how would you identify something is correct or not? Because you were not there 2000 BC, according to you. So how would you identify the truth from the false? What is your criteria?
So my criteria is I had considered the most proficient person, Ramcharitmanas. If I see the moral first, when the dharma and moral principle, if something is matching with my Advaita philosophy of Upanishad, I consider it correct. When it is not matching, I consider it prachep. And when it comes to Ramayana, I take Tulsi's Ramayana as the most reliable source. Not only in terms of linguistics.
Is what? The Upanishad? What did you say?
Yes, I follow Upanishads.
Okay, so is Ram mentioned in the Upanishad?
No.
Then?
I think what he's saying is, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Upanishads is his grounding, and whatever is consistent with what he's derived from the Upanishads, he thinks is reliable. And whatever is inconsistent
to the point. Correct.
In the Upanishads.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. I understand.
So Brother Hashim, unfortunately, he didn't answer the question because you asked him what his criteria was to remove the falsehood from the truth, which was false. And that is an objective question you asked him. Based on what I've heard, he's essentially saying my criteria is what I decided to be. And if I decide this is the most reliable, that's going to be my criteria. So he doesn't have a criteria because he keeps...
if I remember correctly, he said if it aligns with his philosophy of Advaita Vedanta. But I told him very clearly that most Advaita Vedanta consider the existence of all these avatars as being metaphoric or as being something that is a mythology, stories made up to impart moral lessons to people. Have I got this right with regards to your philosophy, Anand?
No, you are. If you tell Hashim, it's a very fair saying that if you write 80% correct and mix 20 things, it looks ugly sometime. Let me explain. If you go to a Bhakti person, he will say when Rama returned after 14 years, Diwali started. But if you go to an Advaiti, very simple, you will understand. We say that we rely a lot on the astronomical times. So when the new moon Amavasya of Hindu month of Kartik falls here, we consider it as the period when we should light up everything because it's full darkness and we should celebrate Diwali. So, how will you explain to the common masses? So, it is also there. Might be it has happened if Rama existed with due respect to him. Might be he had came at the same time. So,
Okay. If
two
he
people take it
existed,
two different.
that's
Yeah,
fine. If he existed, then you should have some evidence. If you don't even know when he existed, let alone some artifacts with regards to his time period or something, then
you're right.
that is very questionable about him being anyone from history. Because
Hashim,
if
you are questioning. I myself said that if you ask an Advait Vedanti, I will
yeah,
describe Diwali like this.
no, I
The
asked about
astronomical way.
Ram. Why did you go to Diwali, which is based on some
So
astrological?
I clearly
No,
say
hold
I
on, hold on,
don't
hold on.
know
I asked about a
if he
particular
physically
person,
existed or not.
but
I say I don't know.
you went to a festival celebrated
Mhm,
in his name. But first, you have to understand the person for whom the Diwali is celebrated. It is not celebrated
mhm,
because it's the darkest night of the year. Okay, Amavasya here is an
mhm.
auspicious day for you guys, perhaps based on certain moon sighting. No problem. Okay, we follow the lunar
Exactly.
calendar as well, so I know this. But
Yeah.
for my question, what you have done is you have actually evaded it. My question was particularly with regards to Ram, in
Right.
whose
Ask
favor
directly.
this
You ask
festival is being
when was his
celebrated
timing? I said
as
I
a
don't
triumph
know.
of good over evil. So now the question is, if the good,
Mhm,
neither the good, the
mhm.
character who is the main character in the Ramayana, like Ram,
Okay.
if Ram didn't
Okay.
exist and Ravan did
Mhm.
not exist, would you have a Ramayana?
Okay. That's a nice question. If Ram did not happen in Advaita philosophy, we do not rely on this. But when it comes to the Bhakti Marg, we
That's
have
a
the
different
Bhakti Marg
philosophy. I
as
know.
well.
It's a different. I'm
Yeah.
asking about your philosophy. According to that
Uh-huh.
Advaita Vedanta, if Ram and Ravan did not exist,
Mhm.
then it is perfectly possible, right, in your philosophy, that he
It
could
is
be
it
just
can
a
possible.
mythological story
Mhm,
on which
mhm,
you base certain moral lessons on.
mhm. So if from the book or from a writing, whether it be poetical or liturgical, if it is going to give a sense of morality, a sense of brotherhood, a sense of something which we call as dharma, which is we call it dharan karne yog. That means you can, by learning that, if you feel, you can take as a reference for something good, for some morality, for some teachings. What is the harm in that?
No, the harm is not in the story. The harm is in the very belief that you have. If something is just a mythology, then
Okay.
anyone, look, I can make up a Harry Potter story and say, okay,
Okay.
he was a god, he had divine powers, X, Y, and Z,
Mhm,
and then create a
mhm,
religion out of it. To me, that is a
mhm.
false religion based on my uh, Islamic paradigm. That would be a
Mhm.
false narrative. But there's nothing wrong if I just make up a story, but then say that this is a made up story to impart moral lesson. There's nothing wrong in that. But what you're doing is
Well, well,
you want to have your cake
no,
and
no,
eat
no,
it as well. On one
no, no,
hand,
no, Hashim.
on
From the
one hand, you
Advaitic
consider Ram to
philosophy,
be God, but then you're
uh-huh.
not sure whether it's a mythology or real.
So
That is
how
a
does it,
problem.
I said in Advaita, it doesn't make a difference. I tell you
Exactly my
clearly.
point. So for
Mm.
you, whether he's God or not makes no difference. Am I right?
No, no difference.
So
And
for
in my
this is a
philosophy,
minority view. That's what I'm saying. Amongst the
mhm.
Hindus, this is a minority view. In fact, you are the minority of a minority. Most Hindus are following Bhakti. So they consider Ram to be a
Huh.
real figure
And I respect
who
them. Even my
existed in the
family
Treta
members
Yuga. Okay,
follow
that's
that.
fine. I'm not saying you
Yeah,
disrespect them. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that
yeah.
what you are espousing here is basically a minority view. Amongst the Hindus as well, they will reject your view. Most of them will reject your view because you come from, in fact, your own family. If they are following the Bhakti mark, or sorry, the Bhakti philosophy, they will reject your philosophy. But this is what I'm saying. The mainstream is this: they do believe Ram is a god, Sita is a goddess, and they worship them as being, worship Ram as, an ideal man. But when we read Valmiki Ramayana, again, majority of the Hindus do accept Valmiki Ramayana to be a legitimate scripture of theirs, and they would accept what's written in there. What's written in there is that there is an Agni Pariksha, and even after passing the Agni Pariksha, Sita has been disowned by Ram. And I'll give you the reference in Valmiki Ramayana.
Yes.
You will have to.
She was.
Yes. Let me finish.
She was abandoned by
you
Ram,
take this
but
up with
not the way
your
you said you
kings,
can go to other
gurus,
man. No.
with the people who wrote this. Okay, not with us, because all we are doing is quoting your scriptures.
Hashim, but you are misinterpreting. Rama never abandoned his wife. Wait,
It is the Hindus who interpreted it. I'm just reading.
If you love to hear your voice, if you don't allow me, you can carry on. Okay, you complete.
I allowed you. I said.
No, you are not asking me a question. You are lecturing me in front of your audience.
Don't try to put this on me. I'm just reading from the Hindu sources.
No, you are misinterpreting. You are misinterpreting.
I'm not the one who interpreted it.
Pause. Rama was a king. You know that. Okay.
According to the.
Okay, I go by your word.
According to the Valmiki.
When he abandoned his wife,
later became a king. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You agreed this.
That is what
he would have married 3-4 other women, but did he do that?
Say again.
After he abandoned his wife,
yeah,
he was a king.
Even so do you when acknowledge he abandoned his wife? Do you acknowledge that?
Yes, that is there in the scripture.
Okay.
But I don't find it wrong.
Do you think for an
I don't find it wrong.
Do you think it is? So you don't consider abandoning your own wife to be wrong?
He never abandoned his wife. King Rama removed is the queen. Wait, had he abandoned his wife, he could have picked up 3-4 more, asked him. And he always loved his wife. He knew
she was pregnant. For your information.
Yes, she was pregnant.
Do you think it's a husband's duty to look after a pregnant wife or not?
Well, Hashim, my colleague is a doctor. Sometimes he abandons his family just to take care of his patient.
What's your philosophy?
He was correct.
Would you abandon your pregnant wife?
I will not, because I am not so great. Okay. That requires a different level of mentality.
Great, you would abandon her. Wow.
No, if I was a king and my province, for example, Hashim becomes the Prime Minister of England, and he says that the person next to you is ugly, audience, you can remove him from the ministry. His wife was also the queen of Ayodhya. Hear me out. He did not abandon his wife. Otherwise, he could have picked up 3-4 more. Right? He could have 3-4 more. He was a king. But he never married any other women. Hashim, allow me to complete. Please respect me.
You know, Krishna had 16,000 wives.
Okay, so come on, Hashim. Come on, Hashim. Let us come to Rama. If you want, I can go with Krishna as well.
Yeah.
If you like
all I'm saying is that for you,
but you will have to allow me complete. Don't try, please. Don't try.
You said you're not so great.
Okay, you carry on.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
No, because had he been a common man, there were 2 duties. He was also the king. His wife was the queen of Ayodhya. It's not like the full majority, but a vast majority felt that we should not have XYZ person. So what he did was he abandoned the queen. He was always the king, but he never married another woman. That even during the
it's about him.
Okay.
So you're telling me his duty as a king?
As a king, yes.
Hold on.
Superseded his duty as an individual person.
I heard you.
His duty as a king superseded his duty as a individual person.
As now a husband, did he abandon his duty?
Yes. Sometimes a person going to war, his beloved wife want to keep him there.
No,
but
this is very different. This was not a war. The only reason he abandoned her was on basis of a rumor spread by a fisherman. What kind of a king believes a fisherman over his own wife?
Okay. Rumors are created in every scripture about the chastity of a woman. Yes. People have followed some or other ways. Some people have said some angel has come and he has purified that, yes, your partner is correct. This was not the case in Rama and Sita. He followed the Maryada. He said, okay, she is the queen of Ayodhya. If you don't like, I am abandoning her because I am binding my duty of, because he was binded.
His duty should be to punish the rumor that was spread.
Okay.
Punish the person who spread the rumor, because all he had to do is find out if there is any truth in that rumor, and he would have perfectly gone through with his duty as a king and as a husband. But he failed both as a king because he did not quash the rumors.
You wanted to chalk off if somebody is creating a rumor.
Wife, so he failed as a king and as a husband.
Okay. If somebody has a different view, this is the difference between you and me, Hashim. No. This is the
panel,
thought
other
of.
people.
If somebody has a different view,
as a king and as a husband.
Okay.
Anand,
no. I clearly said pause. With due respect, Hakim, his duty as a king superseded his duty as a husband.
He did not do his duty as a king.
Several times over, Anand. I'm going to use your pause. Will you pause and listen to me? You keep making your same point over and over.
No, you are cutting me out. If you want, I can leave your stream. But when I'm giving an answer, please respect.
Anand, you keep repeating the same point over and over. It's very hard to not jump in and I have to say, look, stop.
Is this a question or this is a narration?
Anand.
Just listen to Hakim. He's making a point.
You are continually missing the point. And
what is the point? Come to the point.
Listen to it, you'll learn.
There's no way of getting to the point if you keep jumping in. You keep saying about the two different duties and so on. We've already said we get that concept. You don't need to keep going back to it. You need to address the things Hashim has actually said, right? This sort of defensive and victim thing has to stop.
Otherwise, come on, Islam. You are asking me a question or you are giving your narration?
Anand, Ali, stop.
Can you
let me finish?
Can you stop interrupting? So I'm just saying, Anand, can you stop interrupting and let the brothers finish? He's making a point. You keep cutting in.
No, he's not making a point. He's giving a statement.
Stop cutting him. Stop cutting him. Stop cutting him. Wait till he's finished.
This is the whole problem, Anand. No, I was not asking you a question. Yes, I was making a point and a statement. And my point and my statement is about the way you are conducting yourself and how it is incomprehensible and impossible to have a rational, calm dialogue while you continue this behavior. I am asking you, please, to modify your behavior so that we can have a discussion that people will like to watch and that is informative and that is respectful for everyone involved, please.
I will, sure, I like your work, but at the same time, I will ask the same behavior from you guys. Agreed?
Yeah, we make a point. We wait for you to respond, okay? And if we conduct ourselves this way, we have no issues. So once again,
you make but
see, you're doing it again. I'm talking and you cut me off. Give me the same courtesy you expect of us. That's all I'm asking. So we need to address the elephant in the room here. If Ram has carried out his duty as a king and as a husband, then you would say, yes, there is some moral lesson in it. But what I see when I read Valmiki Ramayana, which is accepted by a majority of the Hindus as being authentic from their perspective, that he actually abandoned Sita on basis of suspicion because he stayed away in the custody of Ravan, the demon king, who kidnapped her. So he basically lost trust in her. And these are his words according to the Valmiki Ramayana, which clearly shows abandonment and suspicion. So this is Valmiki Ramayana, book number 6, Youth.
I know that.
Okay, chapter 115. He says, Rama informed Sita that the dishonor meted out to him and the wrong done to her by Ravan has been wiped off by his victory over the enemy with the assistance of Hanuman, Sugriva, and Vibhishan.
Please come to the bottom.
This is a point. This is a point. So listen, and please stop cutting people off when they're finishing. Even reading the scripture, you cut people off. Why you do that, man? So let me finish, and then I'll give you the chance to say it. No problem. He goes on to say, however, regarding the suspicion on the character of Sita, Rama disowned her and asked her to seek shelter elsewhere. Ram even tells Sita to seek other men and demons in marriage. These are his words. O Sita, otherwise set your mind either on Shatrughan, which is his brother, or Sugriva, or Vibhashan the demon, or according to your own comfort. What is your view with regards to this narration or this passage from Valmiki Ramayana, book 6?
Okay. Any other thing or only this question?
Let's deal with
I know
this
you will
first.
not be satisfied.
Deal with this first.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Once she was the queen of Ayodhya. Now Rama's duty as a king superseded his own, because personally Rama himself knew that he was the one who has performed Agni Pariksha according to the scriptures. So he was well versed that there is nothing wrong in the chastity of Sita and all this, but he was a king, and a vast majority of people disliked somebody where they have doubt that she has spent with Ravana, who knows she has lost her chastity. And many ill-minded people still give chastity a lot of things. They always want that chastity for them is everything. But unfortunately here, they were good amount in that. Had it was the easiest thing for Rama to crush them, to defy them, but he chose a Maryada Purushottam. He decided that okay, if a vast majority is not liking such character of women where they have doubt about his chastity, which was in their minds, I should abandon Queen Sita. But remember, he never married again, and he always knew in the later stories, that I know Sita was pure. I was the only man in her mind, in her everything. That is why he never married again. But his duty as a king superseded his own duty as a husband. Sometimes you need to take a decision on this.
Okay, so
this
how
is
did
my
so we
answer
fully
to
understood that. We fully understood that, but I don't think you understood what Hashim's guessing at.
Yeah.
Where
I am coming. If you
hang on.
if you don't interrupt, I am completing my thing.
No way I interrupted. You had a full
Okay.
passage.
Now the second,
Okay.
the second part is he asked to go with any other man. That shows that okay, if I have abandoned you, I am giving you the full liberty. That since as a husband, my king's duty is overprotecting it. I will not be possessing about you. If you wish, you can choose your other husband or any other person, whether it be any character. I will have not like, okay, I have left. And that shows he was not jealous. Like, you see many acts, okay, he should not, if she is not mine, she should not be everyone's. That shows he allowed her the full independence. You can go and choose the husband, because somewhere he knew that he had failed to do the duty of his husband due to his Maryada as a king. Anything else?
For you to say so casually that he offered her to other man and a freedom, indirectly you're saying he's divorcing her, right?
At least it should not be like.
No, don't spin. Just answer the question straight. Was he basically offering a divorce to her?
The word, see, there is no legal word divorce in Hinduism.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm speaking
it
English
was called
here.
as a.
You understand what I'm trying to address here?
Divorce is
once
when
you offer. Listen. Once your wife marries somebody else, is she still married to you?
No.
Is that a divorce?
If he's separating in the other kind, okay, in your words, you can say he was divorced, that he is giving her full freedom.
Yes or no? Simple question.
Yes.
Thank you. So why are you making jalebis every time when I ask you a simple question?
Please.
Now, wait a minute.
You know what is jalebi, Hashim? Wait. There is a very wrong meaning of pause, Hashim. You should take your word back.
No, I'm not going to take my word back because you do this all the time.
Jalebi thing is
you keep
jalebi word.
The answers unnecessarily.
Hashim, jalebi is an abuse word.
Yes.
So for your good, I'm saying.
Okay, let's use a different English word.
Jalebis is not some offensive word. It is
it
my roundabout
has a
way
dual
of
meaning.
You are elongating it for no reason. Okay, that is my way of saying
it. Making a salad.
This is your take.
It's not a bad word.
No, jalebi means going round and round and round into the whole thing. That's it.
I like jalebis, by the way.
That word is better. Round and round, you can say. But
we use
Samir, you look an Indian,
rather than making jalebis. So I prefer that. That's what I meant. It's a metaphoric way of saying.
So okay, what's wrong here?
Okay.
What's
So
wrong?
all
What
of
was
all
wrong?
of
Now
this,
you're saying
Anand,
he's offering her divorce. Okay.
Okay.
And you see nothing wrong in that.
No, nothing wrong.
Okay,
What's
what
wrong?
was the basis of him offering the divorce? Was it the rumor or was it the suspicion that she stayed with a strange demon for 1 year? What was the reason?
No, that was his maryada to serve his countrymen. The thing which was he was there and he was doing the duty as a king.
Okay,
So
it was
the general does.
so basically you're saying the answer to that question, which I asked you very clearly once again, was it the fact that he's suspicious about her, or was it the fact
He
that
was never suspicious about her personally.
well, that's
but
what that's what Valmiki Ramayana says actually very clearly. And number two, it was a rumor that was spread in his kingdom, not he being a good king. A good king would investigate the rumor. He was a bad king. He did not complete his duty as a king as well. He let his queen down. He let his subject, because being a queen, he's still his subject. Remember, he's still her king, okay? And he's still her husband. But guess what? He offers a divorce. He never investigates the rumor. He would rather the rumor be spread and listen to the rumor and then saying, I'm actually giving priority to my kingship and basically doing a favor to my subject. But he's not. He's doing injustice to his wife
as well,
and his queen and his subject.
So instead of going against the incorrect rumor and bringing truth as part of his justice, he took an action that reinforced the rumor.
He succumbed to the rumors.
He succumbed. This is not the action,
gentlemen,
of a.
that is your own opinion.
And on top of that, I just wanted to add, and on top of that, if the wife was pregnant,
there is an audio issue. There is an audio issue.
Yeah, you're getting a feedback from your audio for some reason.
Is this better, or is it still bad?
No. I cannot hear. With due respect, I cannot hear. I think the questions are good enough. The intention would be same. I guess you are trying to more demonize Rama by saying she was pregnant, more harassment was done. I understood your context if you are saying the same, right?
No, but she was pregnant. What do you mean trying to demonize him?
It's all right. See,
no, wait. You can't say we are trying to demonize. We are not spreading rumors here. We are going based on your own scripture. Okay, so Sita was indeed pregnant when he abandoned her.
Yes.
He offered her to other men and demons, basically giving her a divorce.
No, he did not offer her. He gave her chance of freedom. He said, if I am divorcing you, you are now free. He was not offering a wife exchange, which is
it's not a wife exchange. We never said wife exchange. We said
the word which you are using,
once you offer your wife to someone else, that basically is divorce. Even though you don't have the term divorce, because I don't know, maybe divorce is not allowed in Ram's time or something. But today they definitely
he was not offering to somebody else. He was giving.
Hashim,
now you are free.
Anand,
in short words, she was free.
No, but he did mention. He said not exchange, but he did mention you're free to go wherever you please. Go to Lakshman, go to Bharata, even his own brothers. He said to Shatrughan,
he said even if you wish,
any other man you wish. What about that?
Okay, so do you agree that it was based on rumor that he made his decision? Do you agree?
What is the question, Samir or Hashim?
Did he abandon her based on rumor? According to you, is not suspicion. That's fine. I will give you that. Then what was the reason? Was the reason because a rumor was spread in this kingdom? Because it wasn't based on evidence, was it? It was based on rumor. Okay. Do you think a king would investigate a rumor, a good king, or should he just believe it?
There is even if you see, even in the modern times, some of the most chaste and honest people are sometimes. So what do you want that person? An investigation, a time frame is going on.
Yes, if there is a rumor, then I think the king should investigate if he has control of his kingdom.
Okay, you are saying if a minister or somebody holding a high post in the government, if there is a rumor of corruption, he could occupy the post or leave the post, let the rumors clear, then come back. What would be the ideal condition if you are a ruler or prime minister of
England? If the rumor is that the minister is causing corruption, then they should seek evidence of this corruption. If they find evidence,
but during the evidence of process, you want him to step down or
remain in power.
You're already jumping in.
Again.
I'm still answering, and you're jumping in already. If the minister has been found guilty of the corruption, then he should be sacked. But if people spread a rumor that the minister is causing corruption, and it is just basically their claim, without evidence, then clearly that is not the right thing to do, to sack him based just on rumors. Like the way Sita was disowned by Ram just based on rumors. In fact, most Hindus say he knew she was free of any of this suspicions cast upon her. So if he knew that, then it becomes his duty to protect his queen, his wife, and his subject as a king.
Okay. So I said here he was superseded by his duties. So it was not possible him to act as a superman here. So he continued his duty as a king. He gave her Sita full freedom. Okay, I know I could not perform my duty as an husband. You are free to choose any other husband of your own. So what an honest, I did not, personally, I do not find anything wrong.
So you don't see anything wrong with a king
Let me
believing a
try
rumor.
this, Hashim. The reason you don't find anything wrong is because you keep ignoring the point and answering with something entirely different. Let's make it absolutely plain. He, based on the people in the kingdom believing a rumor, rather than addressing that rumor and showing to the people it was not true, if he believed it wasn't true, showing to people it wasn't true, rather than doing the right thing, what he did was capitulate to the rumors and cause this separation and so on with his so-called beloved, even though he knew it was wrong, all to satisfy and satiate the people in his kingdom who had succumbed to a rumor. That is not a good moral or a good kingly thing to do. You can't appeal to saying, oh, this is his kingly duty superseding his husband's duty. It is just a bad model of kingship. It's a bad moral as well. This is the key point.
If you are determined that this, but I found it okay. And after some years, she got the chance. If you read the full story, it was not like the story was done here. She was again given the chance by the same Valmiki version.
You can't deal with it by jumping.
Okay.
You can't deal with it by jumping. There's a specific point, which is about, is a king supposed to do the right thing and be moral in the way they teach? Do they act in an upright way in line with truth? Or do they, give up and succumb to untruths? What about their subjects? I don't mean just the one subject, the queen. All of the subjects, he let them all sit in rumor, and he even took an action that supports that rumor, getting rid of her, right? So all of these things, you're talking about somebody whose model of kingship they are then passing down the generations. As that example is one where he should essentially work in capitulation to corruption and do the wrong thing and not bother about truth. All of this stuff you can't justify by later on in the story.
You are giving a conclusion. You did not ask me any question, so I will not speak on that. Okay.
I did ask you a question.
Views. You did not ask me a question.
I gave you the question before, but you didn't understand it in question form. So then I brought to you what the contradiction is. You can address the contradiction, or you can admit that you cannot address the contradiction.
I said later, few years later, it took some time, but she was again given a chance, and the full rumor was clarified.
Which doesn't make
but
any
you are
difference.
Saying, but your difference is, you should have gone to the rumors making. You could have suppressed it. I know the rulers in the history have done that. Some rulers and some religious preachers, they claim that some heavenly force came and they cleared off everything, which others should also believe. These are the two other things. But here he said, okay, if you feel that the person, my wife, is not fit enough to be your queen, one way is he could have, along his wife, went to jungle again, not left his wife, but he chose to continue his dharma as a king, not forcing his people. Might be they would have been in large numbers who are having these rumors. So he continued to serve them, leaving his wife, allowing her full freedom. But when he got the chance, again he brought to test and proved that everything was correct.
No,
she already did the test before. She did the test publicly. She already did the test publicly.
No, wait a minute, guys. Do you know something, Anand? How long did he live without his wife for after he abandoned her?
13.
No, there are, wait, I know when their kids came back. It would have been around 12. I could not remember,
so
around 12 years.
Basically, this husband who is supposed to be Purushattam Maryada or Maryada Purushottam,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
he basically lost the opportunity to play with his kids. He missed out on their childhood to bring them up. In fact, he sent an army. He sent an army to attack them, right?
Oh no.
Oh, come on. You know
okay, I
that's not in
cannot
Valmiki?
say.
Yeah. So Hashim,
that is not in Valmiki.
That is
Hashim.
not. That is in Valmiki.
You check. No. The story of war between princes and all this.
Yes. He did not
in Valmiki. In Valmiki, if I'm correct, it is not there. But it is not relevant there. Again, you please check that.
No, it is relevant. It is relevant. You're talking about giving chance to Sita.
Ashwamedh and fighting all those. In original Valmiki, I did not find that. So please check that.
The chance was not given to Sita. The chance was given by Sita to Ram, because Ashwamedh Yagna was
gentleman. Can please read it again? Ashwamedh Yagna is not part of Valmiki Ramayana. So it is part of other Ramayana. It was given in TV serials, so people accepted that. Okay.
No, people accept. So, no. So what was the second?
See,
what was the second
it is
chance
not
given
a part of
then?
Well.
There was not.
If you don't know, you ask me, na. Don't be so.
You don't know anything.
Don't.
It's the same thing.
Then okay, you interpret it. You say you are making a statement. You don't know. You know everything, Rohit. Then.
No, I'm not.
Rohit, it is part of Valmiki Ramayana, but the scholars. The scholars don't agree. They believe that it was later on added, but it is part of
right. Agreed. Because the language and all things, war did not happen. Like some folk stories say, he sent war and all this. The linguistic pattern same applies with the Sambhog, that Shudra killing. It does not apply. Their language was completely different. So the story is, Rohit, if you want to make such sarcastic statements.
I'm not making a sarcastic statement. I'm just saying you're a scholar here, right?
You are asking me. I am the answerer, no?
Yeah, no. You're a scholar.
I am supposed to answer.
You are a scholar, right?
He's not a professional scholar.
Did I claim, or you are putting your own words in my mouth?
No. I'm just asking. Are you a professional scholar?
What is your definition of a scholar?
What are you a professional scholar? Are you a PhD?
No. Are your definition of?
Are you a doctor?
Does anything? See, in Indian universities, do not give PhDs in all this. Okay, they are quite defined ones.
I've actually got friends in India who got PhDs. What are you on about?
No. PhD in what? Ramayana?
No. You said they don't give PhDs in India. Of course, they give PhDs.
No. PhD in this subject they don't give. No. They don't give PhD in all this.
So wait a second. You want us to believe you want us to believe your version of Ramayana, but you don't want us to believe the doctor. You know what?
Okay, go ahead.
There is no minority of minorities, and he just keeps crying that we're misinterpreting and misrepresenting everything whenever it doesn't.
Okay, you want me to leave? I'm not crying. I'm not crying. You are misreading.
Over me, but cries about it every time he gets interrupted. The hypocrisy is unbelievable. I don't know how much longer the viewers can tolerate this.
So you want me to leave?
Okay, so when you say in Valmiki Ramayana,
no, wait, Hakim. 4 people speak at me.
No.
One shouting here, one shouting, and then he's giving the license to be here. Then I can with Hakim. I'll take your permission. You allowed me this. If you want, I can leave if you feel.
It's up to you. We are not forcing you to stay.
No. Okay, fine. One person at one time. Will you agree that? No. One person at one time. Why 4 times? Rohit sometimes, some guy Hakim. No, they were giving the statement. It was sounding. You can go there, play back.
And run away. That's entirely
I don't, gentleman. I don't play the victim card.
You're the one playing the victim card. It's supposed to be a panel with multiple people. It's not supposed to be a fight 1-on-4 or whatever. It's supposed to be a civilized discussion.
No.
You're the one who keeps turning into victimhood and fighting. So I've signed off. And I've turned off my video, and I'm going to turn off my microphone until you've gone, so that you can just have this out with Hashim or whoever and stop playing victim and feeling outnumbered, okay?
Yeah. Look here, Anand, for you to say that this version is not right, this version is right, these are your opinions. That's fine. You're entitled to your opinions. But do not say that this is the mainstream philosophy or the mainstream understanding of this. Horse sacrifice is something that has been accepted by people who are well known, people who are actually the gurus in this particular, I don't know what they call this, in the version of university that these Hindus have. Okay, maybe not the term university is right, but they actually teach this to their pupils, so it's something that they do accept it. But that is not the question here. The question is about Ram's character, and so far all you have said is that he did his duty as a king, which also is questionable, because like I said, he should have quashed the rumors, asked them for evidence for
Oh,
so and so rumors. That's something what a good king should do, instead of
uh,
exiling his pregnant wife. No husband is a right man. He's not even a man enough, okay, to be fit as a king if he exiles his pregnant wife and does such injustice with her. By the way, do you know what happens at the end of Ramayana, where the earth swallows?
Sita
What's the
gets
name? Sita.
swallowed. Yeah.
She basically was so fed up with Ram's injustice that at the end she said, "I don't want to go through this anymore."
I'm done.
And she asked the earth to swallow her, basically to put an end to her misery. That is how bad she was. She felt that she was treated. So don't give me all this thing about a good king,
oh,
okay, and all
wow,
that. Because
Hakim,
your
if he
own,
was so fed up, she
your
offered his kids to go back to Rama. Do you feel Sita was so much that
Sita,
the kid she
Sita comes
raised,
across as a
she could
good
have given
person.
it back to the
If
same
you
person
ask
whom she
me,
was fed up?
Sita was a real hero in this entire story,
Okay.
not Ram, because she acted in a way which a person of righteous upstanding, yes, would actually act. So if she wants his kids, if Sita wants her own kids to recognize their father, and she does that as a good woman should do. Okay, there's nothing wrong in that. The problem here is with Ram. That's the reason at the end she gets fed up and asks the earth goddess to swallow her whole, because she was fed up of the misery that Ram put her through. And that
And
is
with
not a sign
Hashim,
of a good husband or a good man when this is the way the wife felt about Ram.
if I can just add as well,
Yeah.
the Adnan keeps talking about the kingly aspect of it. I
Anand,
mean,
Anand,
one.
not Adnan.
Sorry about the Anand. So he mentioned about him being a king. Last time I checked, part of being a great king is to preserve your heir, the heir to the throne. If his wife was pregnant, it's not only about him being a good husband, but it's about him preserving the kingdom by making sure his child is literally
Yeah.
properly brought up
Yeah.
with royalty, because part of being a king is to preserve the next generation. So him making that decision, even from a kingly duty point of view, not even talking about him being a husband, but him as just a king, that wasn't the wisest decision to make, because he has a baby coming. So no matter how which way you want to spin it, whether it's as a king talking about the rumors or him as a wife, and part of the reason that I don't think we're really touching up on here is when you read it, Achi, you mentioned that Rama said, "I no longer desire you." That's not talking about him being a king. That's talking about him. I don't want you as my wife. That's talking about his desires. So it's not, oh well, I want you, but duty wise I can't do this. No, it's him saying, I don't desire you, because that's personal. So there's some context here that hasn't been mentioned that tells you it's not about him being, preserving him being a king over him being a husband. It's literally injustice, whether him as a king or as a husband.
Did you get that on?
What's the question here?
The question is with regards to Ram not even cherishing his kids to be the next heirs and to
Oh,
bring them as upright prince, or basically princess as plural. In a nutshell, I
okay.
think that's what Ali is saying.
Okay. So about raising. So, well, it was a tradition. Their kids were raised in Valmiki ashram. So it was a tradition. Even when Rama was a prince, during his kid time, he was sent to Vasishtha ashram. So raising a kid in an ashram was, if you consider from today's morality, that it is fine. You can consider him at that point of time raising kids in a saint's ashram where they learned language, science, archery, warfare, shastras. It was a tradition, and by 12, his kids were well versed at that.
No,
So
but that wasn't the reason
even
Ram
if he
sent
was
them
an
away.
king, again you cutting me down.
No one's cutting you down. You're still
No,
alive.
again, yeah. If you want to complete my, shall I complete, or you want to again make a statement
Playing
on
the
that?
victim, just complete your sentence.
So by any standard, even if you'd have been born in the, when Rama was born as a prince, he spent his childhood most of the time in an ashram in Vasisht. Vasisht took him away in an ashram where he learned his all the was required,
With
sastras,
his parents
archery,
or
everything.
without his parents?
Without his parent.
What age was he when he went away from his parents?
6 years. He could put
6
away.
years. And he never
Vasishtha
saw
took
his
away.
parents.
Yes.
So when he was 6 years
Rama.
old. Okay.
Rama.
Yeah, I'm talking
You are
about
asking.
So when he
Yes.
was 6 years old, he
Mhm.
was sent away to an ashram.
It is said he was around.
Hold on.
Something we
Let me finish
calculated
the
5 to
question
6
and
years.
then
Yes.
you'll understand. So when he was 6 years old, he was sent away to an ashram to study, to learn, whatever it is. Yeah. How long?
Yeah, it was a tradition.
Yeah,
It
how
was
long?
a tradition.
How long?
It was around 12 years. We have heard it is,
From 6
we
to 12.
calculated.
From the age of 6 until he was 12, that's 6 years. Do you agree?
Mhm.
Okay.
Some
So 6
say
years.
after Upanayan, it is mentioned after Upanayan.
Let me finish the question.
Yeah.
So for
Right.
6 years, he was away from his parents.
Right.
Okay. Do you have any
12
evidence?
years. 12 years.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence for
No.
this?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you have
12
any
years he was
evidence that
away.
he stayed away from his parents for 12 years?
Okay. It is said that when the Upanayan was done, normally the Upanayan was done around 5 to 6 years.
I want in the case of Ram.
In case of Ram, then Valmik Ashram was around 12 years. Something
Do
around
you
12
have
years.
any evidence Ram stayed
I
away
will
from
check.
his
I
parents
am connected
for
to
12
my
years? I don't want
laptop.
your opinion. I want evidence from your scriptures.
Okay, I will check it out. At the moment, I'm connected via my
Let's leave it.
mobile.
Let's walk it there.
Yeah.
When you have
But
your evidence,
the point is, it was a tradition that the king used to, even the mightiest king used to send, the Aryan king used to send their kid
but that
to
is
the
not the
ashram
reason
for education
Ram.
purpose.
That is not the reason Ram sent them away. Ram abandoned his wife.
Ram abandoned
Wait a minute.
Sita.
Let me
Now,
finish.
when it is
Ram abandoned his pregnant wife. So the kids were not sent away to go to an ashram to study. That came later on. In fact, Ram even did not know where his kids are, where his wife is. They were sent to the jungle. So don't give me this whitewashed version that you want to bring up about Ram. His character has already been clearly mentioned in this particular episode of this in this panel, and with dialoguing with you and other Hindus, that he was clearly abandoned, and you said it very clearly yourself, because he wanted to maintain his kingship, which was his priority, not him being the husband. You have said it many times. So don't try to say that he sent his kids away to Valmiki to study or whatever. No, he sent his wife away. He did not know where his kids were, who his kids were. Can you imagine a father who has no idea how his kids grew up? All this responsibility was forced upon Sita, his wife, who was disowned by him, unjustly so. And this is what Ali was telling you, that he did not even care about his heirs who's going to rule and take over the kingdom, because he had no idea he had children.
So it was in a statement, right?
I'm saying your argument falls apart because he did not know where his kids were. You said this was a norm at that time. It was a tradition to send them away.
No, I am saying even if, again, you are mixing up things. Even Rama, Sita would have been here at some point of time. The same might be Vasisht or Valmiki ashram, or he could have spent the time in the ashram itself.
No, that
and
wasn't
they were
the point I
well
was
versed.
making. Once again, you did not understand the point I'm making. I'm saying that was not the reason. If that was a norm and a tradition, that's a different matter. Here, the reason Ram disowned his wife was for a rumor, not for the reason that she would bring up the kids in some ashram. That was her misfortune, that she had to rely upon a stranger to take her in and to bring her kids up as well. Okay. And I don't know, this is something that doesn't sit well with me with regards to Ram being the ideal husband or an ideal man who does not even take the responsibility of looking after his pregnant wife. This does not sit well at all. If it sits well with you, that's up to you. But I think we have exhausted the argument here now. We're probably just going in circles. So anyway, thanks for your time, Anand. As
Thank
always, it's good to hear from the Hindus directly, their perspective. I know you have your own perspective as an Advaita Vedant. Before you go, I just want to ask one quick question. What is your view with regards to the caste system in Hinduism?
See, caste system, if you take it from today's perspective, it looks very weird. But caste in some form or the other, it exists everywhere. By the way, you live in England, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is also a difference between Britons, non-Britons, Anglo-Saxons, and Jutes. If you go to United States, I have been there. There is substantial difference between blacks and whites. If you go to Caribbeans, I have found segregation of
you're
society.
mixing up too many things. These are not caste. Caste, which is jati, that is what I'm talking about, in Hinduism is based on birth. Do you agree?
No.
No? Okay.
There are different. There are different.
You said you follow Upanishad. Have you read Upanishad?
Gentlemen, there are counter arguments on that. So we can put it for a different day.
Okay, no
Without
problem.
pulling the full context, without understanding the full context.
Go home and check Upanishad, book number 5, chapter 10, verse 7. It tells you about the good birth and the bad birth. The ones who did good karma will be born as the upper caste, and the ones who are born who have done bad karma in the previous life, they'll be born as a dog, a pig, or a chandal. Okay, you do your homework. Come next time and we can discuss it.
No, your statement on caste system is incomplete. You should ideally allow a full debate on the caste system if you really want.
Tell me which part is incomplete, and then we can have a discussion.
Inshallah, we'll do one. Inshallah.
I'll give you the reference.
Sure. And you have to prove a better argument that segregation does not. It is untrue from today's paradigm. It is a wrong thing because anyone who has power, he wants to keep power himself. I cannot expect an Indian Muslim to go and Makkah, Medina and become the head of. I know they will be from a particular caste, particular tribe, who will be the heading, the next. Even I cannot expect any Christian from India going.
Here. So this is
no, it is wrong. It is wrong. I know. I agree.
No.
As an Advanti,
taking power of a kingdom or a country is completely different to the caste system, which I'm talking about. You're comparing, once again, you brought in a tangent which doesn't even relate here. In Hinduism, jati is based on birth. So if you're born to a Brahmin parents, you become a Brahmin like yourself, Dwaiti. Okay, they will consider you as your Brahmin. In fact, you cannot then become a Shudra later on because your surname remains the same.
Okay, Hashim, if your son tomorrow says, I want to adopt Advaita, will you allow him?
What is that got to do with caste system?
No. I said I want to allow something.
You should come prepared.
Yeah. You should come straight. Prepare. No, answer me straight. Will you allow him?
We are not talking about
no. Again. I'm coming because this introduction required to answer.
What to do with caste? Nothing.
Okay, it requires because everybody wants to preserve the philosophy, the culture which they have feel it is superior.
Is based on birth.
It's a social custom. It's a social custom. It has nothing to do with the philosophy.
Not a custom only. It is religious within your books in the Upanishads, which are
gentlemen.
Okay.
People, Vasishtha, Vishwamitra, read properly Ramayana. Allow me to complete. Vishwamitra was Kshatri, he became Brahmin. No, you are discussing, Hashim, you are reading about Ramayana. Vishwamitra was a Kshatri. After getting knowledge, he became a Brahmin. So there was always a chance for upgradation.
Did he change his
surname? I will conclude it today.
Did he change his surname?
At that point of time, there was nothing called surname.
Oh, really?
In Treta Yoga. Yes,
well.
in Treta Yoga.
Names back then. Wow.
Hashim, you know Rama's guru, Vishwamitra. One of his guru was Vishwamitra. He was a Kshatriya. Samir knows that. Later on, he became Brahmin. So it happened, gentlemen.
Did he change his surname?
Strange.
No,
the history of surname is different.
No, it's not the history of surname.
He was from Kshatriya to he went Brahmin.
Today,
Hakim, your knowledge is incomplete. Let us have it for a different day. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Your knowledge is incomplete, by the way.
I think your knowledge about your sugarcoating.
No.
Sugarcoated Ram.
No.
Trying to sugarcoat the caste system, the most evil
system.
Okay,
gentlemen. history of surnames in India has a different history.
Surname is
So
just a
don't
small
mix
part
it
of it.
here.
I'm
You
saying
are mixing
Brother
apple and
Hashim,
oranges.
Brother
Jati,
Hashim,
Yes, Samir.
I'll take a leave, okay?
all
Jazakallah
right,
khair.
take
Thank
care,
you
Okay.
so
brother.
much.
Samir.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Canon, thanks for your
Assalamu
time.
Wa alaikum salam.
alaikum, all the brothers. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Right.
I mean, Hashim, if he's comparing the caste system to the American, like, first of all, it's not in the religion for, you know, the idea of blacks and whites, or even in England, it's not part of the faith.
No,
We're talking about your
caste. Even the black and white, that's racism. It's got nothing to do with caste. The thing is, caste is based on, in India, it's not based on your color. Okay? So you can be a black or white, but if you belong to a particular caste, for example, the Chandal, they will treat them as untouchable. Doesn't matter what color you are. Okay? So the reason he's trying to, all these false equivalence is because he realized that he cannot talk on just caste without doing this whataboutery with something unrelated completely. This is a norm. Most Hindus you speak to, they will start talking about, as soon as they start talking about caste, first thing they'll say, oh, it is based on your vocation. No, it's not. It's based on your birth. A child doesn't have a vocation. How will you recognize him? What caste will he be? Immediately, as soon as they're born, they have a caste that they identify with.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, let's bring Rishi in. Rishi, you're next. Hello, can you hear us? You need to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Unmute your microphone so we can hear you.
Rishi, are you there? I think you may be unavailable.
No, she's there, but I think she's muted her mic for some reason. Okay, anyway, I think the other guy who I asked for reference, he gave me like half a reference, and I asked him to give me the verse number.
Oh, that guy.
He just ran away. He said he's going to give it.
Yeah, he said he didn't say he was going to return. Oh, he unmuted himself.
Yeah, Rishi, you need to speak up. I think it's a lady.
Oh, it's okay. Well, she unmuted herself for about 2 seconds and then muted back up. So
yeah, that's fine. They'll come. Audio issue, she's saying. Okay, it's okay. You need to exit the panel. Sorry, the back studio, and just re-enter. Hopefully that'll fix it. Okay. Right. So we were discussing the characteristic of Ram, because he's highly regarded as a god. You know, a moral, upright person to follow as your role model. But when we actually read their own scriptures, he does not come across as someone who is upright. Okay, he's done few good things maybe, but a lot of things that with his own family members, especially his wife, is one of the greatest injustices that we have seen in the Hindu epics. And I don't know why. One guy said that he basically, this was all just a play for him. It was like some sort of a
yeah, he planned everything. He planned it. Everything was it.
Yeah, but what is the reason for that? I don't understand. Why would you deceive your entire army, put their lives at risk to rescue a woman who was never kidnapped in the first place? And finally, he basically decapitates this demon king who did not actually kidnap her. Makes no sense.
He said that. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of weird too, because even from what I've been listening, because even before I came on, I was listening to the person that came before that talked about that same thing. He himself is going against the story by saying, well, it didn't happen, essentially. And I'm trying to figure out, wait a minute, either it did happen or it didn't happen. Because if he's going back against the mainstream understanding or the explanation of what you said, then now I'm just confused. I'm just confused at work, just thinking, wait a minute, he's essentially a deviant sect then, essentially.
I really don't know what's the point of the entire Leela thing. Was it to deceive his army?
Yeah.
To save a woman who was never kidnapped in the first place? And he spends an entire year for that.
It's because they know. I mean, they know it's a problem.
Because they they claim that he's God and he has got all these superpowers. He could have easily rescued her if he wanted, but he plays. Why? I mean, even if you're, let's say,
and I think some of the early
listen, why take an entire year to do that?
Somebody said the quote unquote the Christian response by saying he took a long time because he was also human. It was in a human form. And I said it sounds like a Christian.
Exactly, yeah. They grab the cake and eat it at the same time. That's what it is. Because on one hand they want to maintain, on the other they wanted to maintain he's also human, so they can play both ways. But then they fail in both, as a human and as God.
Exactly. And the funny thing is, just to state, because if he's God, that means, and if they want to remark that he was a king, that's fine. But understand, the moment you said he's the best role model, period, that's when not only does he have to be the best king, but he also has to be the best husband at the same time. Because he's just that much of they would say that he's just not a normal person. Meaning, if at any point in time he's not the best husband, whether it's because he's a king, it does not matter. Yeah. At any point in time he's not the best husband, that's done. Meaning, if I'm not a king, but I show an example of being a better husband than Rama, that means than Rama, then that means I'm better. That means I'm a better role model in this aspect. But unfortunately, according to Hindus, they have to believe that he's the best at everything. Meaning, if he's not the best at one thing, then everything comes crumbling down.
Absolutely, yeah.
And not only that, sir, I remember when I was, like 8 or 9 years old, I used to visit my, village home. And we don't have this, they say like Jai Shri Ram. This was not the quote actually. It was Jai Siya Ram. Like Sita's name used to be pronounced before Ram. And they just whitewash it in the past 10, 11 years during this BJP government. They start saying Jai Shri Ram and the effigies of Ram being a very aggressive ruler. That's seen. And one more thing that I don't know if you noticed, that Ashwamedh Yagna, which was used to
the
back
horse
then.
Sacrifice.
Yeah. So the horse sacrifice, that was the somewhat of de facto way to state your authority over an area of land area you rule. The thing is, if that was the de facto way of stating your authority, actually Lav and Kush were the kings because they defeated the army.
That's true, yeah. Ram's army.
Yeah, that's it. All his brothers, Vanasena and everyone, the two of them just won it. So it doesn't even make sense there also. So I think all the story was made up to facilitate that Ram as being the the whole
that's right
character. Yeah.
The other thing is Valmiki, he actually does much more damage to the character of Sita, because in the same Valmiki Ramayana, yes, the way she has been depicted, and it's not something that a person would depict, especially someone you would call your mother, in such a way. I mean, basically the express language of describing her breasts and stuff like that. I wouldn't expect this from someone like Valmiki,
It's the same thing. Yeah, exploitation of women, exploitation of the lower caste, everything. That's all the motto has always been. Anything to divert from it, you just.
I mean, based on my understanding, from what I've been listening the entire time, essentially it's saying, hey, it's your fault that you got kidnapped. You got kidnapped, even though my husband can save me because he's God. No, he chose not to save me. And because I'm kidnapped, because I remember there was a guest earlier that said, well, because she was kidnapped for a year, that means she's not the wife anymore because of that. And I'm saying, what the heck? So then after a year, you come and save me, but now you're saying, wait a minute, you've been gone for a year. I don't know about you anymore because you've been gone for a year. I don't desire you anymore, but you can go anywhere with the demon. I don't care, but the sheer fact that he mentioned I don't desire you, essentially what he's saying is I saved you because I needed to save you, not because I wanted to save you.
No, he said it is basically to restore his own honor.
To restore, like, for selfish reasons, not for hers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So then, and this is a loving husband. So essentially, what goes on? So let's even use that mentality for today. If if somebody's wife goes on Lord forbid, they go on a business trip for a month. If they go on a business trip to another state or country for a month, does that mean the husband's single now? So according to that logic, I mean.
Yeah. So this is another reference from Valmiki Ramayana, which is book 3, Aranyakanda. And it's chapter 63. If you go to verse number 8, for example, yeah, this is what I was referring to earlier. This is Valmiki Ramayana. He's saying, those two roundish bosoms of my lady love. So this is allegedly Ram describing the sorrow that he felt when Sita was away. He's saying, those two roundish bosoms of my lady love, which always deserve the application of pleasantly looking red sandalwoods, pace might definitely be unshiny, as they might be bedaubed with muddy blood when they are extricated from her body for devouring. So it's basically his mind is playing he's imagining something that she has been blooded, or her her breast been touched by this guy, demon. And I mean, this is the way Valmiki basically describes Sita, whom they call Sita Ma, or Mother Sita. It's just shameful. And not only that, there's another description where his own Ram's brother Lakshman describes her nipples and stuff like that. Hanuman describes her breasts as well. I mean, what, everyone was seeing her naked, or did she go around naked? I don't know which one it is, but clearly it's not portraying her in a respectful way, as someone you consider as mother should be respected. So it is crazy, honestly. I don't know what it is. Oh, it looks like
I mean, you hit the nail on the head when you said mythology, because believe it or not,
can you hear us, Rushi? Can you unmute yourself, because we still can't hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, finally we can. Yeah. Hello, speak up.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you calling from, Rushi?
England.
England. Okay. Are you a Hindu? Are you a Hindu?
No.
What are you?
A Jain.
You're a Jain?
Jain.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Why does this topic interest you as a Jain? Do you know the topic today?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about Ram's character that's depicted in the Valmiki Ramayana?
No, who am I to judge, right? My point
was you're a human. You have your opinion. So it's not about judging. It's about what is your opinion with regards to how Ram and Sita have been described in the Valmiki Ramayana.
I have not read the entire Ramayana, so how can I pass any kind of judgment?
Okay, so from the parts that you heard us narrating, what are your thoughts?
Actually, it's what and his trial and tribulation of Ram, being stuck between a king and a husband.
What's wrong with that? Many kings are husbands as well.
No, one point I would definitely like to mention is that you mentioned based on rumors, he tried to take the Agni Pariksha. But the problem there is, if he try to use the power of being king, he will be accused of abusing his power as king and muzzling the thought any one of his subjects has.
No,
so
that's
to
not
have
true.
a completely can I please? So to have a completely blemish-free record, so that I'm not being abused of power, nor I'm being favorable to So it was like that kind of understanding. So there is nothing wrong. If you're gonna start judging on morality, then you guys will be in big trouble then.
You're absolutely wrong.
No. What you said is simply not true and simply misleading. It is not the case that the only thing he could have possibly done as king is act as a tyrant and squash people. As a king, he could have investigated and done the right thing. He could have shown, as not as a tyrant, but he could have shown what the just and right truth is. He could have alleviated the population of the terrible affliction of the rumors that they were under. He could have, in short, done the right thing and there's no conflict inherent between the right thing as a husband and the right thing as a king. In fact, in this case, they aligned perfectly, but instead he did something else. Not a moral judgment.
There's a problem there. No, let me respond to that. The person in whose house she was Ravan. Ravan is dead, so he can't give a testimony to say that yes or no based on whatever the rumor is. So it is always the best option, whatever was chosen. Of course, you can do would have, could have, should have, but that's the best option provided.
What was the best
he can
option?
Do the best.
To disown your wife.
No, not the best option in the sense like that's what the best he can do.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Do you think that was the best thing to do? To disown a pregnant wife? Where is your humanity as a Jain, man? You guys don't even kill mosquitoes.
Quite apart from that,
you guys started
Rishi,
judging.
Quite apart from that, Rishi,
hold on. By the way, stop using this term judging. If
you're judging.
King, listen, hold on. If
you're the one
does
judging.
something wrong, we have a right to judge them. As humans, we do have a right to judge them. Yes, if someone abandons a pregnant wife, I will judge them, definitely. I don't know about you, because a Jain does not even kill a mosquito. Why would you put your wife through that trauma for something that she had no control over? She clearly tells Ram that I was forced by this guy who brought me here. I did not come on my own volition. Number one, she was kidnapped. Number two, Ram then puts her through Agni Pariksha, a test through fire, and she even comes out of that alive, and yet she was disowned by Ram. Now you tell me, where is the Maryada Purushottam here? Where is this ideal man here?
That test, especially as someone who's supposed to be a god and it's supposed to be divine, that test is supposed to show the justice and truth. You don't require testimony from Rava.
I think you're mixing up too many contexts. I can't answer that. It's so much.
I think you probably are not thinking right. It's a very simple question. Would you?
It's not a simple question.
Would you abandon your pregnant wife if somebody made a rumor about her?
This is a completely incorrect scenario. It's not an analogy.
It's absolutely same scenario. The only difference is you're not a king. The only difference is this, that you're not a king. But if you were a normal lay person and somebody started rumors about your wife, would you abandon her?
No, that's not the analogy fits here.
Will you abandon her? Just answer the question. It's a simple moral question.
To make the analogy better, if everything as he said, but in addition, there had been a test which they had gone through, which in that society proved her innocence, would after that you abandon the pregnant wife?
So what you're trying to prove? That what Rama did a wrong decision?
It's not about
we are trying to see where your moral compass stands right now. Because if you would abandon your wife just based on a rumor, then clearly you are not someone I would consider as a moral, upright person.
It's two things. There's a reason, morality.
You have no concept of justice in your mind.
That's your opinion.
No, it's based on your understanding.
What,
and
one
your
statement, 10 minutes
My judgment is based on your statement. I can only judge based on your statement. I cannot just make up what is in your mind.
Out of context.
If you're going to claim that you're going to abandon your wife based on a rumor, then clearly you don't know what justice or morality means.
And how do you know that?
Will you abandon your wife? Answer the question. You know the reason you're reluctant to answer the question? Because in your heart, you know it is wrong.
Because you're making a spectacle.
A spectacle of you.
Yeah, I'm trying to use as a prop. It doesn't work like that. That's
wait. How am I making a spectacle when I'm giving it an analogy here?
You're not doing this. That analogy doesn't fit. I'm not a king.
Why? Okay, so if you were a kid, if you were the king, would you abandon your wife if somebody spread a rumor?
Do you know everything?
Answer. You know why you're reluctant to answer? Wait.
This is the
first time you were reluctant to answer. Clearly,
because you don't understand.
Know in your heart
because I don't fall into the trap. I don't fall into the trap. I do not fall into the
No,
trap.
you don't need to fall into the trap.
What?
Your silence speaks volumes.
And
Rishi,
Hakim
why do you
is
even?
fast
You,
judgment.
Already
you're not
The
a
issue
in
is,
the trap.
Rishi,
Rishi. You're not a
see
Hindu. Why do you even care?
Yeah, this is the thing.
Yeah, because of misrepresenting. You're trying
Okay,
to
do you
judge
consider?
something you don't even
Hold on. Do you
understand.
consider Ram as a god?
You can't
Simple question.
keep crying that we're misrepresenting when that is just simply not the
Always
case.
play
We
the
are
victim these
we are
days. I don't know why.
accurately representing exactly what was going on according to those scriptures. And this is not just a case of personal views of morality, because the morality question is deeply tied into whether or not the text is self-consistent, whether the story makes sense internally
Story,
in terms of its
good.
own logic.
Okay, so that's good. So in entirety, then you have to understand the entire context. And context does not mean just the Ramayana, what the philosophy actually, how it works. And within that context, it fits. Okay, so you
in
can
which
criticize Ram
philosophy?
if you want. You can understand what he's
Roshi,
trying to
in
do.
which
If you
philosophy?
want to, you are
In
trying
which
to understand.
philosophy you should abandon your pregnant wife? Which philosophy dictates that?
That's why you don't understand what karma is.
That's why you're not
You
answering
do
the
not
question.
understand principle.
That's why
Because
you're
you don't
not answering
understand
the question,
karma.
because you are scared to answer the question. Yeah, you can laugh like a coward, but
this
that's a
is
fact.
the issue, because either this guy was not a god and was not particularly powerful, was not particularly smart, right, and was not particularly moral, according to their own morality, again, because she went through the test to prove her innocence.
The
right?
way you're trying to say the words and try to judge clearly shows the ignorance level and dishonesty.
You need to stop personal attacks when you're the one
I'm forced to say
exposing
that.
your own
I'm sorry.
your ignorance and your
I'm forced to say that.
I mean, clearly you have some
Rishi,
sort
you're
of
not forced to say
insecurity,
anything.
but you
So
evade
you're
questions,
trying to
make
characterize.
personal
You're
attacks
trying to
instead of
character
answering the question.
pigeonhole.
By the way, I don't think you're a Jain. I think you're a closet Hindu.
You're trying
You're
to
not a
pigeonhole
Jain.
now.
You're a closet Hindu. Yes.
What's the punishment for Sharia into slandering?
No. Don't try to change the topic when I caught you out
What's
as
the
a Hindu.
punishment for slandering?
Rishi, you're a Hindu. Just admit
What's
it. Don't
the
be
punishment for
insecure.
slandering?
Just
What's the
slandering.
punishment
Okay,
for
let me ask you
slandering?
this question. Do you
Sharia.
consider all the Hindu gods to be false?
What is the punishment for
Answer the
slandering
question.
in Sharia?
Answer the question. Do you consider all Hindu gods to be false?
In slandering, what's the punishment?
You see what
for
I mean? This guy is a closet
Sharia?
Hindu. Get out of here, you coward. Get out.
Well,
Rushi,
this is
he's a hidden Hindu, this guy, you know? The
It's
reason they
another-
come with
yeah.
atheists or agnostic, it's the first time somebody came as a Jain, hoping that we won't ask him questions about Hinduism.
Yeah, and
Jains
this is
do
the
not
thing.
believe in a god. So for
The-
them, all gods are false. They don't. They're called
and this is the
Gnostics,
thing.
according to
It
the
would be
Hindus.
so easy for him to have just answered you, but instead he
Atheists.
went round in circles with this.
No, this is the
what's the
insecurity,
punishment
bro.
for
This is the
slander?
insecurity. They don't.
But this is it.
answer
It wasn't the only accusation. Remember, he accused of gish galloping. He accused of manipulating, misrepresenting. He accused of not taking the full context. No, in every single case, we're just clearly saying, well, hang on, this and this implies this. There's a contradiction here. He couldn't deal with them. He couldn't deal with any of it. Professional victim. It's just shameful. Utterly shameful.
Okay, I think Messick has some other whitewashing to do with regards to Ram. Come on, Messick. Let's bring up the reference you said you had.
Oh, the earlier one was Aranya Kanda 13th in Ramcharitmanas.
Yeah, can you read it for us, please?
I can't read Hindi properly.
So how do you know? How do you know what it says then? If you can't read
I listened to the lecture.
You listen. So it is a lecture. You did not read it in a book.
The lecturer was reading from a book.
Okay, where did you listen to the lecture?
I'm not sure you would be able to understand that.
Where did you listen to the lecture?
YouTube.
YouTube. Send me the link for the YouTube. Okay. And the timestamp.
Okay.
Okay. This guy told me I get all my references from books. He himself went on a YouTube.
It is indirectly from a book.
When I asked him which reference, so I asked him for the exact verse number, and he couldn't provide it. And he actually blamed me for saying, "Oh, we don't have links."
Number 20.
But you yourself are reading from a link, from
it's
a
not
YouTube
a
link. Such hypocrisy, man. Such hypocrisy.
Even if you get
a
book,
why did you go from Valmiki Ramayana to Tulsidasa's Ramayana? Because you couldn't handle the Valmiki. Huh? You wanted to get a whitewash version, didn't you? Why do you guys do this? You play with the evidence. Wherever you find it, you take that as the truth, which agrees with your narrative.
You have to understand it from a guru. You can't become a doctor by reading a book, can you? I'm
But
not
you don't
going to
have a
do it if you
guru,
do.
do you? You can't even read
I have a
Sanskrit.
guru.
Really?
I have a guru. Yeah.
Okay, so do you actually attend his classes?
I attend online on YouTube sometimes.
Only sometimes. Not much of a guru, is it? All right.
He
Anyway,
is a
look,
guru.
I don't
It's
care
me
how
not.
you get your education. The important thing is this. Why would you choose one Valmiki version over another? Is it because it fits your narrative?
So no. So this is not Valmiki's version. It's
I know. That's
Tulsidas'.
why I asked you. Why do you go for one version of Ramayana which fits your narrative rather than the earlier version of it, the
Because
Valmiki
it's more
Ramayana?
elaborately explained.
No.
Valmiki wasn't.
How can wait? So you think Valmiki, who actually lived in the time of Ram, did not explain it properly? But Tulsidas, who came centuries later, explained it well. Yeah, makes no
I
sense.
guess we didn't have spectators, or people who would
Oh,
criticize
wait. He did not have
Ramayana as
what?
much.
Say again. I didn't get that.
Spectators.
Criticizers. I meant like you guys who would doubt
It's not about
Ramayana.
criticizers. It's about what he
You are
wrote.
criticizing.
Hold on. It's about what he wrote. So do you reject Valmiki Ramayana or do you accept it?
Valmiki's Ramayana is more explicitly explained in Tulsidas Ramayana, I would say.
Do you accept Valmiki Ramayana or you don't?
I accept Valmiki Ramayana.
Okay. What do you think about Valmiki, basically portraying Sita as topless woman?
Women used to stay topless during those times.
Where is it written in your book?
It doesn't have to be written, obviously.
No. Wait.
Does
You
it
can't
have to be written?
You can't make up an opinion without
Where is it
evidence.
written we have to be clothed?
Where is your evidence that they were topless?
Women used to be topless during those times.
Do you remember in the time of Krishna, were they topless as well?
I'm not sure about that.
No,
well,
they
you
were
should
not.
be. It's very clear.
They were
I'm
not.
not
Remember the
sure about
gopi,
that.
the story about the gopis?
Yeah, remember they were in the lake and they were all covering up because they were all embarrassed to
Maybe
have
they
their
were covering up their bottoms. How would we know they're covering up their tops?
How do you know they were not covering the tops? That's the
How do
question
we
I'm
know they
asking.
were not?
Because no, wait. You made a positive claim that they were topless, so the onus is on you to provide the evidence, not me.
And from my memory of reading it, actually, they do literally talk about putting their arms across their chest, but it could be in a different version. Again, there's so many versions.
So, do you consider it to be moral to be topless or immoral?
So lust is all in your mind. It's not out there.
No. I think lust is real, whatever you call it.
But that's in your mind. That's
It is
not
real,
outside.
regardless of where it is. It's real.
It is real, but it's a part of your mind. It's not
Answer
something
the
outside.
question. Is it
You
moral?
have to be able to control
Hold on.
yourself.
Without lust, even without lust, I'm asking you, would you want to see your family members topless?
Now we've been conditioned for ages that our mind thinks that this is bad.
Why? No. You said it's in the mind once again. Morality, you have to use your mind, obviously. Okay, because
we've been
in terms,
conditioned like this.
wait
We've
a
been
minute.
conditioned like
Do
this.
you, for you, in the time of Ram, do you think morality changes from that time to now?
I think it does.
Okay, so is that based on Hinduism or based on the general, whatever the social condition is right now?
I think the social conditions, yeah.
Okay, so based on Hindu religion, what is moral, to cover or to uncover the top?
It's a social thing. It's never been a part of
Based
religion,
on
I guess.
Hinduism, based on your theology, it is right to cover, or you don't need to cover the top for women.
It's a personal choice. I think it's based
Where
on.
does it say that in your book? Once again, giving your own opinions.
So you're also making up opinions.
No, you're the one saying it's something like this or like that. If you're making positive claims, the onus is on you to provide evidence.
You know what? I'll research on the covering up thing.
Okay.
But as far as I've done before, because
as far as you know, the women used to be uncovered in Hinduism. Then, by the way, when did they start covering? Is it when the Mughals came or the British?
Probably.
So you should be thankful to the Mughals and the British for giving them the
Mughals who raped
the basic morality to cover their bodies.
Because they started raping. Because
you
they
should be
started raping
thankful to
women, they
them.
had to cover up. These animals, Mughals, they started raping women,
Animals?
so they had to cover up.
Wait. I think the animals are the ones who are uncovered. Okay.
The thing is,
let's get the examples right. Animals are the ones who are not clothed.
Women.
The ones who are unclothed are the animals. That's
The
why you
ones who
call them
rape
uncivilized.
the ones who
That's the
rape the
reason you call them
unclothed are the
uncivilized.
animals.
But according to you, this was a Hindu norm in the time of Ram.
But the ones who
No?
rape the
Your
uncovered are the
goddesses were
animals.
uncovered. They were basically topless. That's
Women
what you're telling me.
still felt safe being uncovered.
Oh, wait. I think she was
But this
kidnapped.
is more
It
strange.
wasn't very
Sita was
safe.
kidnapped.
Let me just interrupt this back and forth. It's not working. You're making claims left, right, and center, which, you know, around being topless or not. There's very clear in the descriptions of Krishna with the women in the lake and all that sort of stuff. So there's a clear difference in morality.
It's not very clear.
Message.
Let us.
Bigger problem you have, and this is a fundamental one, more fundamental than topless women, believe it or not, right, is you're talking about morality changing because of social conditioning, and you're accepting and saying social conditioning, which means that your religious basis and the morals in it are diverging from the morals of your social conditioning. So either you have to say, well, Hinduism is now less and less relevant, or you have to say we should be living according to Hindu morals and there is some real morality in there and it's not all just about social conditioning. You've actually tied yourself in knots at a really fundamental level.
No, but according to social conditions, now we've been programmed to be covered.
You know something? I'll give you a better example.
Did you miss everything I said, Messick? Was it too complicated?
Yeah, I think so. Let me give him a better example that hits home. The example of Shiva lusting after Mohini. Was that in Shiva's mind?
That was done by Mohini.
I know. Was Shiva lusting after her or not?
He was, but by Mohini.
So tell me, was Shiva a lustful god according to your own scriptures?
So what Mohini did was transcendental rather than a mundane, lusty.
No, I know she transformed into this beautiful naked woman, but Shiva ejaculated looking at her. So he was lusting after her. In fact, the story goes as saying he ran after her like a lusty elephant.
Right. So the story also says.
So was Shiva during the time, whatever time that was, lusted after Mohini, who was naked? So don't tell me lust didn't exist then. It did exist.
Existed.
Even the gods were basically lusting after naked women.
Did you also know that Shiva killed Kamadeva, the god of lust? Do you also know
still
that?
Lusty, regardless of who he killed.
Yeah, but that's because of Vishnu. Vishnu is superior to Shiva.
So Vishnu is superior. He's able to make Shiva ejaculate by his lima.
Yes.
What do you call that? Not lima.
Lila.
Lila.
Yes,
Lima is a country in Peru. I'm sorry, a city there. Right. So tell me that. Are your gods lusty as well?
Like I said, Shiva destroyed lust at one point.
Then why did he ejaculate in front of Mohini?
By Vishnu's will.
Exactly. So there was a limit to Shiva's lust. So he basically could handle certain lusts, but he couldn't handle the one that Vishnu himself created, right?
That just shows
so do you agree that Shiva has a limit to the lust?
But that's because Shiva is not the
I know,
Parabrahma.
you've already said this. Stop repeating like a script. There is a limit to Shiva's lust. Do you acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying even the gods' minds are lusty in Hinduism.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So don't say that lust is only in our carnal minds. Even your Hindu gods are affected by it.
But that's by the will of God. That's not like a mundane human being, right?
The will of God to ejaculate, seeing a naked woman? Really? Is that how lowly they are?
The will of... You don't get the concept.
What is the concept?
You don't get the concept.
Did all lust of all gods...
The whole practice of yoga is to be a brahmachari, which means a celibate.
Yeah, but he still ejaculated regardless of that.
That by the will of God. But you know what the will of God means?
Yeah, he couldn't handle himself, so he ejaculated.
I don't think you know.
If the god of lust was killed and afterwards there is still lust, they weren't the god of lust, were they?
Yeah.
You've got a really big problem.
But that's by the will of the Supreme Lord.
Well, then it wasn't the god of lust in the first place. You see, this is the problem.
That there is something known as the material lust, which is inside in like the part of this world. And this is a transcendental play. This is not something mundane that you see on TV.
So you believe it's mythology and not real, then?
You don't know what transcendental mean?
Well, I know various different concepts of transcendental. It doesn't actually have
getting lust. If he's lusting after a so-called transcendental naked woman, then he's even worse than people who lust for the material.
But that was by the will of her. But that
I
was by
know,
the
without
will
the
of
will,
Mohini.
he can't ejaculate, can he? So I'm not
Huh?
saying he wasn't with the will. Of course, it was with the will of your God. But the fact is, he fell for a naked woman, whether it
That
was transcendental,
wasn't any
whether it
naked
was a
woman.
play,
That was
whether it was a leela, whatever you want to call it. He ejaculated, which means he was
that
aroused by the sight of a naked woman. That is your God. That is how lowly they are considering even the gods in Hinduism. It's not just Ram, even
what's the
Shiva.
punishment for blasphemy in Islam?
What is that got to do with this question?
Because you're blaspheming Hindu gods right now.
I'm not. This
No.
is your book. In
You
fact, you
are.
admitted.
You are.
How's
You
it
You're
admitted that
blasphemy?
defending
Shiva
it.
had a limit to lust. You are the one who admitted it. How am I
But
blaspheming? You're the
you're
one who
calling
admitted all these
gods
things.
low
Of
life.
course, it is
That's a
lowly to
blasphemy.
ejaculate seeing a naked woman. Of course, it's lowly.
What about Muhammad marrying and consummating marriage with a 9-year-old, and you call that a prophet?
You know, Sita was
Isn't that
6
low
years.
life?
Sita was 6 when she married Ram.
But they never
So don't
consummated the
wait. People
marriage.
who live
But they
in
never
glass
consummated the
houses
marriage.
should not throw stones.
But
Sita
they
was
never
6 years
consummated the
old
marriage,
when she
unlike
got married,
Muhammad.
and who is this? Krishna married his own auntie, his mommy.
Auntie,
Yes,
never. That
yes,
never happened.
yes. Go and
Yeah.
study it, because you guys always whitewash your gods who never existed.
You don't
These
have
are
any
all,
knowledge
like
about
you said, these
Hinduism.
are all just mythologies. You said it as well. I think the other Hindu said it as well. Why do you guys believe in mythologies, man? Which are myths. There's no reality to it. It's a myth by your own admission. And the reason you're getting agitated now is because I'm showing you the mirror from your own books.
A dusty mirror,
And
I
now
think,
you're
perhaps.
getting triggered from your own books.
You're showing a dusty mirror, you know that?
Whether it's dusty or not, you're still getting triggered, man.
You got triggered when I talked about Muhammad, so
You
No,
know,
he
for
didn't
your,
actually.
in fact, we
And,
have
and
no
by the
issue.
way,
Who
that
showed
was a
We have no
completely
issue.
false equivalence, because Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is a man. We don't confuse him with the divine. We don't have
Yeah.
any of these
We
problems
don't pray to him.
whatsoever. And the charge that you brought of him blaspheming, no, he's representing the gods as they're represented in the scriptures. And the fact that that feels like blasphemy to you should say something about, you know, the difference between what's right and wrong and what your scriptures say. It's not Hashim's fault. An
Yeah.
accurate representation of what the scriptures say feels like
that's an
blasphemy.
accurate
What about the other
misrepresentation, I would say.
story? Let me give you another story. You talk about Vishnu being this supreme god. I'm assuming you are a Vaishnavite, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, I know you'll take the side of Vishnu than Shiva. So let me ask you about the story of Tulsi. Do you remember that one?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you consider that to be moral?
Yes.
Immoral?
I consider it to be moral.
To rape a woman who's not your wife?
He did not rape. See, you use these words, and then that's what blasphemy is.
Okay, so what did he do? What did he do with Tulsi? Let's hear it from the horse's mouth. Go on.
Did Tulsi consent?
It's not about her consenting. What he did,
Well,
save the
and
world.
he's using the right word rape correctly, and you're not.
No.
Okay, so
He
go
never-
on. Tell us the story of Tulsi and Vishnu. Go on. Let's see if
What
you got the
Vishnu
guts.
did to Tulsi was what he did that to save the world.
No, I didn't ask you why. I asked you
We
what
didn't
did he
ask
do?
if rape can be justified
what
if you're
what
saving
did
the
Vishnu
world.
do to Tulsi? Go on, tell us.
What did he do? You
Yeah.
tell me.
Why you're insecure?
I don't know what he
But
did.
then you'll say I'm blaspheming your God. So I want to hear from you.
What does the text say exactly? You tell me
What
that.
do you know about Tulsi and Vishnu? Why are you so insecure? Say it.
I actually don't remember.
Now you
I'll
don't
tell
remember
you.
all of a sudden. And when I use the term rape, immediately you wanted to criticize me for that.
Yeah, you accuse him of
Which means you
blasphemy,
do
but then you
remember.
don't know. This is
It's just that
terrible.
you're
have to go-
insecure to
Come
say
on.
the
I
story.
can debate
So
with
here's
one
a
person
story.
at a time.
There was this demon king.
Can you
And
bring up
he
the
had
exact
the
reference?
hold on, you didn't know the story, so I'm
Can you bring up
refreshing
the
your
exact
memory.
text?
So you need to hold your horses now, because you obviously don't know the story, or you're basically insecure to relate it to us. So this is what the story is. There was a demon king, and he got a boon from Brahma, another god, that no one can destroy him. So the gods were having a fight, and he was defeating all these gods and the demigods and everyone. Even Shiva couldn't destroy him. Even Vishnu, his supreme god, couldn't destroy him. But there was something that was keeping this demon king, victorious all the time, even over the gods. Who was that? His own wife, Tulsi. She, or Vrinda, she was known. Vrinda was a devotee of Shiva, and she would pray to him and everything, and she would pray for the protection of her husband, as any good wife would do. Guess what? When they found out that this was the weakness that they could exploit, what they did, Vishnu and I think Shiva, all of them, they basically planned and plotted to rob her of her chastity.
And
How
how
did
did he
he
do
do that?
that?
Wait,
Yes,
I'll tell
tell
you
me.
how he did that. Let me refresh your memory because you forgot. Vishnu takes the form of her husband, Jalandhar. Yeah, that was his name, right? So Jalandhar, when he comes to, not Jalandhar, or basically the the fake
Vishnu
Jalandhar,
in disguise,
Vishnu,
Jalandhar.
the deceiver, he basically takes the form of Jalandhar and has sex with her without her consent, obviously, because he deceived her as her husband. He took the form of her husband,
The text
and
doesn't say sex though.
that is how this Vishnu, your supreme God, robs her of her chastity.
The
And she
text
then, wait a minute,
doesn't
and she,
explicitly
in
mention
return,
the word
when she
sex.
finds out that this is not her husband, she curses him, and he becomes some sort of a pebble or something. His supreme God became from a supreme God to a pebble. That is what a demon woman can do by giving the shrap, or the she basically cursed him. Now you tell me, how is this moral? Go on, explain.
Firstly,
Oh, by
the
the way,
text
just to
doesn't
finish the
mention the
story,
word
now
sex.
that they have robbed her of her chastity, this is how they could defeat Jalandhar, because she was basically the strength, and that connection was her purity, and this is the reason she cursed him. She said that you robbed me of my chastity, and I was a pure woman. It was no fault of hers praying for her husband, but this is how Hinduism tried to, basically whitewash their god's sins. So go on, Messick, tell us.
I
How is
heard
it
you interject as
moral?
well that the word sex was not in there explicitly. Robbed of chastity is pretty clear, so we don't need to play that.
I don't think
okay?
even that is mentioned perfectly, explicitly.
Shall I show you what she says?
Oh
Show
dear.
me.
Because you have no evidence at all. You guys only watch videos, and you think you know everything. You don't read books.
And you
Okay?
was
You
just
claim that
spreading
you read books, but
propaganda.
you don't read
You
books.
guys you guys are just spreading propaganda. That's why people hate Muslims these days.
say this with a guarantee. You guys don't read your books. So
You're
tell me,
spreading the
how is this
propaganda, bro.
not moral? Answer the question.
Show
Sorry,
me
how
the
is
text
this moral?
first.
How is this act of robbing a woman of her chastity moral according to Hinduism?
Show me the text first.
Which part do you disagree? I'll show you the text.
Show me the whole text.
Show me which part you disagree with.
We're not going to read through the entire story
not
so
gonna
that
do
you
your
can
homework
try
for
and
you.
find something
Which
you can jump
do
onto
you
to
disagree with?
justify
And then I'll
yourself.
show you that part.
This is the thing you have to recognize that's happening, Messick, is what's happening. As soon as you feel that something's wrong, then you blame us and jump on things but it's you if you don't know the text and you don't know what's in the text and you don't have a good reason to defend it, what's happening is you're just being defensive. And you're just assuming there'll be some defense. And then when the text comes, you're going to just let things flow until you think you can find something to wrestle and have the next bit of argument from.
Islam, don't you think I've read the
None
text
of this,
before?
Messick, is a legitimate epistemology. This is my key point. I'm not attacking your moral character, whatever I'm saying. The foundational basis you have is actually whether something is right or wrong is just whether or not it feels right to you, and you decide whether or not you're going to attack it. This is something for your own good you need to think about, right? What would have made a lot of sense is when there's something coming up, like Hashim says, the text says such and such. If you don't know, don't tell him he's wrong. Don't tell him he's misrepresenting stuff. Don't tell him it's not fair. Don't tell him I don't believe the text says this or that when you don't know what it says.
Exactly.
Right? This is what I'm getting at.
So Islam, don't you think I've read this
Stop.
before?
Wait,
There is
stop.
no mention
This
of the word sex, or there's no
authorization
mention of
for you to go whether Islam is right or wrong. How does that make Hinduism right? I asked you, where is the morality in basically robbing Tulsi or Vrinda of her chastity? Where's the morality in that? By deception, that too.
if he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have even
when you come in
existed.
the disguise of her husband and rob her of her chastity, that is neither with a consent nor is it moral. The only thing I can see this is basically rape in a form which is through deception. And in the Indian courts, raping someone, or sorry, having sex with someone by deception is considered as rape and is punishable by law in Indian.
Did he have sex with her
according to the
though?
law in India.
The text doesn't mention the word sex. So
What did he do
you're
with her?
completely wrong.
Why does she
You're
say she
completely
was robbed
wrong,
of her
man. You're
chastity?
completely wrong.
Messick,
no,
if
you're
you
completely wrong.
tried
wait,
even
wait.
googling this
Chastity
issue,
could mean
you
different
will
things in different
Brother Islam,
contexts in
wait.
different times.
Messick, which reference did you read? Let's see if he knows the reference.
So I'm asking you.
No. You said
You're
there's
making a
no
claim.
mention of
No,
sex.
you're making a claim here.
Hold on. You made a positive claim. There's no mention of sex. Which
But
reference did you read?
You made the claim first
You
that
have
he raped her.
have no clue at all.
Neither do you.
You just made a statement you have no reference for. Am I right?
You don't even have reference. So
I do have a reference. In fact, I'll show it to you right
He's
now.
got plenty of references.
First, you need to admit that you have no reference, and I'll show it to you. I'll see if your ego is bigger than your ability or your thirst for knowledge.
Because if you even bothered Googling
if you
this,
admit you have no reference, I'll show it to you right now.
I could even come back and show you again.
Come back and show. Right now, you have no reference. Admit it.
Right now, I
show you
have
the
no
reference.
but I have read it before.
It doesn't matter. You did not remember. I had to remind you.
I don't remember,
and
but
even
I have
then,
read it.
In fact, I asked you which part of what I said was wrong.
The sex part.
Okay, so you think he did not have sex with her?
He did not have sex with her.
Okay, how did he rob her chastity then?
There could be another way he did.
Really?
Maybe
Go on. Show me another way
maybe he just
where you
embraced
could
her.
rob a woman's chastity.
Maybe that could mean different things to different people. Maybe he just embraced her.
So embracing a woman will rob her of her chastity. Really?
By the way, that's still
where do
make
you
it
guys
rape.
get your knowledge from, man?
By the way, that would still make
Seriously.
it rape. But anyway,
that would not make it a rape.
You have
according
to, go,
to the legal
you have to go
definition
and
of
get
that word in
educated,
England,
or
that's
at least
you'd
at
be on
least
the
be
same.
humble enough to say
She
I don't
was
know.
consensual. She
Okay,
thought it's
help
her
me with the
husband, even
reference.
if it's
Looks like you have
discussion
no reference, no evidence, no nothing.
Neither do
All
you,
you
man.
do is you know why you're defending your God. You know, it's natural to defend your God, but when he does such a heinous crime,
exactly like you defend Muhammad when he got inspired to marry a 9-year-old.
Yeah, and your Sita was married at 6. What's the problem?
They never consummated the marriage, unlike Muhammad.
How do you know they did not consummate the marriage? What is the marriage?
There is brahmacharya.
Why does your God need to have sex with a woman?
Because
why does your God need to become a naked woman to attract another God? Huh? Your gods.
Test him.
Yeah, you know why you're comparing Prophet Muhammad to your gods? Because you can only compare it with a man, a human being. You can never compare it to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The supreme God. Okay? You can only compare to another man.
So Prophet Muhammad is just a man.
In your mindset, you can only level it to another human being.
He's not the messenger of God. So he's just
the
a man.
best man.
He's not the ideal man.
You cannot compare God to a God in Islam. You know why? Because you know your gods are only human. And that's the reason they ejaculate and they lust after women.
That's
and they
why
rob other women of
there
their
is
chastity.
so much. That's why Hindus and Muslims don't get along. People like you do this.
You know, Hinduism is declining even in India. Do you know why? Because of guys like you, unbucks.
No, guys
you defend
like
your God even when he's committing a heinous crime, like raping a woman. You defend your God when he basically is.
And you support pedophilia. So you guys support pedophilia.
Affects morality. And no, Messick, that is a slander because Aisha radiallahu anha and Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam were both consenting adults. Newsflash.
Adults? 9-year-old is an adult?
Yeah.
They were
both like you said,
adults.
in that time, the women in India were naked.
They were both
and you have no problem with
adults.
the immorality. So different
a
times.
9-year-old is an adult.
Yeah, a 9-year-old is a woman in that time. Yes,
She was mentally and physically mature.
In fact, 9-year-olds and even 12 years old become generals of armies, and this was even true. Do you know how old was Gandhi when he got married?
So you wouldn't have any
how old was
marrying a
Gandhi when he got
9-year-old?
married? He was 13.
So I'm asking you wouldn't have any problem marrying a 9-year-old?
The man that you have on your currency, whom you're very proud of, you call the father of the nation, indulge in child marriage. Will you condemn him?
So would you marry?
Will you condemn Gandhi? Answer the question, Messick.
I would condemn Gandhi, yes.
Okay, but you wouldn't condemn someone who raped an innocent woman.
I would condemn Muhammad as well.
He did not rape anyone. Prophet Muhammad alhamdulillah did not rape anyone. If you read the stories that Aisha says about Prophet Muhammad, she has high regard for him. Why did she never say that
was
he raped me?
brainwashed.
Like the way Tulsi did. Now let me show you where
Brainwashed.
Tulsi said that she was robbed of her chastity, and this is a proof from your own scriptures. Unlike you, I do bring my evidence. Yes, we
And
had the
read the
research.
The guy
scriptures.
gave you enough time to research.
No,
And
I
then you
had it
your
already all along.
companion debating me at the same time. So
I had it all along, dude. Don't worry. I bring my receipts with
that's
me.
why it
He's
took you
been
about
doing
10
this
minutes
for
to bring
20
it up,
years,
huh?
Messick. He was literally
Unlike you
doing
guys.
this. He's been doing this since before you were born, Messick. Don't think
Yeah.
he's only just found the reference now.
So
He's not like
let's
you.
read.
That is
Let's
a
read.
projection from you, Messick.
Yeah.
He doesn't just Google stuff on the fly to support what he wants to believe.
Yeah. So this is in Shiv Puran, Rudra Samhita 2, Yudh Kanda 5, chapter 23, from verse 38 to 45. On seeing her husband, Vrinda too was delighted. She forgot her sorrow. She considered everything a dream, delighted in the heart, and with all dormant passions kindled up, she sported with him. Sported with him, you guys all know what that means, yeah? I don't need to elaborate on that. Sported with him for many days in the middle of the forest. Were they picking mushrooms? I wonder what they were doing, sporting. Once at the end of the sexual intercourse, he said there was no mention of sex. Once at the end of the sexual intercourse, she realized, by the way, the term here is sambok, in case you want to look it up. Once at the end of the sexual intercourse, she realized that it was Vishnu. Vrinda rebuked him angrily and spoke thus. Vrinda said, "Fie on this misdeed of Vishnu, in outraging the modesty of another man's wife. I have now realized you as a wielder of illusion, appearing in the guise of an ascetic." Sant Kumara said, "O Vyasa, saying thus in great anger, she showered her brilliant powers as a staunch, chaste lady by cursing Vishnu. O base foe of the Datyas, defiler of other people's virtue, O wicked one, take this curse from me. Greater in force than all persons, the two persons whom you made to appear in front of me shall become Rakshasas and abduct your wife." Remember the story of Ram and Sita? That is the next generation, the curse comes true. Remember Ram is the incarnation of Vishnu. He's an avatar of Vishnu. So this is a curse which comes on Ram. So she curses him, saying, "The two persons whom you made to appear in front of me shall become Rakshasas and abduct your wife. You will be distressed on account of separation from your wife, roaming about with Sesha, lord of snakes, who posed as your disciple here. You will seek the help of monkeys in the forests." Okay, and this is translated by the Board of Scholars, edited by Jagdish Lal Shastri. So it's not a Muslim. There you go, mister. No intercourse, eh? What do you have to say now? Looks like the cat's got his tongue. Speak up, man.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've taken the reference, and I'll do my research on it.
Okay, no problem.
Because all
do
the
your
reference given by
research.
you before, most of them were
Correct.
mistranslations.
No. My references were correct. You couldn't actually refute any one of them. All you could do is play the victim card like most Hindus do, and do the otherization about Islam, the Prophet of Islam, and so on. That is your comeback. Okay. So anyway, thanks for your time, Messick. I think we're going to close very soon. Is there anything you want to add before you go?
I'm just trying to say Hindus and Muslims can live peacefully. You don't have to attack our religion. We don't have to attack yours. You have to learn this from a scholar. You cannot learn Hinduism from an average Hindu.
I gave you references I did not study it from an average Hindu. I gave you your references from your own scriptures.
But why don't you argue with the scholar then?
Bring a scholar here. I don't mind.
Why you bring a scholar?
Our invitation is open to everyone. In fact, we had scholars from Hinduism who came here to debate, and they never came back because they couldn't handle that evidence from their own scriptures either.
Like, who are you talking about?
What's that guy's name? Rami Sivan, for example. You know him?
Invite somebody from ISKCON.
Bring them. We had people from ISKCON as well. In fact, we had one of the heads from California.
You had Dr. Resnick.
One of the heads from California who came here. What is his name? Dr. Resnick. That's
Dr. Resnick. And he defeated rebuked all your arguments.
All he did was philosophy. He couldn't handle any of the scriptures.
But he
By the way,
refuted all of your arguments.
are you a follower of ISKCON?
Yes.
Really?
Maybe
No
you can go
wonder.
look up the previous
You
thing.
couldn't defend a single evidence that was presented today. Have you realized that?
I have.
Your training in ISKCON has done you basically a disservice.
You're not engaging in a moral debate. Like you're
You
3
couldn't
against
handle
1.
you couldn't handle the immorality of your
You're
God.
2 against 1, 3
You got
against
triggered
1.
as soon as
you
I
speak
mentioned.
over me. That's not how you
No,
debate.
hold on. I gave you the
You have
chance
to go
to find your
one-on-one.
reference. You
You
couldn't
have to
find a
go
single
one-on-one.
reference for any of the evidences you gave. Okay? All you did was you made claims, but when we asked you for references, you couldn't provide any.
I gave you reference from
In fact,
Ramcharitmanas.
you tried to mock me when I asked you to give me the verse number. You said, "Oh, we don't use links. We go from books." And then you claimed that you yourself had a link of YouTube from which you got it. This is a hypocrisy level we're dealing with. So don't try to teach us your morality when you are a hypocrite. When you have no evidence. You know why you have no evidence? Because most Hindus like you do not read your scriptures. In fact, these are the words of Rami Sivan. He said that 99.9% of Hindus do not read the scriptures, and I believe that. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
There you go. So who's to blame? The Muslims or the Hindus?
That's why I'm telling you to debate in somebody from
Who is
ISKCON.
to blame, the Muslims or the Hindus? If you don't read your scriptures, who is to blame? Bring your scholars. You know any ISKCON scholars who have the guts to come and deal with the scriptures directly?
Resnick again?
Yeah, bring them here. We already had. In fact, we had Resnick like in 3 different episodes. Go and search on DawahWise, Dr. Resnick, and you'll find
listened to the entire podcast.
Yeah, no problem. It's not just one. We had like 2 or 3 different
I've
episodes.
listened to all 3.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, all they do is deal in philosophy. When it comes to the scriptures, they say, "Oh, this is all metaphorical. This is all leela." These are the excuses, honestly.
And one last thing I would like to say before you go is that we have had plenty of Hindus on here with whom we've been able to have respectful dialogue and discussions and all that sort of stuff, whether it be philosophy or about the scriptures. It's not that we fight Hindus. We try and convey Islam and convey the issues we have with believing their belief systems because we think that's for the betterment of humanity and society. It just so happens that some people, right, get very defensive, don't really know what they're talking about, and just decide to attack back and do all this kind of games, which if you watch back your engagement, it's playing those games. So don't blame us for the fighting. We don't bring it. We don't start it. We don't always have it. Yeah. We believe Muslims and Hindus can live together very well and have very civil conversations and dialogues. But we do also believe that we have truth, not mythology. And for us, truth is critical and important. Until we're in the grave, we're going to keep trying to explain and spread and share what we believe is true and right.
By the way, for us to look at the Hindu scriptures or Christian scriptures or whichever, by the way, we don't just say that, okay, Hinduism is the only religion that we are critically analyzing. We do analyze other scriptures too. Why do we do this? Because we want to show you the false religions, all of them have one thing in common. There's a lot of internal contradictions. And you must have seen it yourself in the Hindu scriptures, in the Hindu traditions, within their communities. There are so many contradictions. In fact, they do not even agree upon who the supreme god is. Yeah, you're a Vaishnavites. You would not consider Shiva to be a supreme god.
How many sects are there in Islam?
No, in Islam is always Allah. What are you on about?
Yeah.
So there are 56 sects, aren't they?
Yeah, ask the Shias, ask the different sects within Islam. No one disputes Allah as the supreme god.
So why is
Messick, and I just wanted to tell you something. You mentioned earlier about you mentioned earlier about attacking us, critiquing your scriptures, us going to the scripture and not misrepresenting it, and actually using your sources, going along with the story, reading, actually taking the time and doing research is not us attacking. It's us critiquing, and it's us gaining research and knowledge. What you just did is an attack. You just you just made claims of which you obviously know nothing about to try to prove something, thinking it's into equivalence. That is more of an attack than what you're claiming these brothers are doing. What we're doing. That's the point. So please stop it with the victim. If you feel attacked, that is a personal problem with you, not us. We have done nothing but represent the faith correctly. Even though we don't believe in it, we don't misrepresent it. And unfortunately, that is just what you've done within the last minute or so. So we ask that you stop being hypocritical, claiming that we're doing something that we're not doing, and as a matter of fact, something that you're doing, because you've done it before. You've done it earlier too. When talking about Islam earlier. So please stop it with the victim blaming, and I ask that you stop making claims about Islam when you obviously don't know about it. And if you want to know, you can ask us. We have no problem, but don't make any claims.
And by the way, look, we don't say that all Hindus are bad. We don't talk about their morals or whatever they are. We go based on the scriptures. We do not attack persons or even your pundits. We always go to the scriptures. Why? Because that's what you consider to be holy from God and something that is inspired by your gurus and your gods. So we don't do personal attacks here.
My only problem is the way you're critiquing the scriptures. It seems like you're doing it from a different lens than what a learned Hindu scholar would represent it as. So if you want to have this debate, why don't, obviously
bring them on,
it would be better.
I said bring them on, no problem. Bring any of your gurus here. If they are willing to come, we can engage with them. And we have in the past as well, as I told you. And we have evidence for that on our streams. So we have done it. It's not like we haven't. For you to say that we are not doing it the right way, how do you want me to read? I read the reference
you're reading it from
I read the reference from Shiv Puran. You did not like it because this is exactly what Hinduism tradition is. The Shiv Puran would attack Vishnu and the Vishnu Puran would attack Shiva. Okay?
Yeah.
This this lustful Shiva running after Mohini is from the Vishnu Puran. It's from the Vaishnavites. You attack each other more than us attacking your gods. Do you know that? Your own scriptures are testimony to this.
And the thing is, we do take a different lens, but it's whether or not there's anything wrong. Is what we're saying wrong? Well, that's a whole different question. And the thing is, it takes someone with a different lens sometimes to help break out of being stuck in a bubble. If you only listen to people who use the same lens as everyone else you're used to and whoever you grew up with, you will never be able to get out of the bubble you happen to grow up in. So yeah, you can't just disregard something because it looks like it comes from a different perspective or lens. Otherwise, you'll be stuck. We're doing this to help people. If you don't find it helpful at all and you don't like it and you just feel attacked and you don't feel up to it and you don't feel like you've got the research down, and then you don't have to engage. We're here for people who want to engage in some positive or useful way, and us having a different lens is part of that value.
And Messick, if you're saying that, Brother Hashim, like we talk to the scholars, yes, we're cool with that. But here's the problem: if you claim to be a follower of something that is essentially your salvation or your way of life, then there has to be some foundational knowledge that you yourself have to know. I cannot be a Muslim and not gain knowledge for myself. Yes, there are many, many, many Muslims that know more than me. There's two of them right above me that know more than me. However, I can't just rely on their knowledge. I have to seek out and gain knowledge for myself as well. So on one hand, you can say, oh, well, Brother Hashim, you need to go speak to our scholars. But unfortunately, what you've shown today is that a faith in which you claim to follow is something that someone who's not even of your faith knows more knowledge about that than you do. And for me, I'm not going to use you personally. For me, if somebody knows more about Islam foundationally more than me, then that gives me motivation. I'm not saying it's something bad, but that gives me motivation for me to get better. Because that person is not even a Muslim, but yet the foundational matters of Islam, he knows better than me. That's a motivation for me to go learn my faith even more. And if these brothers are giving you they're giving you sources, they're giving you knowledge, and they're actually essentially teaching you something that you claim to be a follower of, and these guys aren't. That's instead of taking it as a defensive, being defensive with it, use it as motivation to say, you know what, if these guys can learn it, so can I.
Actually, Ali, I've actually taken some of their references and cross-checked them with the gurus, And then later I come to find that some of them are mistranslations, some of them are interpolations, some of them are blah blah blah.
They were
Some
translated
of
by
them,
the Hindus themselves. So if it's any
but the
mistranslation,
translations
it's
came on
still the
later.
Hindus. And by the way, when you say, have you cross-referenced any of my references?
I have, yes.
Okay, which one is not true? Which one is mistranslated? Go on. Show me one. Show me one that's mistranslated right now.
It was earlier, not today.
Show me even from earlier. Go on.
I don't remember now.
Exactly, you don't remember.
See,
You have to be
Well, this is what you have been doing.
That's
You have
because
just been making claims without any evidence for your claims.
There's something going on here, which is be very careful, Messick, and I say this for your own good, because someone who says, "Oh no, that's a mistranslation he's using," it's not his own translation. Hashim isn't going and translating this stuff for himself.
Yeah, but
He's
there are
using
Hindu-phobic websites
hang on,
out there. That's what I'm
Messick.
saying.
Just let me finish what I'm saying. He's using what are considered by many other Hindus to be very legitimate translations and views of this stuff, right? So even if your guru might think, oh, well, that's a bad translation, doesn't mean it's a bad, invalid reference. It's not the same as, for example, going and finding some translation of the Quran, which is only translated that way by people who hate Muslims, right? This is from other Hindus. So your guru may disagree with their guru, but that doesn't mean that Hashim is bringing an incorrect reference. And this again goes back to that point of seeing things from different lenses, right? And so you've essentially got this choice of you're either living essentially in the shadow of one particular guru, and that you sort of abdicate and give your mind and your morality and your way of life up to them, or you deal with the fact that there are a lot of inherent contradictions in the way these stories are seen and read, which is why there's so many different sort of fights between the groups of Hindus. You know, or you say, actually, I'm distancing myself from that, and actually it's a cultural foundation that I don't put much faith in, and you start to distance yourself from it. Any of these things are legitimate.
Yeah. What is, as an ISKCON member, what's your view with regards to the caste system?
The caste system was created to determine your occupation rather than, being racist or discriminatory to one another.
And who told you that?
A guru told me that. Even
Your
if
guru
it's mentioned in Gita.
No, your guru is
Chaturvarnam.
absolutely wrong. I'll tell you why. Because the
mentioned in Gita.
Upanishads, according to the Upanishads, you're born as a lower caste if you do something wrong, and as an upper caste if you do something right. Have you ever read the Upanishads? I don't think so.
But that plays out in your karma. If you do something wrong,
yeah,
you
so
are
it's
born
based
into
on
a lower
birth.
caste.
Your karma, when you're born into the next life, based on your previous karma, then it is based on birth, not based on occupation.
So your profession could be a butcher this life, and then because of your bad karma as a butcher,
the profession comes later on. I'm saying this is based on jati. Do you know what jati means?
Yeah, but then you've been in a butcher a previous life. That's why you're born in a lower caste today.
So do you agree it's based on birth then?
But that's based on your profession in your past life.
No. You can't have it both ways. One hand, you're saying in your past life is based on your karma, but the karma dictates your birth in the next life.
You could, who Valmiki was? Valmiki was a dacoit. He was a
It
lower
doesn't
caste.
matter if he was a daku or not. I'm saying the caste system. Hold on. The caste system is based on birth. Do you disagree with that statement?
Based on karma, basically.
Okay, and karma, you're born into your next life based on your previous karma, but then your next life is determined by your birth.
By karma, your karma.
Yes, karma in your previous life, but as soon as you're born as a Dalit or a Chandala, do you have a choice?
Yes.
You have a choice?
Yes.
So let me ask you this. Wait. Let me ask you this as an ISKCON member. Would you ever get married by a Dalit?
If she becomes a devotee, I would. If she becomes a Brahmin.
Devotee of what? So if a Dalit is a devotee of Krishna, and he's not a Brahmin, will you allow him to conduct your marriage?
Yes.
You don't have no clue, man.
Wait, what? Can you say that again?
No,
can you say that again?
Did you say if they become a Brahmin? Do you think, or from your school of thought, you can go from being a Chandala to being a Brahmin?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Do you change? Wait.
Wow.
Do you change your surname when that happens?
Reference, please.
It doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be. So you're saying a Trivedi surname can be given to a Dalit.
The surnames are social constructs. You can change your business.
I know, but it determines
So
your caste. Do you know that?
Obviously, but it's also a social
Obviously,
construct.
wait a minute. If it's obvious, can you change your surname from, let's say, a Chamar to a Trivedi?
I think you should be able to.
No, don't think. That's your opinion. I don't care about your opinion. I want reference. I want evidence.
You can change.
And you have none. As all look, as we have realized during this entire live stream, you haven't provided a single reference for any of the claims you made.
I'll provide you a claim for here.
And you say my
Valmiki,
guru told me it's based on vocation. I'm telling you, the Upanishads are much more reliable than any of your gurus. Okay, and the Upanishad says it is based on jati. A bad womb is based on the previous karma. You will be born as a dog, a pig, or a chandala, who is actually an untouchable in India, based on your karma. Yes, I agree, but it's based on birth. When you're born in your next life, it is your previous karma which determines you as a dog or a pig or an untouchable. As soon as you're born, you become an untouchable. You don't have to wait for your career to be that of a teacher or I don't know, a blacksmith or something like that.
If someone had told all those untouchables, if someone had told all those untouchables there was a way to become Brahmin, they would have done it. This is the thing, Mystic. I really like your view in that I think it's good. I think it's better if people can choose to change their caste. But the problem is,
and Valmiki were born in Shudra families, and they become the greatest scholars.
Who told you Valmiki was born in a Shudra family? Where's the evidence for that?
Ved Vyas and Valmiki both were born.
No. Ved Vyas did not say. Sorry, did you say Ved Vyas?
Yes.
He said what? He said Valmiki was born as a Shudra. Show me the evidence for that.
Born in a Shudra family.
Show me evidence for that.
Let me look it up.
You guys just, why do you guys lie openly without any evidence? Don't make these claims. Your WhatsApp group, you should get out of there because they're brainwashing you.
No, the thing is, I think it's to do with, remember what I said before, his epistemology is basically to do with whether or not things agree with his morality. So when, for example, the unchangeability of your caste disagrees with morality, then he comes to these other conclusions. And I like that he thinks that you should be able to change and not be stuck in your caste. I think this is good. However, it is fundamentally inconsistent with the whole concept of the karma and the rebirth and all of this, the reason the caste system was there.
In fact, without the caste system, there wouldn't be Hinduism.
Well,
it's so well integrated that you can't
Messick,
separate the two.
So Messick would be, it sounds like you would be more in tune with yourself if you distance yourself from these Hindu beliefs. And
Messick, what's your caste?
I'm a Punjabi.
What's your surname?
What is your name? I'm a Kshatriya.
I like the way he said it.
What is your surname?
I'm a Punjabi.
But no, I like it. Again, I think it's good.
It's not a
cool.
caste.
Yeah, but that's cool. Like, in a way, that's really cool. It just is very distant or distancing from fundamental Hindu practice.
Dude, honestly, was that like a joke or were you serious when you said Punjabi?
I'm a Kshatriya.
Okay, so say like that, not a Punjabi. Okay, anyway. By the way, have you joined the army yet?
No.
So how are you a Kshatriya when you are not fighting?
So Kshatriya are not only in army, they could be in politics as well.
Are you in politics?
Oh, good.
No.
Exactly. So how are you a Kshatriya?
So by profession, I'm a
you said it's
Shudra.
based on vocation.
So yeah, by profession.
Now you're saying you're neither in politics,
I'm a Shudra.
nor fighting. So what are you then? How are you a Kshatriya?
By profession, I'm a Shudra.
Huh?
If you take salary in a profession, if you provide service, like in any profession, you're a Shudra.
So are you a Shudra?
Yes.
Make up your mind. Are you a Kshatriya or a Shudra?
By profession, I'm a Shudra. I should be a politician if I want to,
Okay, so you're not a Kshatriya.
By birth, I'm a Kshatriya. By profession,
you see?
So my next life,
when I kept telling you it is by birth, you kept saying it is by your profession. But as soon as you came to your own personal understanding, you had to say by birth. Finally, the truth comes out.
Can I explain it now? Can I explain it now?
You already explained it, Messick. It's very clear. By birth, you have one caste, but by profession, you fit a different caste.
Right. So in my next birth,
so it's already very clear.
So you're not listening properly, I guess. I was born a Kshatriya. I was given an opportunity to either, serve an army or become a politician.
No.
But I
You were
wasted this
born, when you
life
say you're
as a
born as a
Shudra.
Kshatriya, hold on. When you say you're born as a Kshatriya, you did not have a career when you were born. Do you agree?
But that was expected of me.
I know. It is expected based on your birth, right?
Right.
Thank you. That's what I've been telling you. Caste is based on jati, which is based on
But that was
birth.
because of my previous births. That was
You
because
have
of my
no
previous
clue
birth.
what you were in your previous birth.
But the reason I'm born in a certain caste is
No,
because of my previous
no,
karmas.
hold on. You have no
So, but
clue. You have no evidence of your previous birth. The reason you consider yourself
There
as a
is
Kshatriya
kundli. You
is
can
because your parents are Kshatriya. Am I right?
make your own kundli and
So according to
look
the
at it.
Hindus, is based on their parents. In reality, that is a practical way of doing it, because you have no clue. Nobody, in fact, even your gurus don't know what happened in the previous life.
They can figure out what happened in the previous
But they
life.
don't know. That's the thing.
But they can figure out.
That's a claim again. Where's the
There's
evidence
a
there?
difference between
There are
guessing and figuring
past
out.
life regressions. You know
Okay.
that.
Anyway, we got this. Who's this? Samarth Sinha. Can you unmute yourself? So maybe you can help out your co-religionist. Samarth, you need to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Hello.
Hi there. He's very shy. He said hello and muted himself. Yeah. Where are you calling from, Samarth?
I am from Mumbai.
Okay. How old are you?
18.
18. Okay, no problem. You're old enough to be here. Have you been listening to the stream?
Yeah, like I just came up on the YouTube. It came in my recommendations, so I just clicked it.
Okay. In the private chat, you said there is no caste system now. Do you actually believe that?
Yeah, like you cannot legally say someone that you are a Shudra, or like show the that I. Sorry, I'm not good at English. Much good at English, so like
it's
you
fine.
cannot discriminate. You cannot discriminate someone on
Based
on
on the
with their
law,
caste.
based on the Constitution of India, you cannot discriminate. You could be liable or accountable for your actions if you do that.
Yeah.
However, based on your religion, is there
Yeah.
a caste system, and is this still alive even in big cities like Mumbai?
No.
How do you know? No, you never experienced it yourself?
Because I've never seen it.
Okay, what caste are you?
Brahmin.
I am a Kshatriya
You're
by
a
birth.
Brahmin. You're a sinner. You're a sinner, dude. You're a Brahmin.
No. That's a fake name. I'm Singh.
Fake name. Oh, so wait. What? You're telling you're a Kshatriya and you're.
Yeah, he came as a sinner because obviously he wants to conceal his identity. That's fine, no problem. So we got two Kshatriyas here, and none of them are in politics or in the army. Why are you guys a Kshatriya?
The Kshatriya doesn't exactly mean to being in like for in the army or in today's date, especially. I mean, in earlier times it was like if you're Kshatriya, you have to fight for your nation or whatever kingdom. But today it doesn't matter being born as any. In fact, there are disadvantages of being having born in a higher caste, because you don't get the reservations in exams. I am a student and I don't get any reservation or any quota in many exams or anything like that.
And do you think that's wrong? Do you think that's wrong?
Yeah, it's indeed wrong. Yes.
Why do you think it's wrong? Do you know what the
It's
Shudras
reverse
have suffered in
discrimination,
history?
isn't it? Yeah.
Do you know how
Yes,
much they
but
suffered? Do you think you have a level playing field with the Shudras, who even today
yes,
are
but
taking rags
yes, but
or
there
burning
is no
bodies?
discrimination in today's date.
No. The
Wait,
Shudras
what?
today.
There's wait, so just a second. There was just a suicide case of an IPS officer.
Yeah.
Just a week ago, right? In this week, in
And yeah,
Haryana.
there was, and also a Brahmin also suicided. I've heard of that case. Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about he specifically wrote in suicide note that caste discrimination, and he was at a very high level job. You're telling me that
Yes, he was an IPS. I know.
Yeah, and you're telling me there is no caste discrimination in today's world.
But it is not proven yet. It could be due to politics. He was caught taking bribery, so it could have been
Okay.
like
Yeah. You're right. He was caught taking bribery, right? And his wife was also, an affair was launched against his wife. Can you tell me the name of the person who registered the FIR?
We don't need to get
I'll
into
have
that,
to
guys.
Google.
We are
sir.
dealing with religion here.
No, that's the thing. An FIR was registered against him and his wife, the late IPS officer and his wife. And when asked that who is registering this FIR, who is registering this complaint, the police department said, "Oh, we cannot tell the identity of the complainant." That's the thing. Like, the whole system is working against I mean, he's at a very high level job. Like, he could have been, advisory to the government officials, but he was not given that post. He was always,
he
was taking bribery, man. What are you talking about? How can he be set at a post of advisor when
was
he
he
was
accused or
taking
convicted?
bribery?
Was he accused or convicted of that case?
Exactly. So it is also not proven yet that he was discriminated on the basis of his caste. It is just what he claimed on himself.
It is his dying declaration.
By the way, look,
but also a
this is
Brahmin,
I don't know
Brahmin
why you
police
guys
officer also died, claiming that all the accusations are false.
Do you mind if I just try and bring it slightly closer back to topic? So more fundamentally, what we're seeing is that the caste system, which is absolutely is part of Hinduism and the Hindu system.
Where does it say that? But where does it say that?
In the Upanishads.
But what does it say exactly?
This is more of that defensive interruption because you don't like what you're hearing that we ask you to stop doing. If you don't think caste system is baked into Hinduism, you haven't started studying it. So better to just stop. Okay. It is baked in. That is why it's been throughout India, for all these generations.
Having birth as a Shudra in 2025 is like an advantage. It gives you an advantage instead of being discriminated.
Samath, if I could just finish what I was saying. Yes, okay. So Indian culture is now moving further away from Hinduism. It's been spending some time moving away from Hinduism. Fine, yeah, it is. But this is the culture. The very fact that it's moving away, that means now this system of so-called, birth and rebirth and karma, well, it's obviously completely broken down, which means it was never real. It was always a social construct.
But it wasn't ever to discriminate against people. It was always there to divide people on the basis of their profession.
No, it wasn't. That's
Yes,
absolutely wrong. You guys, the problem is you guys don't read your scriptures. Okay? The reason you have so much discrimination, that the Indian Constitution had to put a clause to safeguard the lower caste from the upper caste. Why do you think? Do you think the Indian Constitution, the people who drafted it, was stupid? That they did not know this discrimination was happening?
I
and
agree.
they give extra safeguarding and laws basically to safeguard the lower caste from the upper caste. Even today, they are being discriminated left, right, and center. Just because you guys living in cities, I don't know if this guy lives in Mumbai, I don't know, the other guy is most likely in the urban area as well. You guys might not notice it too much, but it is still the underbelly within the cities. But especially in rural areas, it's very well documented. And you would yourself experience it if you were the lower caste. Both of you come from the upper caste. That's why you don't realize it, because the victims are not from your upper caste. The victims are from the lower caste. If you were in that shoes, you would experience it yourself.
I never disagreed that caste system exists. I am disagreeing over the fact that the scriptures, we are deviating from the word of scriptures, and the scriptures never told us to discriminate between upper and lower caste. People deviated from the message.
No, the scriptures are the ones which categorize you as lower caste and upper caste. What are you on about? It is the scriptures which categorized you.
But
Once you
moreover,
categorize someone as a lower caste, obviously you'll be discriminated.
But moreover, Messick, just think, your very explanation you gave before already implies a discrimination. Right? If someone if somebody was some previous whatever in one life and their karma led to them starting on a certain trajectory in another life, as you put it, the expectation for you to go into a particular kind of role, right? Yeah. This is already discrimination from the scriptures, based on the scriptures. Put another way, if there is any notion of karma affecting your birth and your right or expectation whatsoever in any form, then it is discrimination based on birth. There is nothing you can do about it. Any move away from that is a move away from the religious foundation.
Yeah, so here's a reference that you kept asking. Where in your Upanishads is the evidence? Here it is. So this is Chandogya Upanishad, and it is translated by Swami Lakshmarananda. Okay, not some Muslim, a Hindu guy. This is in Book 5, Chapter 10, Verse 7. It says, among those who did good work in the world, in the past life, attain a good birth accordingly. They are born as a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, or a Vaishya. But those who did bad work in this world, in the past life, attain a bad birth accordingly, being born as a dog, a pig, or a casteless person, who is called a Chandala. Okay, untouchables in India. Now, let me ask you something. What would you not consider it to be discrimination if you are categorized with dogs and pigs?
So can't we take it as we should do a good work in this life, so we are not
No, you're not
born
answering
at the
the question.
level of dogs and pigs?
You're looking at the symptom. I'm asking you, would you consider it as discrimination if someone categorized you, a human being, with dirty animals like dogs and pigs?
Maybe they have done some karmas, which
it doesn't matter what they have done. I'm asking you, would you not consider leveling? Wait, you guys are so blind that you can't even answer a simple question. In any context, listen to my words, in any context, would you, the upper caste, categorize another human being as a dog or a pig?
If your actions
I think dogs are better. Dogs are at least like, if a person is doing a raping woman,
dogs are better,
doing
let me ask you something. Would you actually consider your child as a dog in any context? If you had a child, I know you both are not married. If you had a child, would you consider it as a dog? If somebody calls your child a kutta, a dog, would you not get offended?
I mean,
if you answer, wait, don't try to. This is the second time you guys are not answering straight questions. Would you ever consider your child or your sibling or your parents as a dog? These are human beings, right?
will be.
You'll be okay with that? Calling your parents dogs?
No.
Exactly. Why? Because it's an insult. It's offensive. And not just discriminatory. It is so offensive that you're comparing yourself, who is a human or another human, to an animal. There's a difference between a human and animal. Do you know?
Can I say something here?
Yeah, but you need to first answer the question. Would you consider your child as a dog in any context?
It's not about that.
It is about that.
No.
It is about discrimination.
What if you
once
have done some
you label someone as an animal, then you'll have a situation like Gaza.
I would call, if a rapist is a rapist, I would call him a rapist.
Indiscriminately because in their eyes, in their sight, they are nothing better than filthy animals. This is what happens. This is how racism has started. Throughout human history, whenever there's discrimination, there's either racism, and India went one
going in circles
further
now
by categorizing anyone, regardless of their color of the skin or something, as an untouchable. You can't even touch them. If they get, in fact, some communities are so bad in India that if the shadow of the of the lower caste falls on the upper caste, they have to go and take a shower to purify themselves. Recently there was a case of a Yadav who was beaten by the Brahmin because he was a Gita Kathak, like he was narrating stories from the Bhagavad Gita. And according to those Brahmins, he had no right to do that. So they beat him up, they shaved his hair, they rubbed his nose on their feet, and at the end, if that wasn't enough to add insult to injury, they poured the urine of a Brahmin woman on his head, and then they told this Yadavs are Kshatriyas like you guys, right?
No, Shudras.
No? Shudras, okay. So these Brahmins told the Yadav, after pouring the urine of this woman, the Brahmin woman, on him, they said, now you're purified. This is the level
of Yadav is not a lower caste, as far as I know.
I know, but compared to the Brahmin, they're lower than them. That is the point. Do you not realize this?
Valmiki was born a Shudra.
There he goes again. Where's your evidence?
Honestly, you
keep
two
saying that, but no evidence.
You two are missing the whole point of the matter, which is that the whole system, the whole infrastructure of the system itself comes from the faith. Meaning, you two are trying to harmonize. Well, it's because of what they did. You're trying to give the explanation as to why that's occurring without talking about what the infrastructure is, where it came from in the first place. The infrastructure of the whole caste system, whether you're born higher or lower. You guys are talking about how, if they're lower, that must mean they deserved it. The problem is not about what they did. It's about the fact that the system exists in the first place, coming from the religion. The sheer fact that the religion itself propagates and brings up a very system that will lead to just that in its foundation is discriminatory, because it's saying one person is higher. One person is a higher class than somebody else who's a low class simply by being born. Whatever the reason is, its very existence came because of the religion. So it's essentially the religion is bringing up something that's inherently discriminatory. That's what the whole point of the matter is.
And here's the thing, right? Beautifully said, Alie. And this is the point that we really want to get across is every time one of you comes in and says, oh, but that's because of something they did in the past life, what you're doing is buying into and supporting discrimination. You're saying, oh, there's an excuse for it. And it's stopping you from being able to see clear discrimination because you're buying into excuse instead. The very fact that both of you have said, oh, but it's because of this, means that you have bought into that discriminatory system.
Let me ask this to Kshatriyas. Your life is not perfect. You guys sin, you guys do bad things. What if you were born as a Chandala?
In today's date, in 2025, it would have been beneficial, I think.
No, you're only focusing on one aspect of the society. I'm talking about the daily discrimination.
Yeah, but in today's date, that's the main aspect for a student like me.
No, you are looking only at the student life. There's life outside the student life. And by the way, that particular advantage they have, it is not something that you are going to realize until you're in their shoes. For example, if you were born as a Kshatriya, you might have a better life. Your way of life will be better than someone who's born as a Chandala, as a Dalit. They will be.
No, I have many friends who are Chandala who are.
Listen to what I'm saying. They might be a farmer or cleaning some gutter somewhere, yeah, or cremating the dead. They'll be having these lowly jobs which you guys will not do. You know why? Because according to your religion, that is what they deserve.
But they might have done some bad karma in their past life.
To become,
that's why.
Listen, for them, after cleaning the gutters, to go and have a job, let alone have an education, it's not easy for them. Because to get out of that particular cycle, there is a huge battle for them. It is basically like the Americans, when they used to enslave the African Americans at that time, not Americans, but the Africans at that time. For them to become a normal American citizen, there was a huge struggle. It wasn't a plain sailing for them. And the civil rights movement showed that there was an uprising. Until there's an uprising in India, where they will quash this so-called Brahminism, which has basically I think they are the main benefactors and also the perpetrators of this injustice of the caste system. Unless that happens like a civil rights movement, and I'm not saying go and fight your government or something, but this happens at the root levels where you guys identify the discrimination and quash it. And until that happens, it's not going to change. But you see, this will not happen unless you leave Hinduism. You know why? Because it is well integrated in your scriptures. In the Shrutis, not even the Smritis. The Shrutis are something that you have no choice but to believe in.
And saying the discrimination isn't really happening anymore because of the change in law is like saying, well, you know, after the Civil War in America, there was no real discrimination. Let's say there's no real discrimination against people of color in 1960. It's like, well, actually, hang on a minute. That's really quite ignorant. Even though you can take a specific lens through a keyhole and say, oh, well, they had this advantage. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. The thing is that the key point here in terms of the religious discussion we're having is if Hashim is incorrect, meaning if either now or in the future, however close you go towards no longer discriminating means that the whole karma system, that whole system from those scriptures has been false all along, and it only appeared to have truth because it was socially reinforced by these discriminatory behaviors.
And that's and that's actually what keeps them in line, because the same way how he's talking about how people say that they deserve it. If I'm at the lower caste, what keeps me from the uprising that Hashim is talking about is if I start saying, well, wait a minute, because it's ingrained in the religion, what are the people going to do? They're going to say, well, wait a minute, I'm at the bottom of the bottom. I must have deserved it, even though I have no clue what I did in the past life. I don't remember what I did in the past life, but the sheer fact that I'm here, well, my religion says I'm here because I deserve it. So it keeps them from actually doing anything about it, because these people think that's what they deserve. And then you flip that with people at the top. What keeps those people at, the Brahmins, the ones that look, from the ones at the top and look down at the bottom, is, well, wait a minute, I'm up here, I must have deserved it. They're down here, they must have deserved it. So what's that going to do? It's going to keep them from helping, because you see someone on the road. It's like how you see someone on the road, he's homeless. You have this desire to go and help him out, but if integrated with your religion, what do? He's homeless. He's he's a bum. He deserved it. Let me just go on with my day. And it's those things that keeps you idle. And that's why there's certain people that propagate it according to the faith, because why? It keeps them in line. So
that's a complete misinterpretation again.
How is you?
I think what he said was exactly on point. Yes.
Exactly.
Assalamualaikum, brother Dawah Trucker.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
¿Cómo estás?
Welcome.
And
thanks for all the super chats, brother.
I don't.
Sometimes I don't get time to read them because I'm in the middle of a conversation.
I know, I saw that.
So
I do flash them when the moment is appropriate.
He's not like God Logic, who just stops everything to go bring.
Yeah, he runs away with it.
Let's take half an hour at the end just to make £2,000 off super chats.
Yeah. Muslims shouldn't repeat that mistake again.
Messick and Samarth, I don't know if you guys know too much about this one historical figure. His name was Napoleon. He's a French general, a French emperor, right? Napoleon actually, at that time in France, the religion, the idea of religion was gone more and more because of the revolution. What Napoleon did was he brought back the religion of Christianity, either Christianity or Catholicism, right? He brought it back to the people. Now, the people think that he did that because, they wanted it back. But Napoleon said the reason why he brought it back was to keep them in line. Was to keep them from uprising.
This same Napoleon said he was Muslim in 1798 when he went into Egypt. It was all convenient.
Oh, man.
So that has been used before to keep people idle. If you justify it through religion, and please, Messick and Samar, please listen to this. If you can justify something, if you can use, the best way to justify is using religion. Because if, for example, if I'm at the bottom and brother Islam is at the top, I'm gonna have a problem with that unless my religion unless unless my religion tells me so. Because if I wholeheartedly believe, oh well, my God tells me and my religion tells me I'm here because I deserve it, it's going to keep me from doing anything because
So
I
how?
believe it's a punishment. That's the whole point.
100% Ali.
But
100% Ali.
that's not what the religion. Our religion also gives us
By the
freedom to
way,
ascend
just a
or
quick
But
descend
note.
into Varnas.
Just one sec. Dawa
Just like
Trucker.
Valmiki was a
I've
dacoit
yes,
who
Hashim
gave up his
Bhai.
profession and he
I've
became a
seen you
Brahmin.
type in the live chat. How do you do that while you're driving?
Don't ask.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting worried, man. This guy writes entire paragraphs in his super chat.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Unless you got like a voice thingy.
Yeah, it must be some
Notification.
voice to text or
No,
some
Oh,
other
you're
actually,
typing.
highly
You're not in the
allowed
and
speech.
legal
and
method.
actually,
I
I
know
don't
for a
use
fact
speech
that
to text. It really gets it
Ah,
wrong
there
all
you
the
go.
time.
brother
Our
Neil,
trucker,
I
you
need to
could
ask
have
that
just
question
kept
too.
silent.
Neil, I need to ask that question too because I know just judging by the location of where you're driving, it doesn't seem like there are too many red lights. So that means you're driving on the road when you're texting.
Yeah,
Guys,
you want to see the Hashim Bhai? Can you overturn my camera to the back so that I can show the open road? I got an open road over here, so
Okay, no,
alhamdulillah.
this is a PSA.
what do you mean?
We're trying to
How
tell
do
you to stop stop texting and driving.
No, alhamdulillah, I got open road, Ali. I have
there
no
you go.
issues, alhamdulillah.
It's got an open road. Yeah, no problem.
All
Yeah,
right,
as
you
long
got
as
it.
you keep your eyes on the road, that's important.
Yeah,
Please
alhamdulillah.
do,
What
Alie.
I wanted to say something, inshallah. Don't worry, Ali.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No,
Alhamdulillah.
okay, let's see the road, Akie.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
No, don't make him take
no,
his
no,
hands
no,
off
no.
the wheel. What are you doing? No,
That's
stop.
fine, Bill. That's fine.
Islam is freaking out already.
Oh yeah. No traffic whatsoever.
Well, wait a
It's
minute.
open.
Already, I
Stop
see a
my car,
car.
then.
I see a car. Okay, you know,
Yeah,
Yeah,
stop,
but
it's
stop.
like one
he's in the
car.
other
Okay,
lane.
that's it. That's
That's
fine.
right.
Oh my God.
So what I wanted to say, it's Ali has really hit numerous nails in the head right now. Barakallahu fik Ali, and brother Islam and Hashim Bhai as well, and the other brother is that Subhanallah. If all of this that you're hearing, and we Muslims are hearing, I'm a revert. I've been Muslim for 20 years, going for 21 years at the end of December, on December 24th to be exact. Hearing these things, and subhanallah, is for a reason that this channel, DawahWise, is holding these conversations. This is not about insulting. This is not about attacking your religion, but this is exposing the reality that you people are kept from, hidden from. And I agree with Ali, I agree with all the brothers that your religion is being used by the elites, by the Brahmanis, in order to control everybody else below them. This is what the caste system does, unfortunately. So we are exposing this brother, Barak, may Allah bless them and reward them, because they are exposing the nasty side of your system, of your beliefs. Trust me, I didn't put all those super chats in there for a reason. Because Alhamdulillah, we Muslims, Allah has opened our eyes. Those of us who enter Islam and seen the reality. Those of us who used to be, who belong to any sect of Christianity. I used to be a Catholic. I grew up as a Catholic. Okay, and Subhanallah, is once I became a Muslim, Allah opened my eyes, and widened my view, my horizon as a Muslim, because the Quran speaks the truth. The Quran exposes the truth, reveals the truth, and separates it from the falsehood. It takes the wheat and separates it from the shaft. And this is a word that uh, Prophet Jesus, peace be upon him, used in the Bible, in the New Testament. The wheat being separated from the shaft, and the shaft being thrown into the fire, or the tree that doesn't bear any fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. And this has very severe implications. Unfortunately, Christians don't even understand the words of Jesus. But I, as a Muslim, or like Ali, or brother Islam, or anyone else who was a Christian, or who came from a different background, truly understands these things.
Well, this is
So
really interesting point you make there. Is just quickly, because I came from a background where I was taught religion was just a tool to control the masses, all of it. And I used to see that, but I was raised in a Church of England school, and I certainly saw it used as a tool of control from a Christian perspective and so on. One of the beautiful, unique things about Islam is that you submit to Allah alone. And this is the thing. If you are uniquely submitted to Allah, no one else can control you. There's no higher power. It frees you from this kind of control. But when I look at every other religious system, I see it bake in some way that other people are supposed to control.
exactly, brother Islam, may Allah bless you, barakallahu fik. And this brings the reality of the statement of the companion of the Prophet, Ar-Rubai ibn Amr radiyallahu anhu, when he went to the camp of Rustum, the general of the Persians. And these people they were royalties. They were royalties, just like you see the generals and the admirals of of here, of this government where I live in the US. They're high class, they're on the top. So Rustum, Rubai ibn Umar came in his horse, and he tied it to the pole of the tent of Rustum. And the person was looking at him all crazy, this ragged Arab, to come in and dare and step like this. And he came with his spear and he was poking at the expensive Persian carpet that the Persians produce, And Rustum asked him, why are you here? You people are, a backwards desert people. If you want money, we will give you money so you can go back to your land and don't bother us. But Rubai ibn Omar's response was even greater. And the wisdom that these companions, they understood the religion of Islam. He said, we come to you to bring you from the worship of the people to the people to the worship of the Lord of the people. And this is what Islam does in reality. Islam pulls the people out of the darkness of the worship of people, being controlled by the people, to the worship of the creator of the people, Allah. This is the reason why the companions of the Prophet, they were successful in opening the lands to Islam. They did not conquer. They were not conquerors. No, they opened the lands to Islam because they understood the might of this religion, of the revelation that they received from the Prophet Muhammad. They understood it very clearly. They understood their purpose. That's why Allah gave them success. That's why they destroyed it with 2 knocks. They destroyed the Persian Empire, who thought themselves as mighty, as gods, and the Roman Empire after that, with several knocks. This is why Islam became successful. This is why, Islam entered India. Why? Because the Muslims understood their purpose back then, that the purpose of Islam is to bring the people from the darkness into the light. Verse number 255 of the Quran, chapter 2, makes it very clear that Allah is the wali, Allah is the protecting friend of those who believe. He brings them out of the darkness into the light. While those who disbelieve, their friends and protectors are the taghut, those whom they worship besides Allah. And they bring them from the light into the darkness. And they are the inhabitants of the fire. So there is a reason why you're here. There is a reason why these brothers are talking to you. We are calling you to the worship of the one true God, not mythology, the one true God, whom we know and we can attest to. We call you to the worship of La ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasulullah, to testify to these 2 testimonies of faith.
Absolutely.
If you hold tight unto this belief and you accept Islam wholeheartedly, out of your own conviction, and you live your life as a Muslim, and you die as a Muslim, wallahi, you have the guarantee of paradise. No caste system in paradise, no nothing.
No, even on earth, brother, even on earth, we don't have a caste system. This is this ayah in the Quran, Surah Al-Hujurat, which is chapter 49, verse 13. Allah says, "O humanity, indeed we created you from a male and a female, and made you into peoples and tribes so that you may get to know one another. Surely the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous among you. Allah is truly all-knowing, all-aware. This is a direct refutation to any so-called racism, caste system, whatever you want to call it. Because you see, Allah doesn't say an Arab or a non-Arab is better. Allah says, the one who is the most righteous among you, the one who is the most God conscious, the one who has the taqwa, is the one, according to Allah. Allah says, in the sight of Allah is the most righteous. The most noble of you is the one who is the God conscious one. So you see, there's no discrimination here between a male and a female, a black or white, a rich or poor, high class or low class, or whatever you call it. None of that. What distinguishes you on the side of Allah is your taqwa, is your God consciousness and your righteousness among you. This is the truth. You go to any religion, go to any people. In fact, you don't even have to be religious. When they see a man who is righteous, like the Prophet ﷺ, before even the Nubuwah, what did the people call him? Al-Amin. Yes? The trustworthy. Why did they call him this? Because by his actions, you're known by your actions. When your own scriptures say to discriminate based on high cost and low cost, then that is where the problem arises.
Yeah.
So oneness of God, belief in the oneness of God, but then to live within the society, Allah has, told us how to do that in the best way from the examples of the Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, from his sunnah. Okay, a lot of Hindus. There's one guy who said that all terrorists are Muslims. Where did you get that rubbish from? From your hatred. Yes, he's one of the guys who's actually here on the live here. So what I'm saying is that don't go based on this false propaganda against Islam. If you bring us evidence from the Quran, what does the Quran say in chapter 5, verse 32? That if you kill one man unjustly, it is as if you have killed all of mankind. And if you save one man, it is as if you have saved all of them. Allah did not distinguish between believers and disbelievers. Even if it's a disbeliever, we Muslims do not have the right to kill someone unjustly, even if they are a disbeliever. So what? There is no such thing in Islam. What you see on your channels, on your videos, whatever your Islamophobia, streams are feeding you, is propaganda against Islam. But look at Islam; it's the fastest spreading religion. Do you think people would be, accepting and acknowledging their faith as Islam if this was the case? The reality was that we were just killing people. The Mughals ruled for nearly 700 years in India in total. Yes, but the Hindus are still in majority when they left, when they were overthrown or whatever.
Yeah,
why is that? Because there was
exactly.
no discrimination against them based on the religion. I'm not saying there wasn't discrimination from the Muslims. Of course, there's discrimination, even one Muslim against another. But that is not the teaching of our religion. You'll not find that.
If they'd been bloodthirsty, then they would have all been dead. And if with 2 billion Muslims, if we were all bloodthirsty, then that would be terrible for everyone else. But the bottom line underneath all of this is what's fundamentally different with us is that we believe this stuff is all true. Everything is consistent. The thing we get the morality from, the source of morality, how we behave, how we act, what we believe is true about the world and how the world works, why people are raised and lowered in various status and all these kind of things that happen. None of it is mythology. None of it is extracting stuff from things that we don't really think are true or might not think are true or whatever. We only keep things consistent, and that helps prevent things from becoming hypocritical, and that's something very, very important to consider when you're evaluating belief systems. If your belief system and your morality includes mythology, then it's a whole different thing. And now truth is no longer that important in what you believe, and that's a serious problem. I know it's widely accepted, but it's actually a serious problem.
Subhanallah.
Right. So
one hour tracker to let him talk so he can put his hands on the wheel.
Brother, Islam just said.
Neil, please keep 2 hands on the wheel.
I know. I got my other hand on the wheel. Don't worry.
He's confident.
Alhamdulillah. The Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, وَقُلْ جَاءَ الْحَقَّ زَهَقَ الْبَاطِلِ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. Say the truth has come and falsehood has vanished. and falsehood is something that is bound to vanish. Subhanallah, this is a real, so realistic. Wallahi, Hashim Bhai, if you can pull out one of the messages. I think it was a $10 super chat I made concerning, that, yeah, when I said that, that through Islam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has, eliminated, and through the coming of the Prophet, Allah has eliminated this, practices of Jahiliyyah that used to exist in the time of the Arabs. This one, Alhamdulillah. Can you read it, please?
Yeah, sure. Alhamdulillah for Islam, the Prophet ﷺ, and Islam came to our end. What's that?
Came to basically put
came
out.
To end. Came to end these practices from the times of Jahiliyyah. Allah through Islam has given honor. Was it?
Honor,
yeah,
honor elevated the human being. The space.
Subhanallah, this is wallahi, this is a true statement, and this is why I mentioned the hadith, the statement of the companion of Rubai ibn Umar, as for the purposes why they came to the Persians, because they were bringing them from this system of ignorance, and this is what we're trying to do with you. Because Allah says in chapter 2, ayah 124 or 129, that this is the best nation, meaning the Muslims. We are the best nation that Allah has ever risen for the benefit of humanity, because we command the good and forbid the evil, and Allah has made us witnesses. Pay attention to this. Allah has made us Muslims witnesses upon mankind. We serve two purposes. We are witnesses for those who accept Islam and live upon it and die upon it and affirm the truthfulness of Islam. And we are witnesses against those who stand up against the truth of Islam and reject it or fight it. We will be witnesses. Our nation, our Muslim nation, we will be witnesses for against those previous generations and nations whom their prophets came to, and they denied them.
Yeah, and
this is the reality.
When we say truth, we really mean it, which means that we can clearly harmonize and show. For example, when we say, we don't just go killing people and things like that, but there are just cases for war and so on. We don't appeal to various different gurus and they make up stuff. We don't go to mythology or whatever else. You look in our scriptures. I mean, Samath chimed in and said, "I've put an ayat there." Well, he put a translation which talked about and go slay the polytheists who have broken their treaties. Yeah, if you read that clearly in context in its scripture, it very clearly talks about the particular case where these particular polytheists had gone and broken their treaty and started attacking Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and his armies and so on. And so with the Upanishads, right, it was very clear there's this case system and all this kind of stuff. There was no, you can only get away from it. You can't use truth or consistency checking to make that stuff vanish. But in the case of when he's trying to level those charges against Islam, we can very clearly just read through the text as it is, and it clearly dispels those false readings. That's the difference. With Islam, it's clear there's true and false readings of it. When it's something else like Hinduism, there's no such thing really as true and false readings of it. There's reading as it says, and then there's everyone's different opinions and other stuff that's built on it. But there's ultimately your own interpretation is considered valid. People can elevate themselves to gods. People can, like one of the chaps came on before and literally said he thinks it's okay to cherry pick what he feels suits, and everyone else should do the same. What we're selling, if you like, what we're explaining, what we think, what works for us, and think everyone should follow is something that's actually true, as opposed to something that is cherry picked or out of convenience.
So we got these two Hindus here. They are basically writing in the private chat about.
I think there's just one left.
Surah At-Tawbah, that this is about killing disbelievers. Like most Hindus and also Christians and many other religions who hate Islam, most of they listen to the Islamophobes. They might not be haters themselves, but they listen to Islamophobes. They get it from
quote out of context.
Yeah, they what they do is they listen to these videos and TikToks or whatever. None of these guys ever read the books. they don't have it in their DNA to read the books for some reason. They are just hearsay and that's it. So what they say is that, oh, Islam says to kill all the disbelievers. He's obviously quoting Surah Tawbah, one verse, and he forgets to read the verse about that and below that. Yes, the context is basically very clear that the disbelievers in Makkah, the Quraysh, they signed a treaty with the Muslims that anyone who breaks the treaty, the penalty for that is death. The Quraysh, the disbelievers of Makkah, broke the treaty and they got what they signed up for. Now, where is the discrimination here? Where is the injustice
here? Why were the Sikh gurus killed? The Tegh Bahadur and all.
Yeah, did you read them? Where did you get their stories from?
Where is that from?
They were every time we asked you for source, you have nothing.
You waffle.
It's in the history books. It's even in the history books.
Yeah, but who wrote the history?
Who wrote
these
the history?
were
tell me.
These were the histories written by Islamophobes, by the British. Just like the way when we told you when we give you the references,
written by Islamophobes.
We didn't say, hold on, listen to me. We didn't say it's in the history books. We gave the references from your holy books, from your scriptures. Do you have, even if somebody kills some Sikh guru or whoever it is,
because of not converting to Islam.
Hold on, stop interrupting when I'm talking. Did Islam give them the permission to kill someone without any reason? Show me that from the Quran, and then we can proceed. But until then, you're just listening to Islamophobes because you yourself have this prejudice and hatred based on your private chat.
I can see the prejudice.
That. No, you are arguing because you give references from the Quran without reading the context.
Messick, you said you literally called us all propagandists, yet it's you who's listening to a propagandist and calling him a guru. We're not propagandizing, we're conveying truth.
Yeah, that's who
killed the Sikhs? Wait. Who killed the Sikhs after the assassination of Indira Gandhi in India?
Who killed them?
Huh? The Hindus. Do you not know your history? You don't know your own history, do you?
But this was
who killed Gandhi? Wait a minute. Let's see if he knows this.
Who killed
This was politically motivated.
Who killed your Mahatma Gandhi?
This was politically motivated. This had nothing to do with
It was a Hindu motivation. Okay?
No.
Because they made agreements with the Muslim League. So
I
that's
guess
the reason they killed them. It was Hindu. It was religious motivated.
Dude, stop talking over Hashim, bye.
And stop calling him brainwashed just
about your
because he doesn't
history, about
agree
your
with
constitution, about your scriptures. All you did was spread hate and the prejudice. That is basically, it's killing you.
His bigotry is very clear, Wallahi. It's killing him.
You're not here to learn. You're an
Hashim, bye. I want him to.
Say your brainwash.
Go on, brother.
Go on, Neil.
Yeah, Islam bhai. I want him, this guy, to apologize right now and publicly for having thrown dust and brought out our Prophet Muhammad and his marriage. Because we are sick and tired of this nonsense. The brothers are quoting your scriptures. They never misquoted anything. Hashim Bhai even pulled the text for you to see. I want you to apologize right now for having offended our Prophet. That offends us. You know what is the punishment for the one who offends our Prophet in Islam? It's a severe punishment. I want you to apologize right now because you offended the sensibilities of many Muslims.
Yeah, I don't think that his ego will allow that. But the thing is, when they attack the Prophet ﷺ, one thing they have to realize is that every masjid in India, when they give the adhan, they are praising the Prophet ﷺ in your Hindu country. Do you realize that? And there are millions of masajids there. So no matter what lies you say or what offensive words you use, his name is the praised one. You can't change that.
Alhamdulillah. You see, he ran away.
I didn't do anything.
No, sir.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. The falsehood cannot stand up to the scrutiny of truth. The Quran is truthful. Alhamdulillah.
Because we can tell them to apologize. They might apologize as well, but it won't be from the heart. Trust me. I know the hatred that is spread in India through obviously the Modi guy. Both of these guys are victims of the propaganda in Hinduism, because the thing is they don't read their own scriptures. That's the reason they always see the fault in other people when you yourself live in glass houses. And then you fall apart when you bring up your scriptures.
Don't throw rocks
Trust
from
me,
a glass house,
I
my
haven't
friend.
even scratched the surface today with regards to the problems in just one book, the Ramayana. Okay, bring up Mahabharata, where the Hindus killed each other like savages. They say something like 400 million. I don't know, they give some crazy numbers. Like savages. There were no invaders that time. So who was doing the killing? Can you imagine? They lost a woman
in gambling
for a game of chess.
Wow.
And that woman had 5 husbands, and none of them were able to protect her.
Wow,
The
5
Pandavas,
husbands.
the
That
Pandavas,
is
the Pandavas were married
damn.
to one woman, okay, and yet they couldn't protect her. They sold her for a game of chess. Is that
Hashim
not
Bhai,
in your book?
Hashim Bhai, this is worse than what you were narrating about Ram not protecting Sita, of
Bro,
having
like I
treated her
said,
unjustly.
like I said, I
Subhanallah.
haven't even scratched the surface.
Give a chest.
What about Krishna? Do you know that when he died, his wives committed suicide? Sati?
Satri. Oh
Sati, yeah.
man. Oh
And
man.
do you know what they blame? They blame the others. They blame the invaders. Oh, because of them. They don't even understand the difference between Sati and Johar. So amongst the Rajputs, amongst the people who are called Rajputs, they used to commit suicide so that the enemies wouldn't dishonor them. Yes, even though these Hindus believe it's okay to go topless. I don't know how that is not dishonoring your women, but that is called Johar. But Sati is where when the husband dies, the woman
She burns
casts herself
Yeah,
on
she has
his
to die
funeral
too.
pyre and commits suicide. Guess who started that? Your queens, Krishna's wives, whom you consider as queens, or whatever you want to call them. 16,000 of them were there. 8 of them his real wives. I don't know why he wanted so many, but anyway. But they committed suicide. This is again a teaching from your religion. Don't blame the British or the Mughals for the faults in your own religion. You know why most of these guys don't read? Because most of the people in India Shudras. Yes, and they're not allowed to teach the holy scriptures. But even these guys who can read, who can test the holy scriptures, even they are ignorant of their own teachings.
But it's
You know,
also
Hashim Bhai,
mostly by propagandist. It's not. Yeah.
this reminds me, Islam and Hashim Bhai and Ali, this reminds me of what the Catholic Church used to do in the past
I was just about to
centuries.
mention that.
They did not allow the common man, the masses, to learn how to read. Only the monks who were scribes, they were the only ones allowed to read the scriptures.
Interestingly, in Britain, the Welsh were basically the protectors of the scripture for a period of time because they kept it from the Roman influence through. Now, an upshot of that was much later. They were actually the first to be allowed to have it translated from Latin into Welsh. So we got a translation into Welsh before there was a translation into English was allowed.
Wow, I didn't know there was a translation from Latin. That was before. That was before the King James edition.
Yeah, into Welsh. It was something like 100 years before.
Was it?
Hey, Hindu guys, come to Islam, man. You have no other way. You want to free yourselves from the caste system, from this filth, from you being forcefully born into a caste system, being always and eternally on the low side, on the receiving end, while the Brahmas, are always on the top, while you're being resurrected as pigs and dogs and cattle. Come to Islam, man. Free yourselves from that, man.
You don't even know why, and that's the funny thing too. So, again, I can't even say it better than what Neil just said. Samath, if you're listening, I understand. I understand the religion of which you were raised, but understand that if you're raised to believe in one thing without having knowledge of even that one thing in which you're raised to believe, there's a particular reason why most of the people there are not necessarily taught most of their faith. There's a reason for that. Take this into account, because if you're really trying to study, I understand you're raised through one thing, but take the time to ask yourself, am I a follower of this faith because it's true, or is it just because I was born into it? Because someone being born into something, you can be wrong. What do you know about your faith that you can actually know how to test it rather than just believing what people tell you? Who says they have all the knowledge in the first place? Who says they're not hiding something from you? There's no way you can actually learn the truth from that. And then you take this lack of knowledge you have with your faith and you try to or you try to attack, or you try to understand someone else's faith. It makes no sense. I understand that you guys dropped. Maybe it's because you guys have connection issue. But Samarth, I see you here. Please take into account that everything in which you learned, everything in which you were raised with, yes, that could be wrong. And if there is a particular event or a situation that you're in where people are coming to you and they're telling you, using your book, using your paradigm, the atrocities, the injustices, the issues with your paradigm, and we're telling you there is a better way, take the time to actually ask yourself, could that actually be the truth? Because the way how I see it, yes, Alhamdulillah, I am Muslim, but even if I wasn't a Muslim or a Hindu, if Hashim or all the brothers here told me the differences between Islam, even from a societal point of view, just society, not even religion, but just what it does to the society, the differences between Hinduism and Islam,
Subhanallah.
just going along with it, even if I don't want to be Muslim, I will have to conclude that Islam gives a better solution for running society than Hinduism will ever will.
Or any other religion will.
Any other religion. And if that is the case, shouldn't the true religion have the best formula for society and the afterlife? So just think about these things. Take into account and think about these things of what we're telling you. We're not attacking you. Not one thing that Brother Hashim said about your faith did he misrepresent. And that's and that's the sad thing. He did not misrepresent your faith once, and that's the problem. Meanwhile, we're telling you that there is a better way. Take the time to actually study and do accurate non-Islamophobic research to see that, yes, there could be something to this faith. Take the time.
Look, I also mentioned in another super chat, Hashem Bai, as to, how can a person like this, believe in such ideas, being resurrected as a pig, as a dog, or cattle, or anything lower than that.
Yeah, that's what it is.
On on how they die.
I wonder if you could be reincarnated
and
as like a cell or something.
Yeah, Ali.
I was gonna ask. I wonder if you could be reincarnated as a cell, or like a tissue. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Little worms. Yeah.
It depends. It depends based on your deeds, right? On how good or how bad you did on this life, right? I mean, look at this.
Would you inside a rat?
Well, funny enough, Pythagoras used to believe you could be reincarnated as a fava bean.
What?
Hannibal.
Look. Wallahi ladim. Hashim Bai, brothers.
Go on.
Subhanallah. I have a question for these Hindus, okay? Would you really throw away your entire life on such nonsensical beliefs, perversive beliefs that you're supposed to emulate and follow, okay, because of your gods, and die upon such belief and risk your afterlife for eternity being burning in the fire of hell, Jahannam, which is not a joke, is clearly described in the Quran, throughout the Quran. The different punishments in hell, in Jahannam. Wallahi, are you willing? This is my question to you. Are you willing to throw your afterlife away for such beliefs?
Let's ask them directly. Samarth, how do you answer that question? You need to unmute yourself.
Sorry, what's the question?
Will you be taking the risk, if you follow the wrong religion, to be basically punished eternally in the hellfire? Are you willing to take that risk?
Nobody knows what's the true religion. How do you know? Even until one dies.
Listen,
until one dies, nobody knows.
What is Hinduism is the path
to truth.
You're acting like an atheist right now, Hashim Bai. He's thinking like an atheist. Islam Bai, pay attention. He's thinking like an atheist. Oh, I'm gonna have to wait until I die. Guess what, my friend? There's no reincarnation for you. There's no coming back again to the life of this world. In order for you to give testimony of what you saw across the other side, there's no coming back.
You know, Samarth.
What's the proof?
Samarth.
What's the proof, Samarth? Interesting. Let me give it to you.
One second. And here's the thing, Samarth. You're asking in a weird way. You're asking the right question here, because earlier you made the claim that there's no absolute, but at the very least, you have a religion, Islam, that claims to be the truth. You have a claim, you have a position in which you stand. Okay, but then you see a religion that's making a big claim. It's making a huge claim. It claims to be the one and only truth. It claims to be the objective standard, and it claims to be the religion itself claims to be the sacred text claims to be the direct speech of this entity that's in charge of everything and everybody. You don't have to necessarily believe it off the top of your head right at this moment, but one thing about claims that you should do is to investigate it. See, you know what? I don't believe in this, but this religion claims to be this. So at the very least, let me listen and understand, or try to learn
Every religion
why
does
it's
that,
making
bro.
those
Every
claims.
religion claims. Even the Christianity claims to be.
No, Samarth, it's not true though. You see, because Hinduism typically is saying no, these are myths. Most of them are saying it's not true. There is no consistent underpinning, really. Different people take different things in different texts. No, it's just not true. There are only a handful of religions that claim to be true. This is really important. And of those, for example, the Christians, they don't claim that their book was actually written by Jesus or written by the prophets, right? So actually, no, you only really have this Islam is the only one that says this book is the word of God delivered through a prophet. You only have one religion to test that claim on. And that's a really important point. And one thing I just wanted to add to that before we jump in, Dawa Trucker, to you, Samarth, and I hope you can hear me, is I used to be atheist. I was raised in my family to believe that all religions were tools to control people and that it's all nuts and all made up. I studied theoretical physics, right? I'm a geek. I understand maths and stuff and computers and things like that. I tested things, and you know what? I believe, and I will take anyone on this, that there is more proof and stronger proof for the existence of Allah and Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam being his prophet than there is for the existence of the electron. I am more convinced of the truth of the Shahada and my Shahada and my own existence than things that are accepted to be true in physics. And that is with like-for-like comparison in terms of strength of evidence and reasoning in those beliefs. So don't tell me there's no proof. And if you say it's not true, well, what's your standard of truth relative to? That's a big question. You know, what do you mean when you say it's true? What are you using to do your comparison?
Yeah,
and so for me, I would tell
very
you,
good, very
I
good
believe.
question.
Yes, I believe it more strongly than I believe in the existence of electron, approximately comparably to I believe the existence of my own self. And you can't get better than that. And I have the proofs, but it will take many months to go through them. And you would need to be patient, not attacking. But if you can be patient, we can do that.
Like, what's the electron thing? Can you please repeat that proof?
There is
before you answer that question, what is your criteria for the truth? Let's establish that.
How do you base the truth?
Me or Samarth?
I'm just confused because like every religion claims to be the ultimate path to the heaven or something like that. So how does one decide that this Islam is the actual path and all the other religions that claim, let be Hinduism, which is thousands of years older than Islam, or many other religions are false and only the Islam is the truth?
So it depends on your epistemology as to which way you'd go about it. But for me, it was about consistency. Fundamentally, it doesn't matter how many claim that they're going to be the best way to God. What matters is if any of them are true. And it very quickly became apparent that only really one of them sort of can be because of the contradictions between them. And I haven't evaluated every religion on the planet, but I don't need to. because when I got to the Shahada, I found that it's the best possible axiom. I found that the proofs of Muhammad Sallallahu prophethood are absolutely overwhelming. And I found the Quran to be something that could not have been written by a human being, given its contents and things like this. Now, the system of evaluation, the logical evaluation, my degree of skepticism, my requirement for interlinking of consistency, and my requirement for assessing against what's known and what I can sort of observe in realities, was pretty much the same kind of standards, although I put higher standards on it, but similar standards to what I put in terms of quantum theory or general relativity or any of the other subjects and topics that I had accepted as having some high degree of reliability or truth to them in my atheist days.
And Samarth, one way you can have that understanding is to remove biases and preconceived notions. And the reason why I bring up preconceived notion is the last thing you just said. You came up with a preconceived notion. You essentially assumed that Hinduism is older than Islam. You have no clue. Yes, according to the Hindu belief, yeah, but the problem is you don't know when Muslims believe Islam started. And this is the problem. So if you're going to ask yourself these questions, then you have to be careful. And of course, I'm not saying, it's completely your fault, because we all have our biases. But if you're going to do accurate research, then at least understand the claims that are being made by the religion. As Muslims, we don't claim Islam started 1400 years ago. That's not as a matter of fact, we believe Islam started even before the first man. Literally.
But what's the archaeological proof, or what's the proof? That's just the claim that the Muslims or the text make.
Okay.
But there's no
So
proof. And there are
Samarth, why is archaeology your criteria?
Because it's scientific.
Why is science your criteria?
Like, how do I answer this now? Because it shows the actual truth. It shows proofs about.
Can science be wrong? Can science be wrong?
Yes, it can be.
So why is your criteria within itself not certain? Because it can be wrong.
So I mean, science has no absolutes.
See, and as we're going along, you see the conclusion of which you came out originally, the format in which you're using to base your conclusions off of, we can see the format and the criteria itself is flawed, meaning your conclusion is flawed because your criteria is flawed. So I'm going to ask you again, why is science your criteria for religion when science within itself cannot be a criteria for understanding an entity that claims to be above physics?
Claims are useless. If you are talking about claims, I can claim to be God,
Samarth,
and say that.
Please,
you're gonna have to prove it.
Can you answer my question, please?
Of course, exactly. You are gonna have to prove it.
Samarth, listen to me. You skipped over my question. Why is science your criteria? Why? If it can be wrong, why do you choose it to be your criteria?
So what other criteria should I see?
You cannot, Samarth, you cannot answer a question with a question. That's disingenuous. Please. I'm asking you, why is science your criteria?
Because it has the highest possibility to show the truth.
Let me take this one for a quick second, right?
Go ahead, Salam.
Why do you think science has very interesting highest probability and to show the truth? This is fascinating to me that you think that and would say that. Let's leave out the whole of science because it's a bit too big and complicated. Let's focus on the most solid of them, physics, right? On what basis do you think it's most likely to tell you the truth? What do you even mean by that?
I did not understand your question. Can you please repeat?
If we rather than just look at all of science, let's just focus on the sort of most solid one, just for the exercise. What does it even mean for it to tell you the truth? How can it even do that? What is it about physics that's different from other things?
Like, if I speak about physics, it can show again that archaeological proofs with the carbon dating and all that. When did all of this started?
But you see, each proof is what's called contingent, or depends upon your belief of something else. That's how science works in the first place. If you look at Karl Popper's book on the philosophy of physics and on science more generally, you'll find that he says that you cannot positively confirm the truth of anything with that method, with the current modern method. And there's a good reason for that, is because the method specifically only eliminates ideas that don't work. And so it could only ever find the one idea that's true if there was a finite number of ideas humans could come up with. It is literally just a system for checking.
Just a method.
It's a method for eliminating bad ideas, but that's not the same as being able to positively prove so-called true ideas. This is why you have a whole bunch of different theories on how you're supposed to interpret what's going on in physics, right? So it still doesn't even actually give you this truth thing. Now, regarding carbon dating, you have this method. You say, okay, well, do you even know how many assumptions carbon dating is based on? It's based on a large number of assumptions. Some of those assumptions, including, for example, the constancy of certain fundamental constants, are actually assumptions that are in question in physics research, and people are getting lots and lots of funding, assessing and see maybe these things aren't constant. So not only do descriptions change, but even things that in one generation are viewed to be fundamental definite facts are then found to be not true. Just look at Einstein, 1905, when space and time became viewed as something completely different, and things that were previously fundamental facts that had always been and always would be true are suddenly revealed to be completely wrong. So be very careful when someone leads you to believe that this is giving you truth. Don't get me wrong, it's a very useful tool. It's a very useful system of description. It, within a certain domain of validity, doing certain things, has a lot of value. It has a place, but be very careful where you put it in your epistemology. For me, the thing that makes physics tick, that makes it work, is consistency. Because what it does is it requires you to be consistent in your maths and with your experimental design. And by enforcing that consistency, that's how it derives useful results. But this consistency check is also used for truth in all other kinds of contexts. It's why they use it in the legal system. It's why they use it, to analyze things. Historians have adopted it even as a method, right? So actually looking for consistency is one of the most fundamental things you can do. It's most fundamentally connected with the notion of truth.
Is he even aware, Islam, that he was a Muslim scholar of the past who invented the scientific method?
I haven't got there yet, but yeah, the entire birth of science, basically, you have a few stages of it. There's the first stages. The Indians actually did a load of amazing stuff in astronomy and mathematics, and so did the Greeks and so on.
Hindu specifically.
Sorry?
Indians and Hindus specifically.
The Muslims.
No, he said Indians and Hindus specifically. I don't know how many of them were definitely Hindu dedicants, to be honest. So Brahmagupta's one of the
You're
ones.
talking about 1500 years ago. There were no other religions in India.
How do you know that?
How do you know that there were?
No,
stop
no, hang on a minute.
No. Can you stop answering questions with a question? Answer the question, please.
No, it's this is very interesting, isn't it? What a great example. We've got a use case to play with here. So what happened was, I said I don't know if the person is Hindu or not, and you said yes, he is. And I said, why? And you said, because there was no other religions than Hinduism. And
100 years ago that he say?
No, it was
1500.
1500 BC, so 3,500 years ago, roughly. And so again, I didn't make the positive claim. I had the skepticism appropriate because I do not know. I don't have sufficient evidence that it was all Hindu, so I wouldn't make that claim. Now, Samarth has just made the claim that there was only Hinduism, and so I asked for support for that claim, and he said, well, prove that there was something else. So this is a broken epistemology. The method of trying to see whether or not things are true simply doesn't work. What you should do is either say, I don't know, and so speak in a way that doesn't require making a claim, like I did, or you should look for the evidence and whether there's appropriate evidence available.
You know, Samarth, in a nutshell, here's an example, okay? If I came to you, Samarth, and you and I are talking, and then I said, Samarth, you know I can do a backflip, right? I can do a backflip. I can do a big backflip, like a huge one, right? I can be up in the sky. One thing, what would you say if I told you I could?
I'll say you to show me.
Show you. But what if my response is, I tell you I can do a backflip, you say, Ali, show me, and I tell you, no, you show me that I can't. What would you say to that? If I tell you to prove that I can't do it? You see how it doesn't make you see how it doesn't make sense? Because who made the claim? Me or you?
You.
Thank you. Meaning the person who makes the claim has to be the one to prove it. It's not for you to disprove. It's for me to prove. So, Samarth, understand that every claim that you make, you answering questions with questions, you telling us to prove that to prove the opposite, that's disingenuous. That's not how claims are. That's not how you prove it. That's not how you have a sincere conversation. Meaning,
ironically, that's also not how science works. If you're going to put your faith in science, you've got to stop that approach. That very approach you said of saying they were all Hindus back then, otherwise prove me wrong. I was giving the scientific level of skepticism. You were doing the opposite. So if you want to put your faith in science, you should analyze things a bit more like I do, and be careful with what you say more like I do, or at least try to be.
And everything you say, if you cannot bring forth evidence, then the best thing for you to do, Samarth, I think you have connection issue. I hope you can still hear me. The best thing for you to do is to not make the claim in the first place. If you're not ready to back it up.
Yeah, it was an interesting microcosm to look at that, because he's back again. That's good. But it was an interesting microcosm to look at. I was only mentioning because we were talking about the scientific method and the core of it being brought together by the Islamic scholars and up to the Golden Age, and I just felt the need and that it was right to mention the important role of the Indians and the Greeks and stuff before then. Yeah, he chimed in with and he was Hindu, and I was like, what? How do you know that? The evidence for that. And it's a great example of it's funny because there's so many things that are sort of built into what we were taught or what we grow up thinking that we don't realize are questionable or aren't necessarily true. And so saying what you think but relying on as few axioms or as few prior beliefs as possible to get there is a very worthwhile exercise. Again, it's an important part of how physics and maths sort of works and develops and becomes better. So do challenge your assumptions and try not to rely on them. Often you'll find that you don't need to rely on assumptions for things you want to say or believe to be true.
So, Shama, did you hear what Islam said? Did you understand what he said?
Yeah. So speaking with proofs, there was only the Indus Valley civilization back then. So and when today the archaeologists have dug there and they only found the Hindu idols and those like the only the idols of Hindu gods and all that. No other proofs or no. There are proofs. There are scientific archaeological proofs that there was Hinduism back in 15,000 BC in India,
Great.
and no
Yeah.
other religion.
Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on. Let's walk through this. Okay, so what is proved? Because remember, you found the idols, the artifacts. Now you made a jump from the idols and the artifacts to another claim. Can you justify that jump?
Oh no, I cannot. Can you?
I would say it's not a justifiable jump. So, for example, you saying there were no other religions in India. What if there was also a religion which specifically rejected idols? Well, you wouldn't expect to find idols of their religion. In fact, you'd be pretty stuck for archaeological evidence. That doesn't mean not finding evidence means they don't exist. It's what's called a non sequitur. It doesn't follow.
The
The other
idols
thing is,
match exactly as mentioned in scriptures, in the Hindu scriptures.
Shamath,
hang on,
stop jumping. Shamath, did you know you just did it again, right? Meaning, you made a claim, but Islam asked you to back it up. You said you couldn't, but then you tried to shift the burden onto him, the person who didn't make the claim. Did you just see that?
Yeah, but and this is the thing, and unfortunately, it was also in the middle of me trying to again show the example of how to apply a more reliable reasoning technique and say, be careful what you think you know given certain evidence. Knowing those idols there, right? If those idols are found there and they're buried at the right layers, the right times, whatever, great. Then we know that Hinduism was there, or actually we know that those idols representing those deities were there. Great. I didn't question that in the first place, but it's good to know there's good evidence for that. That means if I said something like Hindu deities didn't exist until the British arrived, you could say, ha ha, you're wrong. Here's some evidence. And my God, you would be right. And you would have shamed me had I said such a silly thing. But that's not the case, right? So again, the other thing is just because something is the dominant religion or group of religions, I should say, in a society, doesn't mean that everyone followed it. It doesn't mean that everyone believed in it. In fact, it happens to be the case that many of the major philosophers and scientists differed substantially from the normal religion at the time. So in no way, the pattern certainly doesn't fit that. So you can't even appeal to the pattern of saying, they generally follow the same religion. So you see, there's a number of problems there. The reason I'm bringing all this stuff up isn't to attack you. It's to try and sort of give you some tools that will be useful should you come
What
and
you're
check.
doing is just making claims. Can you prove?
No, you are the one who's making claims.
Wait.
No,
you are the one making claims here.
Samarth.
No, he's making claims that there could be.
You're getting worked out, man. You're getting worked out. Chill.
Samarth. First things first, okay? Calm down, okay? Second thing, name one claim, just one claim that Islam made. Just one claim, because how I see it, the only person here who's been making claims, it's you. So you just made another claim, ironically, that Islam made claims. Name one claim that Brother Islam made.
And there was one. I did accidentally make one claim that I haven't yet provided evidence for. So go for it. See if you can spot it. There's only one though. That's where.
Yeah, you said that there could be other religions back then. Nobody knows that. So, but there aren't no proofs.
Oh, what a shame.
Is that not a claim? That's not a claim.
That is indeed a claim. You said
You know
now
what?
you have to
How about
prove
this?
it
You know
that
what?
there were others.
Now let's go backwards,
No,
okay? Now,
Samarth.
okay. Now we realize we need to go backwards. Samarth, can you define to me can you tell me what a claim is? What does a claim? What is
Okay,
it? Define it for me.
Ali, just a second, brother. Just a
Go
second.
ahead. Go ahead.
Have you ever visited, the industrialization excavation site, Samarth?
No, I have not been there.
Oh no, who any Indian who have ever visited, like any professor?
Yeah.
Can you name
I've seen
one?
videos.
You have seen videos. Yeah, let me tell you something. The excavation sites of the industrialization is not currently within the borders of India. It's in Pakistan.
Pakistan, yeah, but Pakistan was a part of India before 1947.
Samarth, stop being so defensive. Stop. This is why you can't learn anything. You are so defensive. You are not understanding what's being communicated.
Yeah.
His brain is closed. That's why.
You're so you're so clung to that. I mean, I don't.
It's anyway. The point he's making there is again, the excavations are done in a certain place. You only seen them through videos, right? So you make this really strong claim, you have a really strong belief, but based on basically very little evidence with very, very sketchy basis for reliability. Very sketchy. And yet you're the one who's saying, I believe in science. I want scientific claims. Science is the strongest basis for truth. I'm the one, and Rohit as well, are the ones who are using a scientific approach of reasoning. Ali was trying to help you to understand the difference between making a claim and bringing evidence versus what I was doing, which is saying that doesn't necessarily follow. You see, to say that if I can look at a logic like that's put forward when A implies B implies C, and I can say, hang on a minute, you haven't given any good reason why B implies C, right? That B could imply something else, and you say, no, you're claiming that B is something else, then you have to provide the evidence. It's just showing that you're stuck in one particular way of seeing things.
Yeah.
And ironically, you are the furthest of all of us from anything approaching a scientific method, or a scientific method of analyzing, or a scientifically valid philosophy, or a scientifically valid approach to epistemology. So really have a think about this stuff. I think I'm going to call it here. I don't think there's any more to be done along this line from my perspective. What I wanted to do was go through this reasoning process and go through this, and we've just sort of gone backwards, and we're sort of seeing how far we can push things backwards. But Samarth, seriously, if you're going to say you put your faith in science, learn what it is. You currently have very, very little idea how science actually works. You have a popular science idea. Don't try and learn it through videos. Go and actually read some research papers, because often you'll find when the popular press or popular science reports on something, they'll say some grand fancy title, some video on YouTube will make some claims, and they'll say it's backed up by this evidence. And you go to the actual scientific paper and it says, we think maybe we might, with some degree of this could be a possibility. Someone else has said, such and such is proved definitely true. This is all the time. You read it on all the popular science sites. You see it in all the YouTube articles, whether it be archaeology or physics or other kind of things. And loads of physicists like Sean Carroll will confidently tell people in lectures, we've proved such and such. And then when he turns his back and talks to his colleagues, everyone knows that's not true. And he is calling for funding to try and see if it is true. Because the whole thing is much, much messier than you seem to think. And if it's really the case that you put faith in science, please go ahead and start to learn it in more detail and get to understand it better, because otherwise you're going to be really lost and you'll be at the whims of gurus telling you what to think, or whoever brought you up, or whatever sort of, is the normal societal thing. It just, if you want to think and you really trust science, learn what it is and how to use it, how to wield it, how it works, how evidence is related to claims, how facts are supported or not. Because at the moment, you're not anywhere near a level you'd need to be to assess Islam. And I would love you to learn science and logic to the level where you can bring an assessment of the claims made by Islam. I would love you to be able to follow with me the journey I made going from being atheist, studying theoretical physics, and coming to believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the God and that Muhammad sallam, genuinely is his messenger. And I did not want to believe that. I fought it. I fought it for a long time. I was dragged because I believed it was true. And I came to believe it was true, like I said, through a very solid system of analysis and a lot of hard work and a lot of legwork. And like I said, the proofs are stronger than you will find for the proofs of things like electrons in physics. And if anyone understands physics and maths well enough, I will definitely prove that to them. But you've got to get up to that stage.
I'm a science student. You can prove it to me.
Neil.
Sorry?
You said he's a science student, so
brilliant, excellent.
So, Neil,
which science, Samath? Which science?
I am currently in grade 12, so just physics, chemistry, and math.
Okay, great. So you're on the science track, and soon, God willing, you will end up studying sciences properly. Let me tell you one thing that you should expect is when you get into university, especially if you do maths or physics, but also if you do chemistry, not so much of biology, the first thing they'll tell you in your lectures, in your first year of lectures is to forget everything you were told in your schooling until university, and they will teach you all again from the beginning because most of it is taught wrong. That is a rite of passage. Maths and physics and chemistry, they will tell you, I guarantee this, forget everything you've learned, it's all wrong, we've got to start again from the beginning. That's how it works.
But are you serious, Islam?
But Islam, you are not lying. My first year of college, first day, freshman first day, my engineering teacher, it was computer engineering, just engineering as a whole. My professor said, everything you've ever learned about math or whatever you did in high school, forget it right now. And I'm just over here like, wait, what? Wait.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe it.
That was the very first thing my professor told me. So,
but also,
he's not wrong about that.
Yeah, but actually, just to give some interesting examples, just for funsies, is I remember when I was doing my A levels, I used to read above anyway because I've always been an autistic geek, and I remember we were taught how wings work in physics classes at your current level, Samar. Thinking I'm being taught physics in a decent English school with good ratings, in a nice sort of southern place, and they're talking about faster flow, lower pressure, Bernoulli's principle, and explaining how wings work. And I went and got more detail from some books on hydrodynamics of wings, and it was completely different. And it was like, what's all this stuff about vortexes? There's nothing to do with flow lines matching up. It's completely. Why do you need complex analysis and certain transforms to analyze flow lines and cross sections for a wing? There's nothing like what we did in class. You know what my physics teacher said? He said, I know what we're teaching you is wrong. It's not correct, but this is what you have to put in your test to pass it. So I was like, do I put what's correct or do I put what I've been taught to get the marks? And he says, put what you've been taught.
Just get the grade, bro.
This is this thing that you've been relying on so far as your arbiter of truth. This is a reality. This is how it works. So careful, real careful, man. Honestly, you've got a long way to go. I do hope you stay on the science track. I hope you do really well at it. And I would love to talk to you in a few years, maybe when you're sort of more sort of leveled up in this, and inshallah you can follow the journey I came to Islam. But please keep an open mind in between. Please stop being so defensive, and please stop thinking that we've got bad intentions.
Exactly. Neil.
So Islam, Ali, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, subhanAllah, man, there's a lot going in my mind just by listening to Islam. First of all, I have to say, Islam, I think everything that you have said to him is above his pay grade. He's not gonna.
No, careful, because he's not very
not.
strong with English. I think he'll be able to follow more maybe when he reads it back.
I
No,
don't know.
no,
Let's
I
hope so.
understood what you said. I understood.
I don't
Excellent.
know
Good
about
stuff.
that.
So,
But
Samarth, please understand this. And by the way, everything we've been talking to you about, I'm gonna double what Islam said. We're not here to attack you. We're really not, because for one, I the whole day I've been on, I was at work. I just came home not too long ago, and I rushed home. As a matter of fact, so I would not take time out of my, we're all of us here. Look at Neil. He's at work right now. He's driving. We're taking time out of our day to have a conversation with you. We're taking time out of our day for this. We
Dude,
are,
it's 5 a.m. in the morning. I have not slept the whole night.
bro. 5 a.m. in the
What
morning.
I
That's afternoon for me. Okay, relax. So,
that's evening for me.
um,
So
no, I'm saying I'm awake at 5. Anyways. But so we're saying here we dedicated our time to actually bring people and have conversations and understand other people's religion for a reason. We want people to be Muslim. We want to understand their faith. That's how we have interfaith dialogue. So we literally are coming with the best of intentions. Otherwise, we wouldn't waste our time doing this time out of our day.
exactly.
So everything that which we're telling you, whether Brother Islam is telling you from the scientific point of view, from any which form of view, religion, science, every which point of view, is telling you that one, we at the very least are sincere enough to do the research of everything that of which we're talking about, whether it's a history geek like myself, or a science geek like Islam, or just a plain old geek like like Dow Trucker. We take the time to actually do the research, and everything everything in which we're telling you, we
Ali.
mean it. What? everything, everything in which we're telling you, we mean it with the utmost sincerity, and we ask you to not only understand why Islam is the truth, because again, us showing that Hinduism is incorrect does not make Islam true. We do both. We understand Hinduism. We to the point where we can quote scriptures about it, and then we try to get you to the path of your criteria. How do we sort out the truth from falsehood? How do we come to a criteria that we all can follow? And we do this to let you know that we understand your biases, and we're trying to do our best to make you realize that the truth is in Islam. So take the
Ali.
time. One second, Maki. Take
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
time
I'm
to
sorry.
understand what we're saying. Take the time to ponder about your criteria, because so far, Samarth, with all due respect, your criteria for identifying what is true is a flawed criteria. I think the brothers and I have shown you just a little piece of why it's flawed just within the first 10 minutes. So take the time to ask yourself, why is this my criteria? Let me find a better criteria. These brothers are claiming to have a better criteria. Let me do the research on it, and then we can come to the truth, because you can't come to a rightful conclusion with the flawed criteria. So please take
Hmm.
everything that of which we're saying into account, and know that we mean well for you. If we don't mean well, we would not be here.
Exactly. I have to
Yeah.
say something, Ali. Subhanallah. About when Islam was talking about science itself, either science, the science that you're learning, and the science that Islam, is saying that you will eventually will come to undo everything that you have learned and restructure your brain in order to learn the real thing from scratch all over again. Either this science will do two things to you, like it has done to many scientists. Number one, either it will lead you to the absolute truth of Islam, and it will make you a Muslim, because many scientists have become Muslims in many areas, because science is a vast field. Okay. Or number two, that science will blind you and will lead you astray to your own damnation.
did you study science?
I did, and I hated it.
No, no, the trucker guy.
You sound muffled.
Neil?
Trucker's not a particularly scientific background.
No, not really. Barely, barely, very, very like basic stuff. I'm not. I
So
don't have the credentials to speak about science, but basic things we can discuss it with you. I mean, I was going to propose to Islam, since you say that you take the scientific method, in order to
You
arrive
cannot
to a
speak about
conclusion.
science if you have not studied it.
Oh no, he can, because Dawa Trucker has actually been on a lot of these calls and stuff before, and he's spoken a lot and heard from me and other people. There's a lot of
Yeah.
scientific Muslims, and like you're talking about Hinduism and religion, but you have basically not read the scriptures. Like
Yeah.
so
By the way,
Dawa Trucker talks
your
about
science is
science.
high school science, and do you really think you understand science?
Well, this is what I was describing. I said to him, wing lift, one a classic example that's taught completely wrong at his level, and that when you go to university, they're going to tell you what you learned in physics and maths, at least, and chemistry. Start again from the beginning. This whole sort of picture of atoms. I don't know if that will focus properly. If I can see that, but basically, this orbital thing stuff.
That's
Yeah.
false. That's not the actual.
Yeah, exactly. All of that stuff,
It's
which
false
is how it's
according
taught.
to.
So if there's only two options here, right? Either you think of it as something like that, or you've already studied quantum mechanics and you already
Yeah, I have.
yeah. So
Not
you already solved the
not
Schrodinger
Guys,
equation,
I'm
the
taking in
Legendre
the next
polynomials.
caller. I think we should give this guy rest now. What's his name? Samath.
Yeah.
So I know it's like
I don't
5
mean
p.m. or something.
Samath, I don't mean being told quantum mechanics exist and being told SBT orbitals. I mean actually tackling it and solving it yourself, which you're not doing in college.
He's in high school, so I don't know how much
Yeah.
science he's studied.
I know.
But
May
anyway,
Allah guide him.
I mean,
yeah. Vaishnavi, you're next. Hello, Vaishnavi.
Hi.
Hi there. How are you doing?
Hello.
Her connection.
No, we can hear.
I wasn't expecting that, but
Can you
So
hear us?
I wanted to know, am I
Yeah.
clear?
Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
you.
very clear.
I wanted to know your definition of Hinduism here.
Hinduism, I think it's a philosophy, many multiple philosophies merged into one. In short, what I would say is Hinduism.
Yeah, it's basically all the stuff from the Indus Valley, with all the different sort of textual bases, including Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita and so on, and the various different forms and variations that arose, roughly.
By the way, Vaishnavi, do you know what the topic is today?
Yeah,
What do you think it is?
I think it is about Diwali and some dark past, something like that.
Yeah.
Nobody is going on that topic.
No, we were on the topic until you guys came.
Yeah, we were literally, you're the first people we went off topic significantly from. It was the festival of
That's
lights we
because
were
you guys did
from.
not read your scriptures, so I don't think there was it was
Yeah.
fair for you to indulge in the topic. But I hope Vaishnavi can maybe enlighten us with regards to her take on the dark side of Diwali, which is basically how Sita was mistreated, or the injustice against her by Ram and everyone around him. What do you?
So first of all, I'm agnostic.
Mhm. What does that mean?
And no, I'm not Hindu.
You're
I'm
not a Hindu?
agnostic.
Okay.
No.
But your parents are Hindu?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you mean when you say agnostic? Do you mean like you're not sure who God is?
My belief is that I don't know right now.
Okay.
You're unsure. Okay. Hashim Bhai, then we should take the time and explain and come to the conclusion, inshallah. First, Islam Bhai, let's bring it, let's step by step, inshallah, to bring her to the logical conclusion, inshallah, that you'll give her an idea and understanding, about, if there is a creator, first of all, even before we mention the name Allah. And let's use the most basic, steps.
Well, we'll try.
I wanted to give my definition of Hinduism here. I think there was some confusion on the definition of Hinduism.
Okay, well, I mean, one thing, do you think what we said is an incorrect definition of Hinduism?
I don't think it is incorrect, but I wanted to give my definition. I think it is more correct.
But if you're
Version.
atheist, sorry, if you're agnostic though, can I ask why?
That's fine.
Because I'm not sure.
Let's hear your definition of Hinduism. Go ahead.
Okay.
So I think Hindu is a geographical term, and any philosophy that originated in India is considered a part of Hinduism. And if you don't believe in any philosophy but still call yourself Hindu, you are Hindu.
No, I'm sorry.
So
That
you
is
don't
a
have to follow any
terrible,
ideology
terrible.
or belief or practice to be a Hindu.
No,
If
that's a terrible.
if your parents are Hindu, you can call yourself Hindu.
No, that is so completely wrong on so many levels. It's not even a matter of opinion. That is totally false. I mean, first of all, under that you would have Buddhism being a type of Hinduism, right, and all this kind of stuff. So that would be nuts to start with. But also, what you said technically means geometry and counting, right, is also going to be something that you could call being part of Hinduism, because you're talking about philosophy. There's other areas of philosophy that actually come from the Indus Valley region. So unless you're at least adding to that a definition of deity specifically and differentiating deity from non-deity, and then talking about that area of things to at least constrain it to religious philosophy, it's a terrible definition. I think we did a lot better. Sorry.
But I think that's how Hinduism was defined in India. Before, people followed different philosophies, but they didn't consider themselves Hindus. But after the British colonization, they divided Indians into the different religions. So the people who were not Muslim or Christian, they were considered Hindus. Even in India, we have laws based on religions. And in India, under Hindu system, Sikhs and Buddhists also come. In India, legally, they come under the Hindu Marriage Act.
No disagreement, and you won't find me supporting the British Empire and what it did one little bit. And I'm fully aware that they were such, oafs that they couldn't distinguish between various different subclasses and types of religion, and they couldn't allow too many because they were only concerned in dividing people to divide, conquer, and rule. How it worked, absolutely. So you're right in that sense. The actual English word Hindu, for example, wasn't really around in the English lexicon until we started studying India in order to try and take it over. Yeah, you're right in that sense.
It's not even in the Hindu scriptures. The term Hindu is not even there.
Sorry?
It's not even in the Hindu scriptures.
Yeah, but the thing is, again,
it was given to them. The term Hindu was given to them by the
So it's a modern construct, Islam by Hashim Bhai. That's what you're saying. It's a modern construct.
But be careful then again, because if that's going to be the definition we use of Hindu, then it does not include many of the actual religions that existed historically or were precursors or parts of what was found in the Indus Valley when the British decided to carve it up. So, but yeah, what you said historically is right. I agree. But be careful if you're going to take, either you've got to say, so Hinduism doesn't exist as a term, it's fake, or you say, well, yes, and it has its history.
It is a social construct.
Yes, but then all words are
let's not get
from
bogged
God
down into
or
this
social constructs. There's no
terminologies.
other option.
I'm more interested why Vaishnavi is not believing in God anymore.
Yeah.
Well, before that, I would like to know what the definition of God is. What is this thing that she's not sure about?
I would say my definition of God is something which is beyond the material world.
Okay. That's a good start.
That's a good start.
Because I know that all powerful, all knowing, these are parts of definition of God in Islam, but I'm not even sure about whether there is something beyond the material world. So right now my definition is something which is beyond the material world. I will call that God, but I don't know if it is true or not, if there is something beyond the material world or not.
Okay, so how do you define material world exactly? How do you know if something is in or not part of it?
So I think I would say something which is part of the universe is part of the material world, but something which is beyond our universe is something which is part of the immaterial world.
Are you familiar with angels and jinns in Islam?
Yeah, I've heard about them.
Okay. Can you tell me a bit about them as you've heard of them?
So I think jinns are evil spirits who misguide people, and angels, I think they deliver the message of God to people.
Okay, well, your angels was kind of good, but there's something to add there, and the jinns was a bit incorrect. So jinns are these things made of smokeless fire as a base substance. You can think of them as being kind of chaotic in a way. That's what sort of characterizes that kind of hot fire that's referring to. And angels are made of light, which is a highly ordered substance, if you like. And so angels don't just carry the messages, but they are very well suited to carrying messages. But they also carry out commands and actions and protections and all sorts of other things as well. And the jinn can be those who follow Iblis and do bad, or they can be Muslims and they can be chill. And each of us is attached to one as well. We have this thing called a qareen, which is a jinn that's attached to us throughout our life.
So they are good jinns as well?
Yes.
Yes. There are Muslim jinn, there's Christian jinn, there's Jewish jinn, there's Indian jinn, atheist jinn, any type of ism that you can think of, there is a jinn for it.
I'm not sure there's atheist jinn. I think that would be. I'm not sure how that would work.
Essentially, I think the whole point of even talking about angels and jinn is related to the fact that they can see us, but we can't see them. Meaning they live in a different plane than we are. So according to our the definition of what you said was God, unfortunately, and according to our belief, angels and jinns would fit that definition. And the word that's commonly used is metaphysical, or like beyond physics, meaning it's beyond our physical realm. So that's
I was actually going through this in a very careful step-by-step way for a reason. Because actually what she said was really insightful. She said God is beyond the universe, and universe taken in the sort of not the technical physics definition, but it's supposed to mean everything that was made. Essentially, the whole creation is the universe.
What we know is the universe, right?
Well, again, that's technically the observable universe, but then you can say there are universes beyond those and so on. However, if your concept of universe permits there existing something outside of the universe, and you're using the universe, definite article, then you're talking about you were talking about God being what is beyond the universe, meaning there's some container, if you like, that we call the universe, and everything that's inside that is part of somehow this material realm, and that there is somehow God that is beyond it. And I think that's good. We think of God as being entirely separate from his creation, and that's important. But exactly as Alie went to, the reason I was raising angels and jinn is because this line between material and immaterial is viewed differently again in Islam, because we have more this concept of the manifest and the hidden, or the witnessed and the unseen, another way to think of it. So there's still things that are material and part of the natural order, but aren't necessarily accessible to our senses in the normal way. And that doesn't make them deities, although we believe that many people have accidentally been tricked into taking them as deities in the past, which explains a lot of things. So given that framework, what do you think of that in terms of this question of God and the material and the immaterial?
That's interesting. So are you saying that angels are part of the material world, but they are not accessible by the human eye?
No, it's not true. They're not accessible. So an angel, for example, appeared to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So they can.
We have two each.
But you see, we can't see the ones on our shoulders. We believe we have one on the right shoulder and one on the left shoulder, but we can't directly see them. But that doesn't mean that there's no such thing as ever seeing an angel. Some of them, they can sometimes be seen and sometimes be hidden from us. And so it's difficult to find a good word for this outside of the Islamic paradigm, because like Alie picked the word plane on different planes. Some people think of it like that, or in different dimensions. Some people think of it like that. And both of those actually have problems as well in the way of conception of them. Really, if you think about the senses that a human being has, we're very limited. You know, bees see different wavelengths from what we do. Dogs have they have binary nostrils, so they smell from the different directions, and when they run around, they pick up scents and where they came from and actually get a 3D map of the world just built up through the nose. We have nothing like it. Bats can hear sounds that we don't, and so on. So there's lots of things that are beyond the normal human range of perception. And these things being, you know, angels and jinn are having their own, if you like, internal mechanics. They're not just like a rock or you know, a plane
or a robot
sort of spreading fire. You know, they're doing things. So you wouldn't expect them to show up regularly in experiment. You wouldn't expect to be able to put together an experiment to summon an angel reliably in order to test them in the lab. So this notion of what is material and how you check material things is also something that comes into question.
So in the materialistic ideology, can angels be justified in that? Because I think when we think about the material world, we are thinking about how you, according to human perception.
Well,
most of the
this is an
time.
interesting question. So let me ask you about gravity. Does gravity exist?
I'm not a science student. I don't know so much about it.
Yeah. Actually, let us ask a science student. Samrat, what do you think?
Yes, it exists.
Okay. So here's what's interesting, though, is you cannot see gravity at all.
But you know it exists.
You cannot touch it. You cannot taste it or anything else like this. We can only infer that gravity exists because we can see its action on things.
From its
Now,
effect.
here's one thing that's really interesting. You might find it interesting, Vaishnavi, is lots of phenomena in physics we could not detect or see until we came up with a theory, and then could, with that new sort of experimental technique, we're able to see the thing, right? There's thousands of examples of this in the history of physics. And
yeah,
for me,
I think that is the reason that I'm agnostic and not atheist. I used to be atheist, but I think I've changed my mind. I'm now agnostic, but I'm still not sure about it.
Inshallah, we will make you a Muslim, inshallah,
Interesting
by the will of
perspective
Allah.
on materialism. This is my first time hearing it. Thank you very much.
Okay. No, that's cool. You know, I used to be a diehard naturalist, materialistic type. So, you know, I can appreciate where you were coming from before on that. Where I was getting to on this actually wasn't exactly that. It was something one step further, which was that in Islam, essentially there is again this axiomatic framework, just like with the other sciences, right? The shahada, this testification of faith. Now, under this framework, then essentially when you don't believe, or when you are deprived of belief, your eyes are covered and your heart's covered, meaning there's certain things you cannot see, you're not aware of. And this is like not having the experimental tools available. You don't have the ability to see those things. After I took my shahada, I became aware of many things that I was not aware of before. Largely, or most clearly, I should say, internal phenomena. I became aware of things happening to first of all, became aware of my soul. you know, became aware of this Qareen thing messing about, I could start to detect dynamics that it's not like I never had feelings there before, but I could never really detect concrete dynamics of a thing because I didn't really have the theory to understand what that thing was. And once I had that, the grounding, the Islamic theory on the soul, the nafs, and all this kind of stuff, then I could start to sort of see it in action. I could start to actually perceive it, and I could perceive the difference in this feeling of my heart. You know, doing certain things with my life, being good and bad, and so on. So,
if I may, do you think is it because you did not know a lot about Islam, or is it truly after becoming Muslim you were able to see a lot of things which you were not able to see? Or don't you think it will also be true for other religions like Christianity?
well, so this is interesting. You know, I was raised in a Christian school, so I was first given access to Christianity before anything
I
else.
also study in a Catholic school.
Yeah, but I rejected that quite quickly because it didn't make sense, and you know, I was too challenging for, you know, the local vicars and priests, even when I was very young, and I was raised. My adoptive father was very strong atheist, anti-religious, so he really brought me in that vein. So I think for me, with other religions, there will be aspects that they can resonate with and aspects they don't. Like, you know, I used to do a lot of Shaolin Kung Fu, and I used to, you know, learn things like meditation techniques in there. They have this idea of qi. So there's something that can resonate from there, but there's also things that fall apart. It only works so far. Whereas for me in Islam, I spent what's like about 6 or 7 months learning and sort of assessing and studying. Mostly while I was fighting, I was assessing and studying it to try and beat it. And you know, this colleague of mine who was studying physics with me, because yeah, that was what I was studying at the time. And yeah, I ended up, like I say, at some point realizing, first of all, I realized that the actual experiment to do would be to make a sincere prayer to this God and say, well, if you really exist, guide me, I'm really open to it. The problem was, as soon as I really made that sincerely, I was already kind of then tipped over the edge where I started to actually believe. and it all goes very fast from there. But the actual ability to see the world through that lens and therefore be able to see these phenomena in action, be able to really understand the world from the Islamic lens, yeah, it's not available until you take the Shahada, until you take that step. So I didn't start to see these things when I was learning about Islam, but they made more sense. They were more plausible. But then I started to actually see them when I actually sort of did the experiment, actually have the associated feelings, if you want to say, sort of simpler way of saying it.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's the whole, you know, what's it called? Empirical evidence. This is one of the things I find really interesting. Like, a lot of physicists or physics people will discount internal experiences from being empirical evidence, and yet light comes into your eye and interacts with your retina and only actually becomes part of your view of the world once it becomes an internal experience. You know, pain inside your gut, your organs, this is internally sensed. No one else is feeling it for you. So yeah, I had a very long, deep road thinking about reality and whether or not you have the means to see or detect or interact with things. And but these particular experiments, if you like, of coming to Islam and seeing the difference, yeah, like I said to the other chat before, I studied theoretical physics, and I studied the electron, the proofs for the electron, quantum field theory, all this kind of stuff. And for me, overall, when I look at all of the proofs, combined, there's actually stronger proof for Islam to me than there is proof of the existence of the electron. Or put another way, I have more doubt that the electron really exists, like in reality, than I have that God really exists as a prophet. And it comes back to what we have the ability to experimentally verify. What do we have existing evidence for? How do we assess what's true? The role of consistency and checking consistency in those kind of things, and the fact that all proofs depend upon prior beliefs. Every time P is proved true, it's because you believe ABC, and those imply P eventually. So all beliefs come back to something that you prior already believe. So at some point there is always some matter of belief, of faith, and
Please
being
pray for me, everyone.
Sorry.
Please pray for me, everyone.
Okay, I will do.
Inshallah, we will. We ask Allah that He
also do that prayer yourself, because this is the thing: is being agnostic actually also requires faith. But can you put your finger on exactly which founding beliefs you are holding? It's quite difficult. For me, this is one of the most beautiful things, is that with Islam, there's one very clear article of faith. Nothing else is an article of faith. Everything else follows rationally from that and connects with the world. And one of the beautiful things about this is the protection from manipulation, because every other belief system has this multiple different articles of faith that are quite hidden, and there's some other kind of structures in place that sort of make things work. Believe me, the system of institutes, the Western system and the Western amount of control that it has, it's control over schooling. We were talking about taking over India before, and colonization and stuff. The role of schooling and the structuring of subjects and domination over how they were taught has a big role in that. And a lot of people have started to lose sight of the fact that that is also a belief system, and that things don't necessarily have to be seen through that lens. A lot of people, when they say science, they're really referring to a particular Western naturalist form of belief system, and there's plenty of other ways of viewing scientific experiments and things like that. So,
and I wanted to give my opinion. I think this topic was discussed earlier about the caste system.
Yeah.
I take it you're not a fan.
Yes.
Good.
Good.
I've not written my surname also. I don't believe in it.
Thank God.
Good. Good. Alhamdulillah. Islam will free your mind from it.
I think
Sorry,
one of the ways to, I think, demolish it is to just give everyone random surnames, because in India, the way to identify someone's caste is their surname. So if the government makes a rule that they will give random surnames to everyone, then it will be impossible to tell which caste a person is. So I think it can be one of the ways of dismantling the caste system.
Yes, an interesting
Are you
idea.
from the south, Vaishnavi? Are you from South India?
Yes. No.
No, because I think in
I'm
South
from
India.
UP.
Okay, interesting. In South India, they actually got rid of the surname because they didn't want to indulge in the caste system. So you got the same mindset, which is quite interesting.
Yeah.
So did you understand the material world and the immaterial world?
Yes, I think it is an interesting thing. This is the first time I've heard this kind of theory, so I think it is interesting. I will try to look into it more. Right now I'm in school, so I have to study also, exams are there, but I want to look into Islam more and other religions. I like learning about religions also.
Yes,
excellent.
you know,
Well,
there
you'll
is
do well.
one example I can give you, which is much closer to you, or maybe, and everyone understands this. So, without going into the jinn and the angel, that realm of our existence, you can look into yourself, which we call the nafs, or the consciousness that you have, which is immaterial. And without that, no scientist can operate, no philosopher, no logician, no physicist
I'm
can
not sure about that.
You don't believe
Is
you're
consciousness immaterial
Yeah.
or
Let me
not?
offer you this interesting experiment. I've thought about this one a lot. So
Go ahead,
first of all, it does make more sense that the there's a self is observing the rest of the body. There's good reasons why, but first of all, let's do a little experiment, right? Let's think if you're you, but God forbid your finger is cut off. Are you still you?
Yeah.
Okay. If your whole hand is cut off, are you still you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's put your hand back because we're not going to cut too many bits off. Let's just cut the foot off. Are you still you?
Yeah.
You see where this is going? It's like, what about if I take out all your organs and replace them with someone else's organs? Are you still you with an organ transplant?
If the brain is also replaced.
Ah, no, okay, so leave the brain where it is. We take out, like, we're doing one. I just sped things up. Let's slow it down.
One organ you have to keep.
Let's go through organ by organ. So your kidneys, if your kidneys are taken out and replaced with someone else's kidneys, are you still you?
Yeah.
Okay. If your lungs are taken out and replaced with someone else's lungs, are you still you?
Yeah.
What about your heart?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's interesting because your heart actually has a mini brain on it, right? There's a small nervous system all around your heart, which is directly connected into your brain nervous system. Very interesting, because if a heart transplant still leaves you as you, then when you go and say, well, I'm not so sure about the brain, careful not to contradict yourself.
But
So
will it make a difference if the heart is exchanged?
well, this is, again, what we're doing is a thought experiment to get to the essence of what is you. If I sort of walk this through, right, one of the ways
many people
like
have had heart transplants, they're still them.
Yeah, of course, you know, but then also the brain, you can remove large parts of the brain and someone still works, it's still them. There's one picture you can see online of a guy who had a shotgun shot through his head. His whole back of his skull is missing. He still knows who he is and his family is, and it got patched up. You can have lobotomies.
Have you heard of Phineas Gage, Alie? There was a guy, Phineas Gage, a guy 200 years ago who had a rod, literally, go through his and he was
the example that I.Hakim gave you, like the guy only had like a small part of his brain left.
Yeah, like literally half his brain left, but it was still him. Now the thing is, if you try and look at your internal experience, right? One of the models I found really useful is to think of the self and the not self, right? So not self is everything that's not me, and the self is the stuff that's inside this. If I think of that in a more abstract way, it can keep shrinking and shrinking because I can think about any part of my brain and what's going on, and I can choose whether that is inside or outside of myself, whether I accept or reject it. You know, I can think I don't want to think that thought. I don't want to be like that. And it becomes externalized. It becomes a third party thing. Sometimes you're having a sort of battle with your brain, right? Even when I say my brain, well, what is the thing saying my? What is this I that is able to say my brain? If the brain was me, it would be impossible for someone to say my brain. The brain would be that self in the first place. So actually, not only is it not clear that, you know, the self is somehow defined materially, but it makes so much more sense. In other words, it is a a much more what's called parsimonious theory, or a much clearer theory that connects with actual human experience, to say that the self is immaterial and it's sort of like a rider on the material body. If you think of the body as being like a horse and the soul as being like a rider that's riding that horse, it makes a lot more sense of our language, of our experience, of our scientific observations. You know, it's a better theory by the normal standards that we use in science to assess whether or not something is a better theory.
But don't you think that consciousness emerges from the brain? And if the whole brain is replaced and somebody else's brain is fit at that place, do you think that person will be the same person, or the consciousness will be different? Because consciousness without brain, consciousness cannot emerge. So I think that
No,
it is my viewpoint. I don't know much about it.
no, I understand. Obviously, I think if you have
I think
an
we are
entire
trying
brain,
to understand where consciousness is. The question is, do you accept that you are conscious?
Yeah.
no, she accepts it, but she was asking the question if consciousness can be considered emergent from the brain. And so then she's asking, well, maybe if you transplant a brain, then you're putting someone's consciousness in someone else's body, right?
No, but even if you consider it to be within the brain, okay, the question still stands, like, can you observe it? Can you see it? Where can you prove that it exists in the brain? Scientifically, empirically, can you do that?
I think just like in the computer, there is a monitor, there's a screen, and there is the hardware. So I think the hardware is there, and the things we imagine, or when we close our eyes, the things we see, it emerges from the hardware, and it is part of it, and it cannot exist without the hardware.
No.
So
We don't
it
say
emerges from the
software emerges from the hardware. We say the hardware requires the software in order to function. Do you see what I mean? So you do not say, I mean, there can be a computer without any software and it can do nothing.
Yeah.
Like without the ROM, without the RAM, none of that. But the thing is, if you put the software in there, and we know that software is not something that is material as such, it might require a medium to be put in the computer for it to work. So I think that example fits perfectly. Like, you're comparing material and immaterial as hardware and software. Do you understand?
But computer doesn't have consciousness.
Well, no, but
you gave the analogy. I gave a counter analogy.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? But the question is, you cannot observe consciousness. You know, go online, look up this phrase, the hard problem of consciousness, and you'll see that every scientist has failed to prove consciousness. You can only say as a subjective understanding, because you understand yourself, so you can tell someone, I'm conscious, but you cannot give them an objective proof.
They even haven't been able to define the word consciousness and what it means in any kind of consistent way. It's so far out of their reach. And the only problem I have answering your question is I don't want to pitch things too technical. There's loads of it's a brilliant question, but the best answers to it are to do with things like entropy and the fact that if we had no consciousness, we would just rot into the ground like everything else. But the consciousness is what makes us fight entropy. But again, these are quite technical kind of answers, and you're asking a very deep question that has deeply technical answers, and I don't want to sort of go there too much, if you like. But
no, I personally think
one thing I did want to just quickly pick up on the consciousness thing, just to sort of just to run your mind around, just to think about, okay, is that the brain sends a bunch of electrical signals from neurons to other neurons, right? Now, if you look at a forest, okay, you have trees and you have funguses. The trees have roots and they're sending a whole bunch of chemical signals, but also some electrical signals, mostly chemical. Just like in our neurons, we send chemical and electrical signals, and the signals go through the from the tree's roots into the funguses, and the fungus sends signals back to them. It's a highly complex network web of these things sending signals to each other. it's structurally, in terms of graph theory, if you analyze it, has a very similar structure to a brain. It's vastly more complex than the brains of relatively simple creatures. And so can we objectively then say that the forest is conscious? What is this thing consciousness you're pointing at? And would it make sense that it like I say, if you think of these things as being emergent, then you'd have to think of the forest as being conscious in the same kind of way as humans are conscious. And there's clearly a difference, and that's the thing we're getting at, right? There's this that we have a particular kind of soul, particular kind of animating thing that we call the human soul.
So does that mean that animals don't have consciousness because humans evolved? So do you think there is?
They have animal souls. I was saying we have human souls. They have animal souls.
Yeah,
But do animals have consciousness?
Yes,
they have consciousness too. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
It's very interesting. I wanted to add something very interesting because she's asking about. Oh, she left already.
No, she's here.
Oh no, the other guy. Oh, because she's we made a distinction about two different types of consciousness, and they are not alike. Okay, our consciousness is not alike like the animals or the plants. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions a beautiful verse in the Quran, that it says that everything in the heavens and in the earth glorifies Allah. And Allah says that, Allah tells the Prophet in that same verse that you do not know their glorification of Allah. Only Allah knows it. And this is a very profound verse, very deep verse. Allah makes the example of the birds, that when you see them spreading their wings in the sky, Allah puts the question, who holds them? And Allah answers, none but the most merciful holds them in the air. And only Allah knows the glorification of the birds when they spread their wings. In Arabic, this is called tasbih, which comes from the word subh, which means to glorify, to magnify. Also, it can also mean to float, to be held. And Allah makes this example, in reference to the moon, to the sun, to the stars, to the planets, that all of them, they follow a path, and they are swimming. Allah refers to in the Arabic word yusabbihu. They swim in their paths. And so everything, imagine, that's a powerful verse to think about, that everything in the heavens and in the earth, everything that we know glorifies Allah, and only He knows His glorification. This is how deep the Quran goes into these things. And this is beyond what we know as human consciousness. This is greater than us. Subhanallah. That's all I wanted to add. But I think that we should explain. We should explain Islam to her in a brief. Inshallah.
One of the best examples we see daily.
Yeah. Go on.
About the birds praising God can be actually seen daily in your life. You see the birds singing at a particular time every morning and every evening. I mean, if they do it all together, you can see everywhere in the world, not just one place. You see them at a particular time, they all start singing or making some noises. I mean, that is a clear. We don't know what they're saying. It could be clearly glorifying God.
Well, this is the thing. Even whether they're chirping or not chirping, they're still glorifying God. Here's what's interesting for me is that if you consider anything that's alive, anything at all, it has a point of birth and a point of death and a continuously connected path in between the two. Now, like at any point, it can't do everything it could possibly do. It has to make some choices, which means it's making some sacrifice. In other words, it's always sacrificing a portion of its life. And that is worship. So it's not a question if you worship, it's always a question, what are you worshipping? One of the things we think is that
and it's beautiful,
human
beautiful.
soul, yeah. So but we just think with a human soul, we sort of uniquely capable of making a mistake in this sense. We can accidentally worship the wrong things entirely, whereas a bird is not going to make that mistake. They will worship God alone. Humans, unfortunately, have invented certain social constructs and elevated them to deities and ended up worshipping money and themselves and all sorts of other idols and quasi-deities.
Yeah. So, Vaishnavi, have you ever considered what happens to us after we die?
I don't think about that too much, but I would say I don't know.
You know, this is only one fact of life which everyone will agree with, whether you're a believer, disbeliever, agnostic, whatever, that one day we are all going to die. So I think sometimes or the other, this thought comes to us, what will happen after we die? Maybe somebody passed away in your family, friends, acquaintances. This question might come to you. So I'm sure you must have given it some thought.
Yeah,
and
I have thought about it a little bit.
What do you think? What is your perception from what you know?
So I don't know for sure, but most probably, I think that I would lose consciousness, and my body will rot, and the same thing how I was before I was born, something like that. But I'm not sure about it. But most probably, this is what I think.
Yeah, but
Right
before
now.
you were born, did you exist?
Most probably not.
Okay, because we were discussing material and immaterial. This is where it comes into play, because you have obviously, your knowledge, whatever you have studied, is based on the understanding of the naturalistic world, which is mostly the material world. Science mostly discusses the material world as to how it works, everything. It is beyond the scope of science to understand the immaterial world, unless you go into the philosophy of science, which is a different field. So how can we be certain we existed before, and how can we be certain that we will not exist after we die?
And while you're thinking about
that's true.
Subhanallah, subhanallah.
Yeah, because this is the thing. Not only can you not be certain, but think about what you said before I was born. Actually, before you were born, you were in your mummy's tummy, but you still don't remember that, right?
I meant before I was conceived.
I know you meant that, but it's very, very interesting, right? To think of that for a minute. That you can't deny that you also materially existed in your mother's womb. But there's sort of this material existence thing. You obviously don't remember it. You don't know what it was like before you were born. You don't even know what it was like in the early times. So this thing of like when you came to exist, again, it doesn't actually make as much sense as perhaps that you, the soul that was you, existed long before your body. It's actually a cleaner explanation that your soul existed and was then implanted in this body. And it perfectly makes sense of what you don't remember what was before, and we don't know what's coming next. But certainly,
I definitely think that it is a plausible explanation, but I'm still more in the camp of materialism. But I think these are the reasons why I'm not atheist or full materialist. I'm agnostic about these questions. Even about materialism, I'm agnostic. But I'm saying
You
I
are not
have more
agnostic about
conviction in that
materialism.
right
You are
now.
agnostic about immaterialism. I think that's where you misunderstood probably. But we spoke about consciousness. No human can deny that they are conscious, and no human can also give you an objective proof of consciousness. So you cannot, it is the most fundamental thing within you. Without that, you cannot do anything. If you're not conscious, what are you? Non-existent. So you cannot deny the most
Subhanallah.
fundamental thing of yourself, which we call the nafs or the self. And this is something that no one can deny. Even the most like hardcore scientists who believe only in materialism, they cannot explain it, but they will still have to accept that they are conscious. By what? By faith? Definitely by faith, not by proof, because they don't have it.
Yeah, this is exactly it. It is by faith. And this is what I was trying to say earlier, in that belief that your consciousness is emergent from the activity in your brain is also a belief that also depends upon a lot of different axioms. There's a lot of underlying beliefs to that one. And I wonder if you can even identify them all, because I know that when I was an atheist and a complete science geek, there's tons of them, because I used to believe the same thing about this emergent consciousness versus believing it's a soul.
I think law of causation I have to believe in.
The law of causation.
So what?
That's interesting. It's another.
Let's start with what caused the universe.
It's another axiom that you have there. Yeah.
How far back you want to go?
Yeah. So then you've got what causes the universe.
I wanted to go into that.
Yeah.
So you see, everywhere you look, you will find that
something, brother.
Material world that you believe in. Yeah, go on, brother Neil.
Something. Going back to speaking about the subject of being conscious or having consciousness, something even more deeper than this, greater, which causes the idea of consciousness to come alive in one of us. Because a moment ago you both mentioned about the idea of us being non-existent. Subhanallah, wallahi, my brain is just working, it's sparking right now with the Quran, wallahi.
The wheels are spinning.
And I want to address every one of those things that I'm mentioning, subhanallah.
But the most important thing that I wanted to
say
ask
that again, Hashim bhai?
with regards to even us thinking about death, it's something that a lot of people find it like a morbid topic, but it's inevitable. You cannot escape it. No matter where you go, how long you live, one day your life will come to an end. But then the question is, what happens? Like, are we just going to eat, procreate, sleep, and die? What's the difference between us and the animals then? So this is where we would ask the question, what is your purpose for your existence in this world? I know a lot of philosophical questions, but these are fundamental questions that we need to ask. As human beings, we have been given the faculty of reasoning. And this is something that we will have to cherish as long as it remains intact. So yeah, I know a lot of things, Vaishnavi, but I don't know how much time you have. Maybe you can come next time, inshallah, and we can maybe explore those topics.
Yeah, I think it's 6 a.m. here, so I have to go to school.
Okay,
oh, yeah. Yeah, you better
thanks for your
go.
time, and we pray that the Almighty gives us all guidance to the right path, and give us success in this world and the next.
Yeah.
But yeah, appreciate your time and the way you spoke to us with respect, and you were listening and you were asking questions, the right questions. So yeah, keep up the energy. Inshallah, God willing, we see you again next time.
Yeah, God willing.
I want to leave her.
The only thing
I want to.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, before she leaves, to answer what is our purpose. I'm going to answer that question right now for you, to leave you with some food for thought. Okay, for the next time that you come back, inshallah, and we see you again by the will of Allah. What is the purpose of our existence? Allah answers that question in the Quran by saying, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Meaning, Allah tells us that the purpose of why He created jinn kind and mankind is so that we worship Him. This is our main purpose, why He created us.
And just to clarify what that means, because again, it's slightly different in Hinduism, what worship means versus Islam. Remember we spoke before about, you know, the birds praising Allah, that being a worship when they sing. Every good action can be a form of worship. So in Islam, you know, whether it be smiling to someone with the right intention, or whether it be giving charity, again with the right intention, even having relations with your wife can be an act of worship. And you know, doing anything for your family that's good and right, act of worship. Protecting people, act of worship. So when we say no purpose other than to worship me, it doesn't just mean sit in a temple or go to a mosque and just do those certain sort of branded acts of worship. We really mean, like I said, if you remember that life path, you have the point between birth and death. It really is those, what choices are you making, and what are you worshipping? And we're saying that our purpose is to worship God, the creator, the good one, and not other stuff that we made up and associated with him.
Subhanallah.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've learned a lot today.
Have a good day.
Inshallah, we hope to see you again, inshallah.
And I would love to
Bye.
geek out on the more physics-related questions you asked another time. Where did the universe come from?
Okay, but I don't know a lot about science. I am a humanities student, so.
Yeah, that's why I say we'll have to work on it, because the questions you asked, the only way I went through them is through deep scientific analysis. I don't know any other way.
By the way, my father is a physics professor.
Oh, wow.
Bring him on next
He
time.
talks about sometimes science things.
You can bring him next time.
Oh, do it.
You know,
would
sister,
love to speak to him.
well, only scratching the surface here. All I will say is, based on what I've been saying, all I will say is, please don't let this be the last time we see you. Please.
Okay, I promise.
All right.
Inshallah.
All right.
All right. Finally, with a good ending. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I think we should end it here now. It's what, 1:30 here.
Yeah,
Thanks for your time, guys.
it's late,
Jazakallah
and
khair.
that's a good ending to go out on.
Yeah.
We like people like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Subhanallah.
Thanks for your time, guys, and may Allah guide the sister, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Allahumma ameen.
Ameen.
I just wanted to thank all the moderators. MashaAllah, Sister Layla and Brother Habib have stuck until the end. Really appreciate that. Give my sister salam to Sister Aram. I think she's going through some challenges. So yeah, I mean, all the other moderators who were there earlier, we didn't get your name right. We appreciate your help as well for keeping the chats clean. Alhamdulillah, and thank you for all the super chats, Brother Dawah Trucker. I hope I read them all. Let me know if I missed them. Okay, alhamdulillah. Jazakallah khair. Because if they are, I normally read them at the end in case.
I see.
All right, Brother I.Hakim, thank you for your really beneficial input as always, and same to Brother Alie. I know you came straight from work and joined our stream. Thanks for your sacrifices, guys. And Brother Dawah Trucker is still in his office.
Yeah.
Yep.
The dark's come in.
Office on wheels.
Oh, turn on the lights, man. Come on.
When do you finish, brother? How many more hours?
I still have 2 hours 35 to arrive to the destination.
Okay, inshallah. May Allah make it safe for you, and I'll see you guys next time. Jazakallah khair. We're going to end the stream. So, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Just want to end with the dua. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika. Nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta. Nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk.